Chapter 31 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 31. Of Ralph Nickleby and Newman Noggs, and some wise precautions, the success or failure of which will appear in the sequel. In blissful unconsciousness that his nephew was hastening at the utmost speed of 4 good horses towards his sphere of action, and that every passing minute diminished the distance between them, Ralph Nickleby sat that morning occupied in his customary avocations, and yet unable to prevent his thoughts wandering from time to time back to the interview which had taken place between himself and his niece on the previous day. At such intervals, after a few moments of abstraction, Ralph would mutter some peevish interjection, and apply himself with renewed steadiness of purpose to the ledger before him. But again and again the same train of thought came back, despite all his efforts to prevent it, confusing him in his calculations and utterly distracting his attention from the figures over which he bent. At length Ralph laid down his pen and threw himself back in his chair as though he had made up his mind to allow the obtrusive current of reflection to take its own course and, by giving it full scope, to rid himself of it effectually. "I am not a man to be moved by a pretty face," muttered Ralph sternly. "There is a grinning skull beneath it, and men like me who look and work below the surface see that, and not its delicate covering. And yet I almost like the girl, or should, if she had been less proudly and squeamishly brought up. If the boy were drowned or hanged and the mother dead, this house should be her home. I wish they were, with all my soul." Notwithstanding the deadly hatred which Ralph felt towards Nicholas, and the bitter contempt with which he sneered at poor Mrs. Nickleby, notwithstanding the baseness with which he had behaved, and was then behaving, and would behave again if his interest prompted him, towards Kate herself, still there was, strange though it may seem, something humanizing and even gentle in his thoughts at that moment. He thought of what his home might be if Kate were there. He placed her in the empty chair, looked upon her, heard her speak. He felt again, upon his arm, the gentle pressure of the trembling hand. He strewed his costly rooms with the 100 silent tokens of feminine presence and occupation. He came back again to the cold fireside and the silent dreary splendour, and in that one glimpse of a better nature, born as it was in selfish thoughts, the rich man felt himself friendless, childless, and alone. Gold, for the instant, lost its lustre in his eyes, for there were countless treasures of the heart which it could never purchase. A very slight circumstance was sufficient to banish such reflections from the mind of such a man. As Ralph looked vacantly out across the yard towards the window of the other office, he became suddenly aware of the earnest observation of Newman Noggs, who, with his red nose almost touching the glass, feigned to be mending a pen with a rusty fragment of a knife, but was in reality staring at his employer with a countenance of the closest and most eager scrutiny. Ralph exchanged his dreamy posture for his accustomed business attitude. The face of Newman disappeared, and the train of thought took to flight, all simultaneously and in an instant. After a few minutes, Ralph rang his bell. Newman answered the summons, and Ralph raised his eyes stealthily to his face, as if he almost feared to read there a knowledge of his recent thoughts. There was not the smallest speculation, however, in the countenance of Newman Noggs. If it be possible to imagine a man, with 2 eyes in his head, and both wide open, looking in no direction whatever and seeing nothing, Newman appeared to be that man, while Ralph Nickleby regarded him. "How now?" growled Ralph. "Oh," said Newman, throwing some intelligence into his eyes all at once and dropping them on his master. "I thought you rang." With which laconic remark Newman turned round and hobbled away. "Stop," said Ralph. Newman stopped, not at all disconcerted. "I did ring." "I knew you did." "Then why do you offer to go if you know that?" "I thought you rang to say you didn't ring," replied Newman. "You often do." "How dare you pry and peer and stare at me, sirrah?" demanded Ralph. "Stare?" cried Newman. "At you?" Which was all the explanation Newman deigned to offer. "Be careful, sir," said Ralph, looking steadily at him. "Let me have no drunken fooling here. Do you see this parcel?" "It's big enough," rejoined Newman. "Carry it into the city, to cross in Broad Street, and leave it there. Quick! Do you hear?" Newman gave a dogged kind of nod to express an affirmative reply, and, leaving the room for a few seconds, returned with his hat. Having made various ineffective attempts to fit the parcel, which was some 2 feet square, into the crown thereof, Newman took it under his arm, and after putting on his fingerless gloves with great precision and nicety, keeping his eyes fixed upon Mr. Ralph Nickleby all the time, he adjusted his hat upon his head with as much care, real or pretended, as if it were a brand-new one of the most expensive quality, and at last departed on his errand. He executed his commission with great promptitude and dispatch, only calling at one public-house for half a minute, and even that might be said to be in his way, for he went in at one door and came out at the other. But as he returned and had got so far homewards as the Strand, Newman began to loiter with the uncertain air of a man who has not quite made up his mind whether to halt or go straight forwards. After a very short consideration, the former inclination prevailed, and making towards the point he had had in his mind, Newman knocked a modest double knock, or rather a nervous single one, at Miss La Creevy's door. It was opened by a strange servant, on whom the odd figure of the visitor did not appear to make the most favourable impression possible, inasmuch as she no sooner saw him than she very nearly closed it, and placing herself in the narrow gap, inquired what he wanted. But Newman, merely uttering the monosyllable "Noggs," as if it were some cabalistic word, at sound of which bolts would fly back and doors open, pushed briskly past and gained the door of Miss La Creevy's sitting-room before the astonished servant could offer any opposition. "Walk in, if you please," said Miss La Creevy in reply to the sound of Newman's knuckles, and in he walked accordingly. "Bless us!" cried Miss La Creevy, starting as Newman bolted in. "What did you want, sir?" "You have forgotten me," said Newman with an inclination of the head. "I wonder at that. That nobody should remember me, who knew me in other days, is natural enough, but there are few people who see me once forget me now." He glanced as he spoke at his shabby clothes and paralytic limb, and slightly shook his head. "I did forget you, I declare," said Miss La Creevy, rising to receive Newman, who met her half-way, "and I am ashamed of myself for doing so, for you are a kind, good creature, Mr. Noggs. Sit down and tell me all about Miss Nickleby. Poor dear thing, I haven't seen her for this many a week." "How's that?" asked Newman. "Why, the truth is, Mr. Noggs," said Miss La Creevy, "that I've been out on a visit. The first visit I've made for 15 years. "That is a long time," said Newman sadly. "So it is a very long time to look back upon in years, though somehow or other, thank heaven, the solitary days roll away peacefully and happily enough," replied the miniature painter. "I have a brother, Mr. Noggs, the only relation I have, and all that time I never saw him once. Not that we ever quarrelled, but he was apprenticed down in the country, and he got married there, and new ties and affection springing up about him, he forgot a poor little woman like me, as it was very reasonable he should, you know. Don't suppose that I complain about that, because I always said to myself, it is very natural. Poor dear John is making his way in the world, and has a wife to tell his cares and troubles to, and children now to play about him. So God bless him and them, and send we may all meet together one day where we shall part no more. But what do you think, Mr. Noggs," said the miniature painter, brightening up and clapping her hands, "of that very same brother coming up to London at last, and never resting till he found me out? What do you think of his coming here, and sitting down in that very chair, and crying like a child because he was so glad to see me? What do you think of his insisting on taking me down all the way into the country to his own house? Quite a sumptuous place, Mr. Noggs, with a large garden and I don't know how many fields, and a man in livery waiting at table, and cows and horses and pigs and I don't know what besides, and making me stay a whole month, and pressing me to stop there all my life,
Yes, all my life. And so did his wife. And so did the children. And there were 4 of them. And one, the eldest girl of all, they had named after me. 8 good years before. They had indeed. Oh, I never was so happy. In all my life I never was. The worthy soul hid her face in her handkerchief and sobbed aloud, for it was the first opportunity she had had of unburdening her heart, and it would have its way.
"But bless my life," said Miss La Creevy, wiping her eyes after a short pause and cramming her handkerchief into her pocket with great bustle and dispatch, "what a foolish creature I must be to you, Mr. Noggs! I shouldn't have said anything about it, only I wanted to explain to you how it was I hadn't seen Miss Nickleby."
"Have you seen the old lady?" asked Newman.
"You mean Mrs. Nickleby?" said Miss La Creevy. "Then I tell you what, Mr. Noggs, if you want to keep in the good books in that quarter, you'd better not call her the old lady any more, for I suspect she wouldn't be best pleased to hear you. Yes, I went there the night before last, but she was quite on the high ropes about something, and was so grand and mysterious that I couldn't make anything of her. So, to tell you the truth, I took it into my head to be grand too, and came away in state. I thought she would have come round again before this, but she hasn't been here."
"About Miss Nickleby?" said Newman.
"Why, she was here twice while I was away," returned Miss La Creevy. "I was afraid she mightn't like to have me calling on her among those great folks in what's-its-name place, so I thought I'd wait a day or two, and if I didn't see her, right."
"Ah!" exclaimed Newman, cracking his fingers.
"However, I want to hear all the news about them from you," said Miss La Creevy. "How is the old rough and tough monster of Golden Square? Well, of course, such people always are. I don't mean how is he in health, but how is he going on? How is he behaving himself?"
"Damn him!" cried Newman, dashing his cherished hat on the floor.
"Like a false hound." "Gracious, Mr. Noggs, you quite terrify me!" exclaimed Miss La Creevy, turning pale.
"I should have spoilt his features yesterday afternoon if I could have afforded it," said Newman, moving restlessly about and shaking his fist at a portrait of Mr. Canning over the mantelpiece. "I was very near it. I was obliged to put my hands in my pockets and keep them there very tight. I shall do it some day in that little back parlour. I know I shall. I should have done it before now if I hadn't been afraid of making bad worse. I shall double lock myself in with him and have it out before I die. I'm quite certain of it."
"Oh, I shall scream if you don't compose yourself, Mr. Noggs," said Miss La Creevy. "I'm sure I shan't be able to help it."
"Never mind," rejoined Newman, darting violently to and fro. "He's coming up to-night. I wrote to tell him. He little thinks I know. He little thinks I care. Cunning scoundrel. He don't think that. Not he, not he. Never mind. I thought him. I, Newman Noggs. Oh, the rascal!" Lashing himself up to an extravagant pitch of fury, Newman Noggs jerked himself about the room with the most eccentric motion ever beheld in a human being, now sparring at the little miniatures on the wall, and now giving himself violent thumps on the head as if to heighten the delusion, until he sank down in his former seat quite breathless and exhausted. "There," said Newman, picking up his hat. "That's done me good. Now, I'm better, and I'll tell you all about it." It took some little time to reassure Miss La Creevy, who had been almost frightened out of her senses by this remarkable demonstration, but that done, Newman faithfully related all that had passed in the interview between Kate and her uncle, prefacing his narrative with a statement of his previous suspicions on the subject and his reasons for forming them, and concluding with a communication of the step he had taken in secretly writing to Nicholas. Though little Miss La Creevy's indignation was not so singularly displayed as Newman's, it was scarcely inferior in violence and intensity. Indeed, if Ralph Nickleby had happened to make his appearance in the room at that moment, there is some doubt whether he would not have found Miss La Creevy a more dangerous opponent than even Newman Noggs himself.
"God forgive me for saying so," said Miss La Creevy as a wind-up to all her expressions of anger, "but I really feel as if I could stick this into him with pleasure."
It was not a very awful weapon that Miss La Creevy held, it being in fact nothing more or less than a black lead pencil. But discovering her mistake, the little portrait painter exchanged it for a mother-of-pearl fruit-knife, wherewith, in proof of her desperate thoughts, she made a lunge as she spoke, which would have scarcely disturbed the crumb of a half-quartern loaf. "She won't stop where she is after to-night," said Newman. "That's a comfort."
"Stop!" cried Miss La Creevy. "She should have left there weeks ago."
"If we had known of this," rejoined Newman.
"But we didn't. Nobody could properly interfere but her mother or brother.
The mother's weak, poor thing, weak. The dear young man will be here to-night."
"Heart alive!"
cried Miss La Creevy.
"He will do something desperate, Mr. Noggs, if you tell him all at once."
Newman left off rubbing his hands and assumed a thoughtful look.
"Depend upon it,"
said Miss La Creevy earnestly,
"if you're not very careful in bringing out the truth to him, he will do some violence upon his uncle, or one of these men, that will bring some terrible calamity upon his own head, and grief and sorrow to us all."
"I never thought of that," rejoined Newman, his countenance falling more and more. "I came to ask you to receive his sister in case he brought her here, but
this is a matter of much greater importance,"
interrupted Miss La Creevy,
"that you might have been sure of before you came. But the end of this nobody can foresee, unless you're very guarded and careful."
"What can I do?" cried Newman, scratching his head with an air of great vexation and perplexity. "If he was to talk of pistoling them all, I should be obliged to say certainly. Serve him right." Miss La Creevy could not suppress a small shriek on hearing this, and instantly set about extorting a solemn pledge from Newman that he would use his utmost endeavours to pacify the wrath of Nicholas, which, after some demur, was conceded. They then consulted together on the safest and surest mode of communicating to him the circumstances which had rendered his presence necessary.
"He must have time to cool before he can possibly do anything," said Miss La Creevy. "That is of the greatest consequence. He must not be told until late at night."
"But he'll be in town between 6 and 7 this evening," replied Newman. "I can't keep it from him when he asks me."
"Then you must go out, Mr. Noggs," said Miss La Creevy. "You can easily have been kept away by business and must not return till nearly midnight."
"Then he will come straight here," retorted Newman.
"So I suppose," observed Miss La Creevy. "But he won't find me at home, for I'll go straight to the city the instant you leave me, make up matters with Mrs. Nickleby, and take her away to the theatre, so that he may not even know where his sister lives."
Upon further discussion, this appeared the safest and most feasible mode of proceeding that could possibly be adopted. Therefore it was finally determined that matters should be so arranged, and Newman, after listening to many supplementary cautions and entreaties, took his leave of Miss La Creevy and trudged back to Golden Square, ruminating as he went upon a vast number of possibilities and impossibilities which crowded upon his brain and arose out of the conversation that had just terminated. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 32. Relating chiefly to some remarkable conversation and some remarkable proceedings to which it gives rise. "London at last!" cried Nicholas, throwing back his greatcoat and rousing Smike from a long nap. "It seemed to me as though we should never reach it." "And yet you came along at a tidy pace, too," observed the coachman, looking over his shoulder at Nicholas with no very pleasant expression of countenance. "Aye, I know that," was the reply, "but I have been very anxious to be at my journey's end, and that makes the way seem long." "Well," remarked the coachman, "if the way seemed long with such cattle as you sat behind, you must have been most uncommon anxious." And so saying, he let out his whiplash and touched up a little boy on the calves of his legs by way of emphasis. They rattled on through the noisy, bustling, crowded street of London, now displaying long double rows of brightly burning lamps, dotted here and there with the chemist's glaring lights, and illuminated besides with the brilliant flood that streamed from the windows of the shops, where sparkling jewellery, silks and velvets of the richest colours, the most inviting delicacies and most sumptuous articles of luxurious ornament, succeeded each other in rich and glittering profusion. Streams of people apparently without end poured on, jostling each other in the crowd and hurrying forward, scarcely seeming to notice the riches that surrounded them on every side, while vehicles of all shapes and makes, mingled up together in one moving mass, like running water, lent their ceaseless roar to swell the noise and tumult. As they dashed by the quickly changing and ever-varying objects, it was curious to observe in what a strange procession they passed before the eye. Emporiums of splendid dresses, the materials brought from every quarter of the world, tempting stores of everything to stimulate and pamper the sated appetite and give new relish to the oft-repeated feast, vessels of burnished gold and silver, wrought into every exquisite form of vase and dish and goblet, guns, swords, pistols, and patent engines of destruction, screws and irons for the crooked, clothes for the newly born, drugs for the sick, coffins for the dead, and churchyards for the buried, all these, jumbled each with the other, and flocking side by side, seemed to flit by in motley dance like the fantastic groups of the old Dutch painter, and with the same stern moral for the unheeding restless crowd. Nor were there wanting objects in the crowd itself to give new point and purpose to the shifting scene. The rags of the squalid ballad singer fluttered in the rich light that showed the goldsmith's treasures. Pale and pinched-up faces hovered about the windows where was tempting food. Hungry eyes wandered over the profusion guarded by one thin sheet of brittle glass, an iron wall to them. Half-naked shivering figures stopped to gaze at Chinese shawls and golden stuffs of India. There was a christening party at the largest coffin-maker's, and a funeral hatchment had stopped some great improvements in the bravest mansion. Life and death went hand in hand. Wealth and poverty stood side by side. Repletion and starvation laid them down together. But it was London, and the old country lady inside, who had put her head out of the coach window a mile or two this side Kingston, and cried out to the driver that she was sure he must have passed it and forgotten to set her down, was satisfied at last. Nicholas engaged beds for himself and Smike at the inn where the coach stopped, and repaired, without the delay of another moment, to the lodgings of Newman Noggs, for his anxiety and impatience had increased with every succeeding minute and were almost beyond control. There was a fire in Newman's garret, and a candle had been left burning. The floor was cleanly swept, the room was as comfortably arranged as such a room could be, and meat and drink were placed in order upon the table. Everything bespoke the affectionate care and attention of Newman Noggs, but Newman himself was not there. "Do you know what time you will be home?" inquired Nicholas, tapping at the door of Newman's front neighbour.
"Oh, Mr. Johnson,"
said Crowl, presenting himself.
"Welcome, sir. How well you're looking. I never could have believed—"
"Pardon me," interposed Nicholas. "My question. I am extremely anxious to know."
"Why, he has a troublesome affair of business," replied Crowl, "and will not be home before 12 o'clock. He was very unwilling to go, I can tell you, but there was no help for it. However, he left word that you were to make yourself comfortable till he came back, and that I was to entertain you, which I shall be very glad to do." In proof of his extreme readiness to exert himself for the general entertainment, Mr. Crowl drew a chair to the table as he spoke, and helping himself plentifully to the cold meat, invited Nicholas and Smike to follow his example. Disappointed and uneasy, Nicholas could touch no food. So, after he had seen Smike comfortably established at the table, he walked out, despite a great many dissuasions uttered by Mr. Crowl with his mouth full, and left Smike to detain Newman in case he returned first. As Miss La Creevy had anticipated, Nicholas betook himself straight to her house. Finding her from home, he debated within himself for some time whether he should go to his mother's residence and so compromise her with Ralph Nickleby. Fully persuaded, however, that Newman would not have solicited him to return unless there was some strong reason which required his presence at home, he resolved to go there and hastened eastwards with all speed. Mrs. Nickleby
would not be at home, the girl said, until past 12 or later. She believed Miss Nickleby was well, but she didn't live at home now, nor did she come home except very seldom. She couldn't say where she was stopping, but it was not at Madame Mantalini's, she was sure of that. With his heart beating violently and apprehending he knew not what disaster, Nicholas returned to where he had left Smike. Newman had not been home. He wouldn't be till 12 o'clock. There was no chance of it. Was there no possibility of sending to fetch him, if it were only for an instant, or forwarding to him one line of writing to which he might return a verbal reply? That was quite impracticable. He was not at Golden Square, and probably had been sent to execute some commission at a distance. Nicholas tried to remain quietly where he was, but he felt so nervous and excited that he could not sit still. He seemed to be losing time unless he was moving. It was an absurd fancy, he knew, but he was wholly unable to resist it. So he took up his hat and rambled out again. He strolled westward this time, pacing the long streets with hurried footsteps and agitated by 1,000 misgivings and apprehensions which he could not overcome. He passed into Hyde Park, now silent and deserted, and increased his rate of walking as if in the hope of leaving his thoughts behind. They crowded upon him more thickly, however. Now there were no passing objects to attract his attention, and the one idea was always uppermost, that some stroke of ill fortune must have occurred so calamitous in its nature that all were fearful of disclosing it to him. The old question arose again and again. What could it be? Nicholas walked till he was weary, but was not one bit the wiser, and indeed he came out of the park at last a great deal more confused and perplexed than when he went in. He had taken scarcely anything to eat or drink since early in the morning, and felt quite worn out and exhausted. As he returned languidly towards the point from which he had started, along one of the thoroughfares which lie between Park Lane and Bond Street, he passed a handsome hotel, before which he stopped mechanically. An expensive place, I dare say, thought Nicholas, but a pint of wine and a biscuit are no great debauch wherever they are had, and yet I don't know. He walked on a few steps, but looking wistfully down the long vista of gas lamps before him, and thinking how long it would take to reach the end of it, and being besides in that kind of mood in which a man is most disposed to yield to his first impulse, and being, besides, strongly attracted to the hotel, in part by curiosity and in part by some odd mixture of feelings which he would have been troubled to define, Nicholas turned back again and walked into the coffee-room. It was very handsomely furnished. The walls were ornamented with the choicest specimens of French paper, enriched with the gilded cornice of elegant design. The floor was covered with a rich carpet, and 2 superb mirrors, one above the chimney-piece and one at the opposite end of the room reaching from floor to ceiling, multiplied the other beauties and added new ones of their own to enhance the general effect. There was a rather noisy party of 4 gentlemen in a box by the fireplace, and only 2 other persons present, both elderly gentlemen, and both alone. Observing all this in the first comprehensive glance with which a stranger surveys a place that is new to him, Nicholas sat himself down in the box next to the noisy party with his back towards them, and postponing his order for a pint of claret until such time as the waiter and one of the elderly gentlemen should have settled a disputed question relative to the price of an item in the bill of fare, took up a newspaper and began to read. He had not read 20 lines, and was in truth himself dozing, when he was startled by the mention of his sister's name. Little Kate Nickleby were the words that caught his ear. He raised his head in amazement, and as he did so, saw by the reflection in the opposite glass that 2 of the party behind him had risen and were standing before the fire. It must have come from one of them, thought Nicholas. He waited to hear more, with a countenance of some indignation, for the tone of speech had been anything but respectful, and the appearance of the individual whom he presumed to have been the speaker was coarse and swaggering. This person, so Nicholas observed in the same glance at the mirror which had enabled him to see his face, was standing with his back to the fire, conversing with a younger man, who stood with his back to the company, wore his hat, and was adjusting his shirt-collar by the aid of the glass. They spoke in whispers, now and then bursting into a loud laugh, but Nicholas could catch no repetition of the words, nor anything sounding at all like the words, which had attracted his attention. At length the 2 resumed their seats, and more wine being ordered, the party grew louder in their mirth. Still, there was no reference made to anybody with whom he was acquainted, and Nicholas became persuaded that his excited fancy had either imagined the sounds altogether or converted some other words into the name which had been so much in his thoughts. It is remarkable, too, thought Nicholas. If it had been Kate or Kate Nickleby, I should not have been so much surprised, but little Kate Nickleby? The wine coming at the moment prevented his finishing the sentence. He swallowed a glassful and took up the paper again. At that instant, "Little Kate Nickleby!" cried the voice behind him. "I was right," muttered Nicholas as the paper fell from his hand, "and it was the man I supposed." "As there was a proper objection to drinking her in heel-taps," said the voice, "we'll give her the first glass and the new magnum. Little Kate Nickleby." "Little Kate Nickleby," cried the other three, and the glasses were set down empty. Keenly alive to the tone and manner of this slight and careless mention of his sister's name in a public place, Nicholas fired at once, but he kept himself quiet by a great effort, and did not even turn his head. "The jade!" said the same voice which had spoken before. "She's a true Nickleby, a worthy imitator of her old Uncle Ralph. She hangs back to be more sought after. So does he. Nothing to be got out of Ralph unless you follow him up, and then the money comes doubly welcome, and the bargain doubly hard, for you're impatient, and he isn't. Oh, infernal cunning!" "Infernal cunning," echoed two voices. Nicholas was in a perfect agony as the two elderly gentlemen opposite rose one after the other and went away, lest they should be the means of his losing one word of what was said. But the conversation was suspended as they withdrew, and resumed with even greater freedom when they had left the room. "I am afraid," said the younger gentleman, "that the old woman has grown jealous and locked her up. Upon my soul, it looks like it. If they quarrel and little Nickleby goes home to her mother, so much the better," said the first. "I can do anything with the old lady. She'll believe anything I tell her." "Egad, that's true," returned the other voice. "Ha, ha, ha, ha! Poor devil!" The laugh was taken up by the two voices which always came in together and became general at Mrs. Nickleby's expense. Nicholas turned, burning hot with rage, but he commanded himself for the moment and waited to hear more. What he heard need not be repeated here. Suffice it that as the wine went round, he heard enough to acquaint him with the characters and designs of those whose conversation he overheard, to possess him with the full extent of Ralph's villainy, and the real reason of his own presence being required in London. He heard all this and more. He heard his sister's sufferings derided, and her virtuous conduct jeered at and brutally misconstrued. He heard her name bandied from mouth to mouth, and herself made the subject of coarse and insolent wagers, free speech, and licentious jesting. The man who had spoken first led the conversation, and indeed almost engrossed it, being only stimulated from time to time by some slight observation from one or other of his companions. To him, then, Nicholas addressed himself when he was sufficiently composed to stand before the party and force the words from his parched and scorching throat. "Let me have a word with you, sir," said Nicholas. "With me, sir?" retorted Sir Mulberry Hawk, eyeing him in disdainful surprise. "I said with you," replied Nicholas, speaking with great difficulty, for his passion choked him. "A mysterious stranger, upon my soul!" exclaimed Sir Mulberry, raising his wine-glass to his lips and looking round upon his friends. "Will you step apart with me for a few minutes, or do you refuse?" said Nicholas sternly. Sir Mulberry merely paused in the act of drinking and bade him either name his business or leave the table. Nicholas drew a card from his pocket and threw it before him. "There, sir," said Nicholas. "My business, you will guess." A momentary expression of astonishment, not unmixed with some confusion, appeared in the face of Sir Mulberry as he read the name. But he subdued it in an instant, and tossing the card to Lord Verisopht, who sat opposite, drew a toothpick from a glass before him and very leisurely applied it to his mouth. "Your name and address," said Nicholas, turning paler as his passion kindled. "I shall give you neither," replied Sir Mulberry. "If there is a gentleman in this party," said Nicholas, looking round and scarcely able to make his white lips form the words, "he will acquaint me with the name and residence of this man." There was a dead silence. "I am the brother of the young lady who has been the subject of conversation here," said Nicholas. "I denounce this person as a liar and impeach him as a coward. If he has a friend here, he will save him the disgrace of the paltry attempt to conceal his name, an utterly useless one, for I will find it out, nor leave him until I have." Sir Mulberry looked at him contemptuously, and, addressing his companion, said, "Let the fellow talk. I have nothing serious to say to boys of his station, and his pretty sister shall save him a broken head if he talks till midnight." "You are a base and spiritless scoundrel," said Nicholas, "and shall be proclaimed so to the world. I will know you. I will follow you home if you walk the streets till morning." Sir Mulberry's hand involuntarily closed upon the decanter, and he seemed for an instant about to launch it at the head of his challenger, but he only filled his glass and laughed in derision. Nicholas sat himself down directly opposite to the party, and, summoning the waiter, paid his bill. "Do you know that person's name?" he inquired of the man in an audible voice, pointing out Sir Mulberry as he put the question. Sir Mulberry laughed again, and the two voices which had always spoken together echoed the laugh, but rather feebly. "That gentleman, sir," replied the waiter, who, no doubt, knew his cue, and answered with just as little respect and just as much impertinence as he could safely show. "No, sir, I do not, sir." "Here, you, sir," cried Sir Mulberry as the man was retiring. "Do you know that person's name?" "Name, sir? No, sir." "Then you'll find it there," said Sir Mulberry, throwing Nicholas's card towards him. "And when you've made yourself master of it, put that piece of pasteboard in the fire. Do you hear me?" The man grinned, and, looking doubtfully at Nicholas, compromised the matter by sticking the card in the chimney-glass. Having done this, he retired. Nicholas folded his arms, and, biting his lip, sat perfectly quiet, sufficiently expressing by his manner, however, a firm determination to carry his threat of following Sir Mulberry home into steady execution. It was evident from the tone in which the younger member of the party appeared to remonstrate with his friend that he objected to this course of proceeding and urged him to comply with the request which Nicholas had made. Sir Mulberry, however, who was not quite sober and who was in a sullen and dogged state of obstinacy, soon silenced the representations of his weak young friend, and further seemed, as if to save himself from a repetition of them, to insist on being left alone. However this might have been, the young gentleman and the two who had always spoken together actually rose to go after a short interval and presently retired, leaving their friend alone with Nicholas. It will be very readily supposed that to one in the condition of Nicholas the minutes appeared to move with leaden wings indeed, and that their progress did not seem the more rapid from the monotonous ticking of a French clock or the shrill sound of its little bell which told the quarters. But there he sat, and in his old seat on the opposite side of the room reclined Sir Mulberry Hawk, with his legs upon the cushion and his handkerchief thrown negligently over his knees, finishing his magnum of claret with the utmost coolness and indifference. Thus they remained in perfect silence for upwards of an hour. Nicholas would have thought for 3 hours at least, but that the little bell had only gone 4 times. Twice or thrice he looked angrily and impatiently round, but there was Sir Mulberry in the same attitude, putting his glass to his lips from time to time and looking vacantly at the wall, as if he were wholly ignorant of the presence of any living person. At length he yawned, stretched himself, and rose, walked coolly to the glass, and having surveyed himself therein, turned round and honoured Nicholas with a long and contemptuous stare. Nicholas stared again with right good will. Sir Mulberry shrugged his shoulders, smiled slightly, rang the bell, and ordered the waiter to help him on with his greatcoat. The man did so, and held the door open. "Don't wait," said Sir Mulberry, and they were alone again. Sir Mulberry took several turns up and down the room, whistling carelessly all the time, stopped to finish the last glass of claret which he had poured out a few minutes before, walked again, put on his hat, adjusted it by the glass, drew on his gloves, and at last walked slowly out. Nicholas, who had been fuming and chafing until he was nearly wild, darted from his seat and followed him, so closely that before the door had swung upon its hinges after Sir Mulberry's passing out, they stood side by side in the street together. There was a private cabriolet in waiting. The groom opened the apron and jumped out to the horse's head. "Will you make yourself known to me?" asked Nicholas in a suppressed voice. "No," replied the other fiercely, and confirming the refusal with an oath. "No." "If you trust to your horse's speed, you will find yourself mistaken," said Nicholas. "I will accompany you. By heaven I will, if I hang on to the footboard." "You shall be horsewhipped if you do," returned Sir Mulberry. "You are a villain," said Nicholas. "You are an errand boy, for aught I know," said Sir Mulberry Hawk. "I am the son of a country gentleman," returned Nicholas, "your equal in birth and education, and your superior, I trust, in everything besides. I tell you again, Miss Nickleby is my sister. Will you or will you not answer for your unmanly and brutal conduct?" "To a proper champion, yes. To you, no," returned Sir Mulberry, taking the reins in his hand. "Stand out of the way, dog. William, let go ahead." "You had better not," cried Nicholas, springing on the step as Sir Mulberry jumped in and catching at the reins. "He has no command over the horse, mind. You shall not go. You shall not, I swear, till you have told me who you are." The groom hesitated, for the mare, who was a high-spirited animal and thoroughbred, plunged so violently that he could scarcely hold her. "Leave go, I tell you!" thundered his master. The man obeyed. The animal reared and plunged as though it would dash the carriage into 1,000 pieces, but Nicholas, blind to all sense of danger and conscious of nothing but his fury, still maintained his place and his hold upon the reins. "Will you unclasp your hand? Will you tell me who you are?" "No." "No?" In less time than the quickest tongue could tell it, these words were exchanged, and Sir Mulberry, shortening his whip, applied it furiously to the head and shoulders of Nicholas. It was broken in the struggle. Nicholas gained the heavy handle, and with it laid open one side of his antagonist's face from the eye to the lip. He saw the gash, knew that the mare had darted off at a wild mad gallop, 100 lights danced in his eyes, and he felt himself flung violently upon the ground. He was giddy and sick, but staggered to his feet directly, roused by the loud shouts of the men who were tearing up the street and screaming to those ahead to clear the way. He was conscious of a torrent of people rushing quickly by. Looking up, could discern the cabriolet whirled along the foot-pavement with frightful rapidity, then heard a loud cry, the smashing of some heavy body, and the breaking of glass, and then the crowd closed in the distance, and he could see or hear no more. The general attention had been entirely directed from himself to the person in the carriage, and he was quite alone. Rightly judging that under such circumstances it would be madness to follow, he turned down a by-street in search of the nearest coach-stand, finding after a minute or two that he was reeling like a drunken man, and aware for the first time of a stream of blood that was trickling down his face and breast. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 33. in which Mr. Ralph Nickleby is relieved, by a very expeditious process, from all commerce with his relations. Smike and Newman Noggs, who in his impatience had returned home long before the time agreed upon, sat before the fire listening anxiously to every footstep on the stairs and the slightest sound that stirred within the house for the approach of Nicholas. Time had worn on, and it was growing late. He had promised to be back in an hour, and his prolonged absence began to excite considerable alarm in the minds of both, as was abundantly testified by the blank looks they cast upon each other at every new disappointment. At length the coach was heard to stop, and Newman ran out to light Nicholas up the stairs. Beholding him in the trim described at the conclusion of the last chapter, he stood aghast in wonder and consternation. "Don't be alarmed," said Nicholas, hurrying him back into the room. "There is no harm done, beyond what a basin of water can repair." "No harm?" cried Newman, passing his hands hastily over the back and arms of Nicholas, as if to assure himself that he had broken no bones. "What have you been doing?" "I know all," interrupted Nicholas. "I have heard a part and guessed the rest. But before I remove one jot of these stains, I must hear the whole from you. You see I am collected. My resolution is taken. Now, my good friend, speak out, for the time for any palliation or concealment is past, and nothing will avail Ralph Nickleby now." "Your dress is torn in several places. You walk lame, and I am sure you are suffering pain," said Newman. "Let me see your hurts first." "I have no hurts to see to, beyond a little soreness and stiffness that will soon pass off," said Nicholas, seating himself with some difficulty. "But if I had fractured every limb and still preserved my senses, you should not bandage one till you had told me what I have the right to know. Come," said Nicholas, giving his hand to Noggs. "You had a sister of your own, you told me once, who died before you fell into misfortune. Now think of her, and tell me, Newman." "Yes, I will, said Noggs. "I'll tell you the whole truth." Newman did so. Nicholas nodded his head from time to time, as it corroborated the particulars he had already gleaned, but he fixed his eyes upon the fire and did not look round once. His recital ended, Newman insisted upon his young friend's stripping off his coat and allowing whatever injuries he had received to be properly tended. Nicholas, after some opposition, at length consented, and, while some pretty severe bruises on his arms and shoulders were being rubbed with oil and vinegar and various other efficacious remedies which Newman borrowed from the different lodgers, related in what manner they had been received. The recital made a strong impression on the warm imagination of Newman, for when Nicholas came to the violent part of the quarrel, he rubbed so hard as to occasion him the most exquisite pain, which he would not have exhibited, however, for the world, it being perfectly clear that, for the moment, Newman was operating on Sir Mulberry Hawk and had quite lost sight of his real patient. This martyrdom over, Nicholas arranged with Newman that while he was otherwise occupied next morning, arrangements should be made for his mother's immediately quitting her present residence, and also for dispatching Miss La Creevy to break the intelligence to her. He then wrapped himself in Smike's greatcoat and repaired to the inn where they were to pass the night, and where, after writing a few lines to Ralph, the delivery of which was to be entrusted to Newman next day, he endeavoured to obtain the repose of which he stood so much in need. Drunken men, they say, may roll down precipices and be quite unconscious of any serious personal inconvenience when their reason returns. The remark may possibly apply to injuries received in other kinds of violent excitement. Certain it is that although Nicholas experienced some pain on first awakening next morning, he sprung out of bed as the clock struck 7 with very little difficulty, and was soon as much on the alert as if nothing had occurred. Merely looking into Smike's room, and telling him that Newman Noggs would call for him very shortly, Nicholas descended into the street, and calling a hackney coach, bade the man drive to Mrs. Wititterly's, according to the direction which Newman had given him on the previous night. It wanted 7:45 when they reached Cadogan Place. Nicholas began to fear that no one might be stirring at that early hour, when he was relieved by the sight of a female servant employed in cleaning the doorsteps. By this functionary he was referred to the doubtful page, who appeared with dishevelled hair and a very warm and glossy face, as of a page who had just got out of bed. By this young gentleman he was informed that Miss Nickleby was then taking her morning's walk in the gardens before the house. On the question being propounded whether he could go and find her, the page desponded and thought not. But being stimulated with a shilling, the page grew sanguine and thought he could. "Say to Miss Nickleby that her brother is here and in great haste to see her," said Nicholas. The plated buttons disappeared with an alacrity most unusual to them, and Nicholas paced the room in a state of feverish agitation which made the delay even of a minute insupportable. He soon heard a light footstep which he well knew, and before he could advance to meet her, Kate had fallen on his neck and burst into tears. "My darling girl," said Nicholas as he embraced her, "how pale you are!" "I have been so unhappy here, dear brother," sobbed poor Kate, "so very miserable. Do not leave me here, dear Nicholas, or I shall die of a broken heart." "I will leave you nowhere," answered Nicholas. "Never again, Kate," he cried, moved in spite of himself as he folded her to his heart. "Tell me that I acted for the best. Tell me that we parted because I feared to bring misfortune on your head, that it was a trial to me no less than to yourself, and that if I did wrong, it was in ignorance of the world and unknowingly." "Why should I tell you what we know so well?" returned Kate soothingly. "Nicholas, dear Nicholas, how can you give way thus?" "It is such bitter reproach to me to know what you have undergone," returned her brother, "to see you so much altered and yet so kind and patient. God!" cried Nicholas, clenching his fist and suddenly changing his tone and manner, "it sets my whole blood on fire again. You must leave here with me directly. You should not have slept here last night, but that I knew all this too late. To whom can I speak before we drive away?" This question was most opportunely put, for at that instant Mr. Wititterly walked in, and to him Kate introduced her brother, who at once announced his purpose and the impossibility of deferring it. "The quarter's notice," said Mr. Wititterly with the gravity of a man on the right side, "is not yet half expired. Therefore, interposed Nicholas, "the quarter's salary must be lost, sir. You will excuse this extreme haste, but circumstances require that I should immediately remove my sister, and I have not a moment's time to lose. Whatever she brought here, I will send for, if you will allow me, in the course of the day." Mr. Wititterly bowed, but offered no opposition to Kate's immediate departure, with which, indeed, he was rather gratified than otherwise, Sir Tumley Snuffim having given it as his opinion that she rather disagreed with Mrs. Wititterly's constitution. "With regard to the trifle of salary that is due," said Mr. Wititterly, "I will—" Here he was interrupted by a violent fit of coughing. "I will owe it to Miss Nickleby." Mr. Wititterly, it should be observed, was accustomed to owe small accounts, and to leave them owing. All men have some little pleasant way of their own, and this was Mr. Wititterly's. "If you please," said Nicholas, and once more offering a hurried apology for so sudden a departure, he hurried Kate into the vehicle and bade the man drive with all speed into the city. To the city they went accordingly, with all the speed the hackney coach could make, and as the horses happened to live at Whitechapel, and to be in the habit of taking their breakfast there, when they breakfasted at all, they performed the journey with greater expedition than could reasonably have been expected. Nicholas sent Kate upstairs a few minutes before him, that his unlooked-for appearance might not alarm his mother, and when the way had been paved, presented himself with much duty and affection. Newman had not been idle, for there was a little cart at the door, and the effects were hurrying out already. Now, Mrs. Nickleby was not the sort of person to be told anything in a hurry, or rather to comprehend anything of peculiar delicacy or importance on a short notice. Wherefore, although the good lady had been subjected to a full hour's preparation by little Miss La Creevy, and was now addressed in most lucid terms both by Nicholas and his sister, she was in a state of singular bewilderment and confusion, and could by no means be made to comprehend the necessity of such hurried proceedings.
"Why don't you ask your uncle, my dear Nicholas, what he can possibly mean by it?" said Mrs. Nickleby.
"My dear mother," returned Nicholas. "The time for talking has gone by. There is but one step to take, and that is to cast him off with the scorn and indignation he deserves. Your own honour and good name demand that, after the discovery of his vile proceedings, you should not be beholden to him 1 hour, even for the shelter of these bare walls."
"Oh, to be sure," said Mrs. Nickleby, crying bitterly. "He is a brute, a monster. And the walls are very bare and want painting too, and I have had the ceiling whitewashed at the expense of 18 pence, which is a very distressing thing, considering that it is so much gone into your uncle's pocket. I never could have believed it, never."
"Nor I, nor anybody else," said Nicholas.
"Lord bless my life!" exclaimed Mrs. Nickleby. "To think that Sir Mulberry Hawk should be such an abandoned wretch as Miss La Creevy says he is! Nicholas, my dear, when I was congratulating myself every day on his being an admirer of our dear Kate's, and thinking what a thing it would be for the family if he was to become connected with us, and use his interest to get you some profitable government place. There are very good places to be got about the court, I know. For a friend of ours, Miss Cropley at Exeter, my dear Kate, you recollect? He had one, and I know that it was the chief part of his duty to wear silk stockings and a bag-wig like a black watch pocket, and to think that it should come to this. Oh, dear, dear, it's enough to kill one, that it is."
With which expressions of sorrow Mrs. Nickleby gave fresh vent to her grief and wept piteously. As Nicholas and his sister were by this time compelled to superintend the removal of the few articles of furniture, Miss La Creevy devoted herself to the consolation of the matron, and observed with great kindness of manner that she must really make an effort and cheer up.
"Oh, I dare say, Miss La Creevy," returned Mrs. Nickleby, with a petulance not unnatural in her in happy circumstances, "it's very easy to say cheer up, but if you had as many occasions to cheer up as I have had, and there," said Mrs. Nickleby, stopping short, "think of Mr. Pike and Mr. Pluck, two of the most perfect gentlemen that ever lived. What am I to say to them? What can I say to them? Why, if I was to say to them, 'I'm told your friend Sir Mulberry is a base wretch,' they'd laugh at me."
"They will laugh no more at us, I take it," said Nicholas, advancing. "Come, mother, there is a coach at the door, and until Monday, at all events, we will return to our old quarters."
"Where everything is ready, and a hearty welcome into the bargain," added Miss La Creevy. "Now, let me go with you downstairs."
But Mrs. Nickleby was not to be so easily moved, for first she insisted on going upstairs to see that nothing had been left, and then on going downstairs to see that everything had been taken away, and when she was getting into the coach she had a vision of a forgotten coffee-pot on the back kitchen hob, and after she was shut in, a dismal recollection of a green umbrella behind some unknown door. At last Nicholas, in a condition of absolute despair, ordered the coachman to drive away, and in the unexpected jerk of a sudden starting, Mrs. Nickleby lost a shilling among the straw, which fortunately confined her attention to the coach until it was too late to remember anything else. Having seen everything safely out, discharged the servant, and locked the door, Nicholas jumped into a cabriolet and drove to a by-place near Golden Square, where he had appointed to meet Noggs, and so quickly had everything been done that it was barely 9:30 when he reached the place of meeting. "Here is the letter for Ralph," said Nicholas, "and here the key. When you come to me this evening, not a word of last night. Ill news travels fast, and they will know it soon enough. Have you heard if he was much hurt?" Newman shook his head. "I will ascertain that myself without loss of time," said Nicholas.
"You had better take some rest," returned Newman. "You are fevered and ill."
Nicholas waved his hand carelessly, and concealing the indisposition he really felt, now that the excitement which had sustained him was over, took a hurried farewell of Newman Noggs and left him. Newman was not 3 minutes' walk from Golden Square, but in the course of that 3 minutes he took the letter out of his hat and put it in again 20 times at least. First the front, then the back, then the sides, then the superscription, then the seal were objects of Newman's admiration. Then he held it at arm's length, as if to take in the whole at one delicious survey, and then he rubbed his hands in a perfect ecstasy with his commission. He reached the office, hung his hat on its accustomed peg, laid the letter and key upon the desk, and waited impatiently until Ralph Nickleby should appear. After a few minutes, the well-known creaking of his boots was heard on the stairs, and then the bell rung. "Has the post come in?" "No." "Any other letters?" "One." Newman eyed him closely and laid it on the desk. "What's this?" asked Ralph, taking up the key. "Left with a letter. A boy brought them, quarter of an hour ago or less." Ralph glanced at the direction, opened the letter, and read as follows: "You are known to me now. There are no reproaches I could heap upon your head which would carry with them 1,000th part of the grovelling shame that this assurance will awaken even in your breast. Your brother's widow and her orphan child spurn the shelter of your roof and shun you with disgust and loathing. Your kindred renounce you, for they know no shame but the ties of blood which bind them in name with you. You are an old man, and I leave you to the grave. May every recollection of your life cling to your false heart and cast their darkness on your deathbed." Ralph Nickleby read this letter twice, and frowning heavily, fell into a fit of musing. The paper fluttered from his hand and dropped upon the floor, but he clasped his fingers as if he held it still. Suddenly he started from his seat, and thrusting it all crumpled into his pocket, turned furiously to Newman Noggs, as though to ask him why he lingered. But Newman stood unmoved, with his back towards him, following up, with the worn and blackened stump of an old pen, some figures in an interest table which was pasted against the wall, and apparently quite abstracted from every other object. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 34, wherein Mr. Ralph Nickleby is visited by persons with whom the reader has been already made acquainted.
"What a damnation long time you have kept me ringing at this confounded old cracked tea-kettle of a bell, every tinkle of which is enough to throw a strong man into blue convulsions, upon my life and soul. Oh, damn it!" said Mr. Mantalini to Newman Noggs, scraping his boots as he spoke on Ralph Nickleby's scraper. "I didn't hear the bell more than once," replied Newman. "Then you are most immensely and outrageously deaf," said Mr. Mantalini. "As deaf as a damnation post." Mr. Mantalini had got by this time into the passage and was making his way to the door of Ralph's office with very little ceremony when Newman interposed his body, and hinting that Mr. Nickleby was unwilling to be disturbed, inquired whether the client's business was of a pressing nature. "It is most damnably particular," said Mr. Mantalini. "It is to melt some scraps of dirty paper into bright, shining, chinking, tinkling, damned mint sauce."
Newman uttered a significant grunt, and taking Mr. Mantalini's proffered card, limped with it into his master's office. As he thrust his head in at the door, he saw that Ralph had resumed the thoughtful posture into which he had fallen after perusing his nephew's letter, and that he seemed to have been reading it again as he once more held it open in his hand. The glance was but momentary, for Ralph, being disturbed, turned to demand the cause of the interruption. As Newman stated it, the cause himself swaggered into the room, and grasping Ralph's horny hand with uncommon affection, vowed that he had never seen him looking so well in all his life.
"There is quite a bloom upon your damned countenance," said Mr. Mantalini, seating himself unbidden and arranging his hair and whiskers. "You look quite juvenile and jolly, damn it."
"We are alone," returned Ralph tartly. "What do you want with me?"
"Good!"
cried Mr. Mantalini, displaying his teeth.
"What did I want? Yes, very good. What did I want? Oh, damn!"
"What do you want, man?" demanded Ralph sternly.
"Damnation discount,"
returned Mr. Mantalini with a grin and shaking his head waggishly. "Money is scarce," said Ralph. "Damned scarce, or I shouldn't want it," interrupted Mr. Mantalini. "The times are bad, and one scarcely knows whom to trust," continued Ralph. "I don't want to do business just now. In fact, I would rather not. But as you're a friend, how many bills have you there?" "2," returned Mr. Mantalini. "What is the gross amount?" "Damned trifling, 5/70. "And the dates?" 2 months and 4. "I'll do them for you. Mind, for you. I wouldn't for many people. For £25, said Ralph deliberately. "Oh, damn it!" cried Mr. Mantalini, whose face lengthened considerably at this handsome proposal. "Why, that leaves you 50, retorted Ralph. "What would you have? Let me see the names." "You are so damn hard, Nickleby," remonstrated Mr. Mantalini. "Let me see the names," replied Ralph, impatiently extending his hand for the bills. "Well, they're not sure, but they're safe enough. Do you consent to the terms, and will you take the money? I don't want you to do so. I would rather you didn't."
"Damn, Nickleby, can't you—"
began Mr. Mantalini. "No," replied Ralph, interrupting him. "I can't. Will you take the money? Down. Mind, no delay. No going into the city and pretending to negotiate with some other party who has no existence and never had. Is it a bargain, or is it not?" Ralph pushed some papers from him as he spoke and carelessly rattled his cash-box as though by mere accident. The sound was too much for Mr. Mantalini. He closed the bargain directly it reached his ears, and Ralph told the money out upon the table. He had scarcely done so, and Mr. Mantalini had not yet gathered it all up, when a ring was heard at the bell, and immediately afterwards Newman ushered in no less a person than Madame Mantalini, at sight of whom Mr. Mantalini evinced considerable discomposure and swept the cash into his pocket with remarkable alacrity.
"Oh, you are here,"
said Madame Mantalini, tossing her head.
"Yes, my life and soul I am,"
replied her husband, dropping on his knees and pouncing with kitten-like playfulness upon a stray sovereign.
"I am here, my soul's delight, upon Tom Tiddler's ground, picking up the demnition gold and silver."
"I am ashamed of you," said Madame Mantalini with much indignation.
"Ashamed? Of me, my joy? It knows it is talking damned charming sweetness, but naughty fibs," returned Mr. Mantalini. "It knows it's not ashamed of its own popolorum tibi."
Whatever were the circumstances which had led to such a result, it certainly appeared as though the popolorum tibi had rather miscalculated, for the nonce, the extent of his lady's affection. Madame Mantalini only looked scornful in reply, and, turning to Ralph, begged him to excuse her intrusion.
"which is entirely attributable," said Madame, "to the gross misconduct and most improper behaviour of Mr. Mantalini."
"Of me, my essential juice of pineapple?"
"Of you," returned his wife. "But I will not allow it. I will not submit to be ruined by the extravagance and profligacy of any man. I call Mr. Nickleby to witness the course I intend to pursue with you." "Pray don't call me to witness anything, ma'am," said Ralph. "Settle it between yourselves. Settle it between yourselves."
"No, but I must beg you as a favour," said Madame Mantalini,
"to hear me give him notice of what it is my fixed intention to do. My fixed intention, sir," repeated Madame Mantalini, darting an angry look at her husband.
"Will she call me sir?"
cried Mantalini.
"Me, who dote upon her with the damnedest ardour, she who coils her fascinations round me like a pure angelic rattlesnake. It will be all up with my feelings. She will throw me into a damned state."
"Don't talk of feelings, sir," rejoined Madame Mantalini, seating herself and turning her back upon him. "You don't consider mine."
"I do not consider yours, my soul!" exclaimed Mr. Mantalini.
"No," replied his wife. And notwithstanding various blandishments on the part of Mr. Mantalini, Madame Mantalini still said no, and said it too with such determined and resolute ill temper that Mr. Mantalini was clearly taken aback. "His extravagance, Mr. Nickleby," said Madame Mantalini, addressing herself to Ralph, who leant against his easy-chair with his hands behind him and regarded the amiable couple with a smile of the supremest and most unmitigated contempt. "His extravagance is beyond all bounds." "I should scarcely have supposed it," answered Ralph sarcastically. "I assure you, Mr. Nickleby, however, that it is," returned Madame Mantalini. "It makes me miserable. I am under constant apprehensions and in constant difficulty, and even this," said Madame Mantalini, wiping her eyes, "is not the worst. He took some papers of value out of my desk this morning without asking my permission." Mr. Mantalini groaned slightly and buttoned his trousers pocket. "I am obliged," continued Madame Mantalini, "since our late misfortunes, to pay Miss Nagg a great deal of money for having her name in the business, and I really cannot afford to encourage him in all his wastefulness. As I have no doubt that he came straight here, Mr. Nickleby, to convert the papers I have spoken of into money, and as you have assisted us very often before, and are very much connected with us in this kind of matters, I wish you to know the determination at which his conduct has compelled me to arrive." Mr. Mantalini groaned once more from behind his wife's bonnet, and fitting a sovereign into one of his eyes, winked with the other at Ralph. Having achieved this performance with great dexterity, he whipped the coin into his pocket and groaned again with increased penitence. "I have made up my mind," said Madame Mantalini, as tokens of impatience manifested themselves in Ralph's countenance, "to allowance him." "To do that, my joy?" inquired Mr. Mantalini, who did not seem to have caught the words. "To put him," said Madame Mantalini, looking at Ralph and prudently abstaining from the slightest glance at her husband, lest his many graces should induce her to falter in her resolution, "to put him upon a fixed allowance, and I say that if he has £120 a year for his clothes and pocket-money, he may consider himself a very fortunate man." Mr. Mantalini waited, with much decorum, to hear the amount of the proposed stipend, but when it reached his ears, he cast his hat and cane upon the floor, and drawing out his pocket-handkerchief, gave vent to his feelings in a dismal moan. "Damnation!" cried Mr. Mantalini, suddenly skipping out of his chair, and as suddenly skipping into it again, to the great discomposure of his lady's nerves. "But no, it is a damned horrid dream. It is not reality. No." Comforting himself with this assurance, Mr. Mantalini closed his eyes and waited patiently till such time as he should wake up. "A very judicious arrangement," observed Ralph with a sneer. "If your husband will keep within it, ma'am, as no doubt he will." "Damn it!" exclaimed Mr. Mantalini, opening his eyes at the sound of Ralph's voice. "It is a horrid reality. She is sitting there before me. There is the graceful outline of her form. It cannot be mistaken. There is nothing like it. The two countesses had no outlines at all, and the dowager's was a damned outline. Why is she so excruciatingly beautiful that I cannot be angry with her, even now?" "You have brought it upon yourself, Alfred," returned Madame Mantalini, still reproachfully, but in a softened tone. "I am a damned villain!" cried Mr. Mantalini, smiting himself on the head. "I will fill my pockets with change for a sovereign and halfpence and drown myself in the Thames. But I will not be angry with her even then, for I will put a note in the twopenny post as I go along to tell her where the body is. She will be a lovely widow. I shall be a body. Some handsome women will cry. She will laugh damnably." "Alfred, you cruel, cruel creature!" said Madame Mantalini, sobbing at the dreadful picture. "She calls me cruel. Me, who for her sake will become a damned, damp, moist, unpleasant body!" exclaimed Mr. Mantalini. "You know, it almost breaks my heart even to hear you talk of such a thing,"
replied Madame Mantalini. "Can I live to be mistrusted?" cried her husband. "Have I cut my heart into a damned extraordinary number of little pieces and given them all away, one after another, to the same little engrossing damnation captivator? And can I live to be suspected by her? Damn it! No, I can't. Ask Mr. Nickleby whether the sum I have mentioned is not a proper one," reasoned Madame Mantalini. "I don't want any sum," replied her disconsolate husband. "I shall require no damned allowance. I will be a body." On this repetition of Mr. Mantalini's fatal threat, Madame Mantalini wrung her hands and implored the interference of Ralph Nickleby, and after a great quantity of tears and talking and several attempts on the part of Mr. Mantalini to reach the door, preparatory to straightway committing violence upon himself, that gentleman was prevailed upon with difficulty to promise that he wouldn't be a body. This great point attained, Madame Mantalini argued the question of the allowance, and Mr. Mantalini did the same, taking occasion to show that he could live with uncommon satisfaction upon bread and water and go clad in rags, but he could not support existence with the additional burden of being mistrusted by the object of his most devoted and disinterested affection. This brought fresh tears into Madame Mantalini's eyes, which, having just begun to open to some few of the demerits of Mr. Mantalini, were only open a very little way and could be easily closed again. The result was that without quite giving up the allowance question, Madame Mantalini postponed its further consideration, and Ralph saw clearly enough that Mr. Mantalini had gained a fresh lease of his easy life, and that for some time longer at all events his degradation and downfall were postponed. "But it will come soon enough," thought Ralph. "All love! Bah! That I should use the cant of boys and girls is fleeting enough, though that which has its sole root in the admiration of a whiskered face, like that of yonder baboon, perhaps lasts the longest, as it originates in the greater blindness and is fed by vanity. Meantime the fools bring grist to my mill, so let them live out their day, and the longer it is the better." These agreeable reflections occurred to Ralph Nickleby as sundry small caresses and endearments, supposed to be unseen, were exchanged between the objects of his thoughts. "If you have nothing more to say, my dear, to Mr. Nickleby," said Madame Mantalini, "we will take our leaves. I am sure we have detained him much too long already." Mr. Mantalini answered, in the first instance, by tapping Madame Mantalini several times on the nose, and then by remarking in words that he had nothing more to say. "Damn it, I have, though," he added almost immediately, drawing Ralph into a corner. "Here's an affair about your friend Sir Mulberry, such a damned extraordinary out-of-the-way kind of thing as never was, eh?" "What do you mean?" asked Ralph. "Don't you know, damn it?" asked Mr. Mantalini. "I see by the paper that he was thrown from his cabriolet last night and severely injured, and that his life is in some danger," answered Ralph with great composure. "But I see nothing extraordinary in that. Accidents are not miraculous events when men live hard and drive after dinner." "Whew!" cried Mr. Mantalini in a long shrill whistle. "Then don't you know how it was?" "Not unless it was as I have just supposed," replied Ralph, shrugging his shoulders carelessly, as if to give his questioner to understand that he had no curiosity upon the subject. "Damn it, you amaze me!" cried Mantalini. Ralph shrugged his shoulders again, as if it were no great feat to amaze Mr. Mantalini, and cast a wistful glance at the face of Newman Noggs, which had several times appeared behind a couple of panes of glass in the room door, it being a part of Newman's duty, when unimportant people called, to make various feints of supposing that the bell had rung for him to show them out, by way of a gentle hint to such visitors that it was time to go. "Don't you know," said Mr. Mantalini, taking Ralph by the button, "that it wasn't an accident at all, but a damned furious manslaughtering attack made upon him by your nephew?" "What?" snarled Ralph, clenching his fists and turning a livid white. "Damn it, Nickleby, you're as great a tiger as he is," said Mantalini, alarmed at these demonstrations. "Go on," cried Ralph. "Tell me what you mean. What is this story? Who told you? Speak."
growled Ralph. "Do you hear me?"
"Gad, Nickleby,"
said Mr. Mantalini, retreating towards his wife.
"what a damnable, fierce old evil genius you are! You're enough to frighten the life and soul out of her little delicious wits, flying all at once into such a blazing, ravaging, raging passion as never was. Damn it!"
"Pshaw!" rejoined Ralph, forcing a smile. "It is but manner."
"It is a damned uncomfortable, private, madhouse sort of a manner," said Mr. Mantalini, picking up his cane.
Ralph affected to smile, and once more inquired from whom Mr. Mantalini had derived his information.
"From Pyke, and a damned fine, pleasant, gentlemanly dog it is," replied Mantalini. "Demnition pleasant, and a tip-top sawyer."
"And what said he?" asked Ralph, knitting his brows.
"That it happened this way. That your nephew met him at a coffee-house, fell upon him with the most damnable ferocity, followed him to his cab, swore he would ride home with him if he rode upon the horse's back or hooked himself onto the horse's tail, smashed his countenance, which is a damned fine countenance in its natural state, frightened the horse, pitched out Sir Mulberry and himself, and—"
"And was killed?" interposed Ralph with gleaming eyes.
"Was he? Is he dead?"
Mantalini shook his head.
"Ugh!"
said Ralph, turning away. "Then he has done nothing. Stay," he added, looking round again. "He broke a leg or an arm, or put his shoulder out, or fractured his collarbone, or ground a rib or two. His neck was saved for the halter, but he got some painful and slow-healing injury for his trouble. Did he? You must have heard that, at least." "No," rejoined Mantalini, shaking his head again,
"unless he was dashed into such little pieces that they blew away. He wasn't hurt, for he went off as quiet and comfortable as demnition,"
said Mr. Mantalini, rather at a loss for a simile. "And what," said Ralph, hesitating a little, "what was the cause of quarrel?"
"You are the damnedest knowing hand," replied Mr. Mantalini in an admiring tone. "The cunningest, rummest, superlativest old fox. Oh, damn! To pretend now not to know that it was the little bright-eyed niece, the softest, sweetest, prettiest—"
"Alfred?" interposed Madame Mantalini.
"She is always right," rejoined Mr. Mantalini soothingly, "and when she says it is time to go, it is time, and go she shall. And when she walks along the streets with her own tulip, the women shall say, with envy, she has got a damned fine husband, and the men shall say with rapture, he has got a damned fine wife, and they shall both be right, and neither wrong, upon my life and soul. Oh, damn it!"
With which remarks, and many more, no less intellectual and to the purpose, Mr. Mantalini kissed the fingers of his gloves to Ralph Nickleby, and drawing his lady's arm through his, led her mincingly away.
So, muttered Ralph, dropping into his chair. "This devil is loose again, and thwarting me as he was born to do, at every turn. He told me once there should be a day of reckoning between us sooner or later. I'll make him a true prophet, for it shall surely come."
"Are you at home?" asked Newman, suddenly popping in his head.
"No,"
replied Ralph, with equal abruptness. Newman withdrew his head, but thrust it in again. "You're quite sure you're not at home, are you?" said Newman.
"What does the idiot mean?"
cried Ralph testily. "He's been waiting, nearly ever since they first came in, and may have heard your voice. That's all," said Newman, rubbing his hands.
"Who has?"
demanded Ralph, wrought by the intelligence he had just heard and his clerk's provoking coolness to an intense pitch of irritation. The necessity of a reply was superseded by the unlooked-for entrance of a third party. The individual in question, who, bringing his one eye, for he had but one, to bear on Ralph Nickleby, made a great many shambling bows and sat himself down in an arm-chair with his hands on his knees and his short black trousers drawn up so high in the legs by the exertion of seating himself that they scarcely reached below the tops of his Wellington boots.
"Why, this is a surprise,"
said Ralph, bending his gaze upon the visitor and half smiling as he scrutinized him attentively. "I should know your face, Mr. Squeers."
"Ah!" replied that worthy. "And you'd have knowed it better, sir, if it hadn't been for all that I've been a-going through. Just lift that little boy off the tall stool in the back office and tell him to come in here, will you, my man?" said Squeers, addressing himself to Newman. "Oh, he lifted hisself off. My son, sir, little Wackford. What do you think of him, sir, for a specimen of the Dothboys' Hall feeding? Ain't he fit to bust out of his clothes and start the seams and make the very buttons fly off with his fatness? Here's flesh!" cried Squeers, turning the boy about and indenting the plumpest parts of his figure with divers pokes and punches, to the great discomposure of his son and heir. "Here's firmness, here's solidness. Why, you can hardly get up enough of him between your finger and thumb to pinch him anywheres." In however good condition Master Squeers might have been, he certainly did not present this remarkable compactness of person, for on his father's closing his finger and thumb in illustration of his remark, he uttered a sharp cry and rubbed the place in the most natural manner possible. "Well," remarked Squeers, a little disconcerted, "I had him there, but that's because we breakfasted early this morning and he hasn't had his lunch yet. Why, you couldn't shut a bit of him in a door when he's had his dinner. Look at them tears, sir," said Squeers with triumphant air, as Master Wackford wiped his eyes with the cuff of his jacket. "There's oiliness." "He looks well indeed," returned Ralph, who, for some purpose of his own, seemed desirous to conciliate the schoolmaster. "But how is Mrs. Squeers, and how are you?" "Mrs. Squeers, sir," replied the proprietor of Dothboys, "is, as she always is, a mother to them lads, and a blessing and a comfort and a joy to all them as knows her. One of our boys, gorging hisself with victuals and then turning in, that's their way, got a abscess on him last week. To see how she operated upon him with a penknife, oh law!" said Squeers, heaving a sigh and nodding his head a great many times. "What a member of society that woman is!" Mr. Squeers indulged in a retrospective look for some quarter of a minute, as if this allusion to his lady's excellences had naturally led his mind to the peaceful village of Dothboys near Greta Bridge in Yorkshire, and then looked at Ralph as if waiting for him to say something. "Have you quite recovered that scoundrel's attack?" asked Ralph. "I've only just done it, if I've done it now," replied Squeers. "I was one blessed bruise, sir," said Squeers, touching first the roots of his hair and then the toes of his boots, "from here to there. Vinegar and brown paper, vinegar and brown paper from morning to night. I suppose there was a matter of half a ream of brown paper stuck upon me from first to last. As I lay all of a heap in our kitchen, plastered all over, you might have thought I was a large brown paper parcel, chock full of nothing but groans. Did I groan loud, Wackford, or did I groan soft?" asked Mr. Squeers, appealing to his son. "Loud," replied Wackford. "Was the boys sorry to see me in such a dreadful condition, Wackford, or was they glad?" asked Mr. Squeers, in a sentimental manner. "Glad, eh?" cried Squeers, turning sharp round. "Oh, sorry," rejoined his son. "Oh!" said Squeers, catching him a smart box on the ear. "Then take your hands out of your pockets, and don't stammer when you're asked a question. Hold your noise, sir, in the gentleman's office, or I'll run away from my family and never come back any more, and then what would become of all them precious and forlorn lads as would be let loose on the world without their best friend at their elbows?" "Were you obliged to have medical attendance?" required Ralph. "Aye, was I," rejoined Squeers, "and a precious bill the medical attendant brought in too. But I paid it, though." Ralph elevated his eyebrows in a manner which might be expressive of either sympathy or astonishment, just as the beholder was pleased to take it. "Yes, I paid every farthing," replied Squeers, who seemed to know the man he had to deal with too well to suppose that any blinking of the question would induce him to subscribe towards the expenses. "I wasn't out of pocket by it after all, either."
No, said Ralph.
Not a halfpenny,
replied Squeers.
The fact is, we've only one extra with our boys, and that is for doctors when required, and not then unless we're sure of our customers. You see?
I understand, said Ralph.
Very good,
rejoined Squeers.
Then, after me bill was run up, we picked out 5 little boys, sons of small tradesmen as was sure pay, that had never had the scarlet fever, and we sent one to a cottage where they'd got it, and he took it, and then we put the 4 others to sleep with him, and they took it, and then the doctor came and attended them once all round, and we divided my total among 'em, and added it on to their little bills, and the parents paid it.
And a good plan too, said Ralph, eyeing the schoolmaster stealthily.
I believe you, rejoined Squeers. We always do it. Why, when Mrs. Squeers was brought to bed with little Wackford here, we ran the whooping cough through 6 boys and charged her expenses among 'em, monthly nurse included.
Ralph never laughed, but on this occasion he produced the nearest approach to it that he could, and waiting until Mr. Squeers had enjoyed the professional joke to his heart's content, inquired what had brought him to town.
Some bothering law business,
replied Squeers, scratching his head,
connected with an action for what they call neglect of a boy. I don't know what they would have. He had as good grazing, that boy had, as there is about us.
Ralph looked as if he did not quite understand the observation.
Grazing,
said Squeers, raising his voice under the impression that as Ralph failed to comprehend him, he must be deaf.
When a boy gets weak and ill and don't relish his meals, we give him a change of diet. Turn him out, for an hour or so every day, into a neighbour's turnip field, or sometimes, if it's a delicate case, a turnip field and a piece of carrots alternately, and let him eat as many as he likes. There ain't better land in the country than this perverse lad grazed on, and yet he goes and catches cold and indigestion and what not, and then his friends brings a lawsuit against me. Now, you'd hardly suppose, added Squeers, moving in his chair with the impatience of an ill-used man, that people's ingratitude would carry them quite as far as that, would you?
A hard case indeed, observed Ralph.
You don't say more than the truth when you say that, replied Squeers. I don't suppose there's a man going as possesses the fondness for youth that I do. There's youth to the amount of £800 a year at Dotheboys Hall at this present time. I take £1,600 worth if I could get 'em, and be as fond of every individual £20 among 'em as nothing should equal it.
Are you stopping at your old quarters? asked Ralph.
Yes, we are at the Saracen, replied Squeers, and as it don't want very long to the end of the half-year, we shall continue to stop there till I've collected the money, and some new boys too, I hope. I brought little Wackford up on purpose to show to parents and guardians. I shall put him in the advertisement this time. Look at that boy, himself a pupil. Why, he's a miracle of high feeding, that boy is.
I should like to have a word with you, said Ralph, who had both spoken and listened mechanically for some time, and seemed to have been thinking.
As many words as you like, sir,
rejoined Squeers.
Wackford, you go and play in the back office, and don't move about too much, or you'll get thin, and that won't do. You haven't got such a thing as twopence, Mr. Nickleby, have you?
said Squeers, rattling a bunch of keys in his coat pocket and muttering something about its being all silver. I think I have, said Ralph, very slowly, and producing, after much rummaging in an old drawer, a penny, a halfpenny, and 2 farthings.
Thank'ee,
said Squeers, bestowing it upon his son.
Here, you go and buy a tart. Mr. Nickleby's man will show you where, and mind you buy a rich one. Pastry, added Squeers, closing the door on Master Wackford, makes his flesh shine a good deal, and parents thinks that a healthy sign.
With this explanation and a peculiarly knowing look to eke it out, Mr. Squeers moved his chair so as to bring himself opposite to Ralph Nickleby at no great distance off, and having planted it to his entire satisfaction, sat down. "Attend to me," said Ralph, bending forward a little. Squeers nodded. "I am not to suppose," said Ralph, "that you are dolt enough to forgive or forget very readily the violence that was committed upon you, or the exposure which accompanied it."
"Devil a bit,"
replied Squeers tartly. "Or lose an opportunity of repaying it with interest, if you could get one," said Ralph.
"Show me one, and try," rejoined Squeers.
"Some such object it was that induced you to call on me," said Ralph, raising his eyes to the schoolmaster's face.
"No, I don't know that," replied Squeers. "I thought that if it was in your power to make me, besides the trifle of money you sent, any compensation—"
"Ah!" cried Ralph, interrupting him. "You needn't go on." After a long pause, during which Ralph appeared absorbed in contemplation, he again broke silence by asking, "Who was this boy that he took with him?" Squeers stated his name. "Was he young or old, healthy or sickly, tractable or rebellious? Speak out, man," retorted Ralph.
"Why, he wasn't young," answered Squeers. "That is, not young for a boy, you know."
"That is, he was not a boy at all, I suppose?" interrupted Ralph.
"Well,"
returned Squeers briskly, as if he felt relieved by the suggestion,
"he might have been nigh 20. He wouldn't seem so old, though, to them as didn't know him, for he was a little wanting here,"
touching his forehead. "Nobody at home, you know, if you knocked ever so often." "And you did knock pretty often, I dare say," muttered Ralph.
"Pretty well,"
returned Squeers with a grin. "When you wrote to acknowledge the receipt of this trifle of money, as you call it," said Ralph, "you told me his friends had deserted him long ago, and that you had not the faintest clue or trace to tell you who he was. Is that the truth?"
"It is, worse luck,"
replied Squeers, becoming more and more easy and familiar in his manner as Ralph pursued his inquiries with the less reserve.
"It's 14 years ago, by the entry in my book, since a strange man brought him to my place one autumn night and left him there, paying £5.5 for his first quarter in advance. He might have been 5 or 6 years old at that time, not more."
"What more do you know about him?" demanded Ralph.
"Devilish little, I'm sorry to say," replied Squeers. "The money was paid for some 6 or 8 year, and it stopped. He had given an address in London, had this chap, but when it came to the point, of course, nobody knowed anything about him. So I kept the lad out of
"Charity?" suggested Ralph dryly.
"Charity, to be sure," returned Squeers, rubbing his knees. "And when he begins to be useful in a certain sort of way, this young scoundrel of a Nickleby comes and carries him off. But the most vexatious and aggravating part of the whole affair is," said Squeers, dropping his voice and drawing his chair still closer to Ralph, "that some questions have been asked about him at last. Not of me, but in a roundabout kind of way of people in our village. So that just when I might have had all arrears paid up, perhaps, and perhaps, who knows, such things have happened in our business before, a present besides for putting him out to a farmer or sending him to sea so that he might never turn up to disgrace his parents, supposing him to be a natural boy, as many of our boys are. Damn, if that villain of a Nickleby don't collar him in open day and commit as good as highway robbery upon my pocket."
"We will both cry quits with him before long," said Ralph, laying his hand on the arm of the Yorkshire schoolmaster.
"Quits?" echoed Squeers. "Ah, and I should like to leave a small balance in his favour to be settled when he can. I only wish Mrs. Squeers could catch hold of him. Bless her heart!
She'd murder him, Mr. Nickleby, she would, as soon as eat her dinner." "We will talk of this again," said Ralph. "I must have time to think of it, to wound him through his own affections and fancies. If I could strike him through this boy—"
"Strike him how you like, sir," interrupted Squeers. "Only hit him hard enough, that's all. And with that, I'll say good morning. Here, just chuck that little boy's hat off that corner peg and lift him off the stool, will you?" Bawling these requests to Newman Noggs, Mr. Squeers betook himself to the little back office and fitted on his child's hat with parental anxiety, while Newman, with his pen behind his ear, sat stiff and immovable on his stool, regarding the father and son by turns with a broad stare. "He's a fine boy, ain't he?" said Squeers, throwing his head a little on one side and falling back to the desk, the better to estimate the proportions of little Wackford. "Very," said Newman. "Pretty well swelled out, ain't he?" pursued Squeers. "He has the fatness of 20 boys, he has."
"Ah!" replied Newman, suddenly thrusting his face into that of Squeers.
"He has the fatness of 20. More, he's got it all. God help that others. Oh, Lord!"
Having uttered these fragmentary observations, Newman dropped upon his desk and began to write with most marvellous rapidity.
"Why, what does the man mean?" cried Squeers, colouring. "Is he drunk?"
Newman made no reply.
"Is he mad?"
said Squeers. But still Newman betrayed no consciousness of any presence save his own. So Mr. Squeers comforted himself by saying that he was both drunk and mad, and with this parting observation he led his hopeful son away. In exact proportion as Ralph Nickleby became conscious of a struggling and lingering regard for Kate, had his detestation of Nicholas augmented. It might be that to atone for the weakness of inclining to any one person, he held it necessary to hate some other more intensely than before, but such had been the course of his feelings. And now to be defied and spurned, to be held up to her in the worst and most repulsive colours, to know that she was taught to hate and despise him, to feel that there was infection in his touch and taint in his companionship, to know all this, and to know that the mover of it all was that same boyish poor relation who had twitted him in their very first interview, and openly bearded and braved him since, wrought his quiet and stealthy malignity to such a pitch that there was scarcely anything he would not have hazarded to gratify it if he could have seen his way to some immediate retaliation. But, fortunately for Nicholas, Ralph Nickleby did not, and although he cast about all that day and kept a corner of his brain working on the one anxious subject through all the round of schemes and businesses that came with it, night found him at last, still harping on the same theme, and still pursuing the same unprofitable reflections. "When my brother was such as he," said Ralph, "the first comparisons were drawn between us, always in my disfavour. He was open, liberal, gallant, gay, I a crafty hunks of cold and stagnant blood, with no passion but love of saving, and no spirit beyond a thirst for gain. I recollected it well when I first saw this whipster, but I remember it better now." He had been occupied in tearing Nicholas's letter into atoms, and as he spoke he scattered it in a tiny shower about him. "Recollections like these," pursued Ralph with a bitter smile, "flock upon me when I resign myself to them, in crowds and from countless quarters. As a portion of the world affect to despise the power of money, I must try and show them what it is." And being by this time in a pleasant frame of mind for slumber, Ralph Nickleby went to bed. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 35. Smike becomes known to Mrs. Nickleby and Kate. Nicholas also meets with new acquaintances. Brighter days seem to dawn upon the family. Having established his mother and sister in the apartments of the kind-hearted miniature painter, and ascertained that Sir Mulberry Hawk was in no danger of losing his life, Nicholas turned his thoughts to poor Smike, who, after breakfasting with Newman Noggs, had remained in a disconsolate state at that worthy creature's lodgings, waiting with much anxiety for further intelligence of his protector. As he will be one of our own little household wherever we live, or whatever fortune is in reserve for us, thought Nicholas, I must present the poor fellow in due form. They will be kind to him for his own sake, and if not on that account solely to the full extent I could wish, they will stretch a point, I am sure, for mine. Nicholas said they, but his misgivings were confined to one person. He was sure of Kate, but he knew his mother's peculiarities, and was not quite so certain that Smike would find favour in the eyes of Mrs. Nickleby. However, thought Nicholas as he departed on his benevolent errand, she cannot fail to become attached to him when she knows what a devoted creature he is, and as she must quickly make the discovery, his probation will be a short one. "I was afraid," said Smike, overjoyed to see his friend again, "that you had fallen into some fresh trouble. The time seemed so long at last that I almost feared you were lost." "Lost?" replied Nicholas gaily. "You will not be rid of me so easily, I promise you. I shall rise to the surface many thousand times yet, and the harder the thrust that pushes me down, the more quickly I shall rebound, Smike. But come, my errand here is to take you home." "Home?" faltered Smike, drawing timidly back. "Aye," rejoined Nicholas, taking his arm. "Why not?" "I had such hopes once," said Smike. "Day and night, for many years, I longed for home till I was weary and pined away with grief. But now—" "And what now?" asked Nicholas, looking kindly in his face. "What now, old friend?" "I could not part from you to go to any home on earth," replied Smike, pressing his hand, except one. I shall never be an old man, and if your hand placed me in the grave, and I could think, before I died, that you would come and look upon it sometimes with one of your kind smiles, and in the summer weather, when everything was alive, not dead, like me, I could go to that home almost without a tear." "Why do you talk thus, poor boy, if your life is a happy one with me?" said Nicholas. "Because I should change, not those about me, and if they forgot me, I should never know it," replied Smike. "In the churchyard we're all alike, but here there are none like me. I am a poor creature, but I know that." "You are a foolish, silly creature," said Nicholas cheerfully. "If that is what you mean, I grant you that. Why, here's a dismal face for ladies' company. My pretty sister, too, whom you have so often asked me about. Is this your Yorkshire gallantry? For shame, for shame!" Smike brightened up and smiled. "When I talk of home," pursued Nicholas, "I talk of mine, which is yours, of course. If it were defined by any particular four walls and a roof, God knows I should be sufficiently puzzled to say whereabouts it lay. But that is not what I mean. When I speak of home, I speak of the place where, in default of a better, those I love are gathered together. And if that place were a gipsy's tent or a barn, I should call it by the same good name, notwithstanding. And now for what is my present home, which, however alarming your expectations may be, will neither terrify you by its extent nor its magnificence." So saying, Nicholas took his companion by the arm, and saying a great deal more to the same purpose, and pointing out various things to amuse and interest him as they went along, led the way to Miss La Creevy's house. "And this, Kate," said Nicholas, entering the room where his sister sat alone, "is the faithful friend and affectionate fellow-traveller whom I prepared you to receive." Poor Smike was bashful and awkward and frightened enough at first, but Kate advanced towards him so kindly and said in such a sweet voice how anxious she had been to see him after all her brother had told her, and how much she had to thank him for having comforted Nicholas so greatly in their very trying reverses, that he began to be very doubtful whether he should shed tears or not, and became still more flurried. However, he managed to say in a broken voice that Nicholas was his only friend, and that he would lay down his life to help him. And Kate, although she was so kind and considerate, seemed to be so wholly unconscious of his distress and embarrassment that he recovered almost immediately and felt quite at home. Then Miss La Creevy came in, and to her Smike had to be presented also. And Miss La Creevy was very kind too, and wonderfully talkative, not to Smike, for that would have made him uneasy at first, but to Nicholas and his sister. Then, after a time, she would speak to Smike himself now and then, asking him whether he was a judge of likenesses, and whether he thought that picture in the corner was like herself, and whether he didn't think it would have looked better if she had made herself 10 years younger, and whether he didn't think, as a matter of general observation, that young ladies look better not only in pictures, but out of them too, than old ones, with many more small jokes and facetious remarks, which were delivered with such good humour and merriment that Smike thought, within himself, she was the nicest lady he had ever seen, even nicer than Mrs. Grudden, of Mr. Vincent Crummles's theatre, and she was a nice lady too, and talked perhaps more, but certainly louder, than Miss La Creevy. At length the door opened again, and a lady in mourning came in, and Nicholas, kissing the lady in mourning affectionately and calling her his mother, led her towards the chair from which Smike had risen when she entered the room. "You are always kind-hearted and anxious to help the oppressed, my dear mother," said Nicholas, "so you will be favourably disposed towards him, I know."
"I am sure, my dear Nicholas,"
replied Mrs. Nickleby, looking very hard at her new friend and bending to him with something more of majesty than the occasion seemed to require,
"I am sure any friend of yours has, as indeed he naturally ought to have, and must have, of course, you know, a great claim upon me, and of course it is a very great pleasure to me to be introduced to anybody you take an interest in. There can be no doubt about that, none at all, not the least in the world," said Mrs. Nickleby. "At the same time, I must say, Nicholas, my dear, as I used to say to your poor dear papa when he would bring gentlemen home to dinner, and there was nothing in the house, that if he had come the day before yesterday— no, I don't mean the day before yesterday now. I should have said perhaps the year before last, we should have been better able to entertain him." With which remarks Mrs. Nickleby turned to her daughter and inquired in an audible whisper whether the gentleman was going to stop all night. "Because if he is, Kate, my dear," said Mrs. Nickleby, "I don't see that it's possible for him to sleep anywhere, and that's the truth."
Kate stepped gracefully forward, and without any show of annoyance or irritation, breathed a few words into her mother's ear.
"La, Kate, my dear," said Mrs. Nickleby, shrinking back, "how you do tickle one! Of course, I understand that, my love, without your telling me, and I said the same to Nicholas, and I'm very much pleased. You didn't tell me, Nicholas, my dear," added Mrs. Nickleby, turning round with an air of less reserve than she had before assumed, "what your friend's name is."
"His name, mother," replied Nicholas, "is Smike." The effect of this communication was by no means anticipated, but the name was no sooner pronounced than Mrs. Nickleby dropped upon a chair and burst into a fit of crying. "What is the matter?" exclaimed Nicholas, running to support her.
It's so like Pike,"
cried Mrs. Nickleby.
"so exactly like Pike. Oh, don't speak to me. I shall be better presently."
And after exhibiting every symptom of slow suffocation in all its stages, and drinking about a teaspoonful of water from a full tumbler, and spilling the remainder, Mrs. Nickleby was better, and remarked, with a feeble smile, that she was very foolish, she knew.
It's a weakness in our family," said Mrs. Nickleby, "so of course I can't be blamed for it. Your grandmamma Kate was exactly the same, precisely. The least excitement, the slightest surprise, she fainted away directly. I have heard her say often and often that when she was a young lady and before she was married she was turning a corner into Oxford Street one day when she ran against her own hairdresser, who it seemed was escaping from a bear. The mere suddenness of the encounter made her faint away directly. Wait, though," added Mrs. Nickleby, pausing to consider. "Let me be sure I'm right. Was it her hairdresser who had escaped from a bear, or was it a bear who had escaped from her hairdresser's? I declare I can't remember just now, but the hairdresser was a very handsome man, I know, and quite a gentleman in his manners, so that it has nothing to do with the point of the story." Mrs. Nickleby, having fallen imperceptibly into one of her retrospective moods, improved in temper from that moment, and glided, by an easy change of the conversation occasionally, into various other anecdotes, no less remarkable for their strict application to the subject in hand. "Mr. Smike is from Yorkshire, Nicholas, my dear,"
said Mrs. Nickleby after dinner, and when she had been silent for some time. "Certainly, mother," replied Nicholas. "I see you have not forgotten his melancholy history."
"Oh, dear no!"
cried Mrs. Nickleby.
"Ah, melancholy indeed! You don't happen, Mr. Smike, ever to have dined with the Grimbles of Grimble Hall, somewhere in the North Riding, do you?" said the good lady, addressing herself to him. "A very proud man, Sir Thomas Grimble, with 6 grown-up and most lovely daughters, and the finest park in the county."
"My dear mother," reasoned Nicholas, "do you suppose that the unfortunate outcast of a Yorkshire school was likely to receive many cards of invitation from the nobility and gentry in the neighbourhood?"
"Really, my dear, I don't know why it should be so very extraordinary," said Mrs. Nickleby. "I know that when I was at school I always went at least twice every half-year to the Hawkinses at Taunton Vale, and they are much richer than the Grimbles, and connected with them in marriage. So you see it's not so very unlikely after all."
Having put down Nicholas in this triumphant manner, Mrs. Nickleby was suddenly seized with a forgetfulness of Smike's real name and an irresistible tendency to call him Mr. Slammons, which circumstance she attributed to the remarkable similarity of the two names in point of sound, both beginning with an S, and moreover being spelt with an M. But whatever doubt there might be on this point, there was none as to his being a most excellent listener, which circumstance had considerable influence in placing them on the very best terms, and inducing Mrs. Nickleby to express the highest opinion of his general deportment and disposition. Thus the little circle remained on the most amicable and agreeable footing until the Monday morning, when Nicholas withdrew himself from it for a short time, seriously to reflect upon the state of his affairs and to determine, if he could, upon some course of life which would enable him to support those who were so entirely dependent upon his exertions. Mr. Crummles occurred to him more than once, but although Kate was acquainted with the whole history of his connexion with that gentleman, his mother was not, and he foresaw 1,000 fretful objections on her part to his seeking a livelihood upon the stage. There were graver reasons, too, against his returning to that mode of life, independently of those arising out of its spare and precarious earnings and his own internal conviction that he could never hope to aspire to any great distinction, even as a provincial actor. How could he carry his sister from town to town and place to place, and debar her from any other associates than those with whom he would be compelled, almost without distinction, to mingle? "It won't do," said Nicholas, shaking his head. "I must try something else." It was much easier to make this resolution than to carry it into effect. With no greater experience of the world than he had acquired for himself in his short trials, with a sufficient share of headlong rashness and precipitation, qualities not altogether unnatural at his time of life, with a very slender stock of money and a still more scanty stock of friends, what could he do? "Egad," said Nicholas, "I'll try that register office again." He smiled at himself as he walked away with a quick step, for an instant before he had been internally blaming his own precipitation. He did not laugh himself out of the intention, however, for on he went, picturing to himself, as he approached the place, all kinds of splendid possibilities, and impossibilities too, for that matter, and thinking himself, perhaps with good reason, very fortunate to be endowed with so buoyant and sanguine a temperament. The office looked just the same as when he had left it last, and indeed with one or two exceptions there seemed to be the very same placards in the window that he had seen before. There were the same unimpeachable masters and mistresses in want of virtuous servants, and the same virtuous servants in want of unimpeachable masters and mistresses, and the same magnificent estates for the investment of capital, and the same enormous quantities of capital to be invested in estates, and, in short, the same opportunities of all sorts for people who wanted to make their fortunes. And a most extraordinary proof it was of the national prosperity that people had not been found to avail themselves of such advantages long ago. As Nicholas stopped to look in at the window, an old gentleman happened to stop too, and Nicholas, carrying his eye along the window-panes from left to right in search of some capital text placard which should be applicable to his own case, caught sight of this old gentleman's figure and instinctively withdrew his eyes from the window to observe the same more closely. He was a sturdy old fellow in a broad-skirted blue coat, made pretty large to fit easily, and with no particular waist, his bulky legs clothed in drab breeches and high gaiters, and his head protected by a low-crowned, broad-brimmed white hat, such as a wealthy grazier might wear. He wore his coat buttoned, and his dimpled double chin rested in the folds of a white neckerchief, not one of your stiff-starched apoplectic cravats, but a good, easy, old-fashioned white neckcloth that a man might go to bed in and be none the worse for. But what principally attracted the attention of Nicholas was the old gentleman's eye. Never was such a clear, twinkling, honest, merry, happy eye as that. And there he stood, looking a little upward, with one hand thrust into the breast of his coat and the other playing with his old-fashioned gold watch-chain, his head thrown a little on one side and his hat a little more on one side than his head, but that was evidently accident, not his ordinary way of wearing it. With such a pleasant smile playing about his mouth, and such a comical expression of mingled slyness, simplicity, kind-heartedness, and good humour lighting up his jolly old face, that Nicholas would have been content to have stood there and looked at him until evening, and to have forgotten meanwhile that there was such a thing as a soured mind or a crabbed countenance to be met with in the whole wide world. But even a very remote approach to this gratification was not to be made, for although he seemed quite unconscious of having been the subject of observation, he looked casually at Nicholas, and the latter, fearful of giving offence, resumed his scrutiny of the window instantly. Still, the old gentleman stood there, glancing from placard to placard, and Nicholas could not forbear raising his eyes to his face again. Grafted upon the quaintness and oddity of his appearance was something so indescribably engaging, and bespeaking so much worth, and there were so many little lights hovering about the corners of his mouth and eyes, that it was not a mere amusement but a positive pleasure and delight to look at him. This being the case, it is no wonder that the old man caught Nicholas in the fact more than once. At such times Nicholas coloured and looked embarrassed, for the truth is that he had begun to wonder whether the stranger could, by any possibility, be looking for a clerk or secretary, and thinking this, he felt as if the old gentleman must know it. Long as all this takes to tell, it was not more than a couple of minutes in passing. As the stranger was moving away, Nicholas caught his eye again, and, in the awkwardness of the moment, stammered out an apology. "No offence. Oh, no offence," said the old man. This was said in such a hearty tone, and the voice was so exactly what it should have been from such a speaker, and there was such a cordiality in the manner, that Nicholas was emboldened to speak again. "A great many opportunities here, sir," he said, half smiling as he motioned towards the window. "A great many people willing and anxious to be employed have seriously thought so very often, I dare say," replied the old man. "Poor fellows, poor fellows!" He moved away as he said this, but seeing that Nicholas was about to speak, good-naturedly slackened his pace, as if he were unwilling to cut him short. After a little of that hesitation which may be sometimes observed between two people in the street who have exchanged a nod and are both uncertain whether they shall turn back and speak or not, Nicholas found himself at the old man's side. "You were about to speak, young gentleman. What were you going to say?" "Merely that I almost hoped, I mean to say thought, you had some object in consulting those advertisements," said Nicholas.
Aye, aye. What object now? What object? Returned the old man, looking slyly at Nicholas. Did you think I wanted a situation now, eh? Did you think I did? Nicholas shook his head. Laughed the old gentleman, rubbing his hands and wrists as if he were washing them. A very natural thought, at all events. After seeing me gazing at those bills, I thought the same of you at first. Upon my word, I did. If you had thought so at last too, sir, you would not have been far from the truth, rejoined Nicholas. Eh? Cried the old man, surveying him from head to foot. What? Dear me, no, no. Well-behaved young gentleman reduced to such a necessity? No, 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 no. Nicholas bowed, and bidding him good morning, turned upon his heel. Stay, said the old man, beckoning him into a by-street where they could converse with less interruption. What do you mean, eh? Merely that your kind face and manner, both so unlike any I have ever seen, tempted me into an avowal which, to any other stranger in this wilderness of London, I should not have dreamt of making, returned Nicholas. Wilderness? Yes, it is, it is. Good, it is a wilderness, said the old man with much animation. It was a wilderness to me once. I came here barefoot. I have never forgotten it, thank God. And he raised his hat from his head and looked very grave. What's the matter? What is it? How did it all come about? Said the old man, laying his hand on the shoulder of Nicholas and walking him up to the street. You're... eh? Laying his finger on the sleeve of his black coat. Who's it for, eh? My father, replied Nicholas. Ah, said the old gentleman quickly. Bad thing for a young man to lose his father. Widowed mother, perhaps? Nicholas sighed. Brothers and sisters too, eh? One sister, rejoined Nicholas. Poor thing, poor thing. You are a scholar too, I dare say, said the old man, looking wistfully into the face of the young one. I have been tolerably well educated, said Nicholas. Fine thing, said the old gentleman. Education, a great thing, a very great thing. I never had any. I admire it the more in others. A very fine thing. Yes, yes. Tell me more of your history. Let me hear it all. No impertinent curiosity. No, no, no. There was something so earnest and guileless in the way in which all this was said, and such a complete disregard of all conventional restraints and coldnesses, that Nicholas could not resist it. Among men who have any sound and sterling qualities, there is nothing so contagious as pure openness of heart. Nicholas took the infection instantly, and ran over the main points of his little history without reserve, merely suppressing names and touching as lightly as possible upon his uncle's treatment of Kate. The old man listened with great attention, and when he had concluded, drew his arm eagerly through his own. Don't say another word. Not another word, said he. Come along with me. We mustn't lose a minute. So saying, the old gentleman dragged him back into Oxford Street, and hailing an omnibus on its way to the city, pushed Nicholas in before him and followed himself. As he appeared in a most extraordinary condition of restless excitement, and whenever Nicholas offered to speak, immediately interposed with, Don't say another word, my dear sir, on any account. Not another word. The young man thought it better to attempt no further interruption. Into the city they journeyed accordingly, without interchanging any conversation, and the farther they went, the more Nicholas wondered what the end of the adventure could possibly be. The old gentleman got out with great alacrity when they reached the bank, and once more taking Nicholas by the arm, hurried him along Threadneedle Street, and through some lanes and passages on the right, until they at length emerged into a quiet, shady little square. Into the oldest and cleanest-looking house of business in the square he led the way.
The only inscription on the door-post was Cheeryble Brothers. But from a hasty glance at the directions of some packages which were lying about, Nicholas supposed that the brothers Cheeryble were German merchants. Passing through a warehouse which presented every indication of a thriving business, Mr. Cheeryble, for such Nicholas supposed him to be, from the respect which had been shown him by the warehousemen and porters whom they passed, led him into a little partitioned-off counting-house, like a large glass case, in which counting-house there sat, as free from dust and blemish as if he had been fixed into the glass case before the top was put on and had never come out since, a fat, elderly, large-faced clerk with silver spectacles and a powdered head. "Is my brother in his room, Tim?" said Mr. Cheeryble, with no less kindness of manner than he had shown to Nicholas. "Yes, he is, sir," replied the fat clerk, turning his spectacle glasses towards his principal and his eyes towards Nicholas. "But Mr. Trimmers is with him." "Aye! And what has he come about, Tim?" said Mr. Cheeryble. "He is getting up a subscription for the widow and family of a man who was killed in the East India Docks this morning, sir," rejoined Tim. "Smashed, sir, by a cask of sugar." "He is a good creature," said Mr. Cheeryble with great earnestness. "He is a kind soul. I am very much obliged to Trimmers. Trimmers is one of the best friends we have. He makes 1,000 cases known to us that we should never discover of ourselves. I am very much obliged to Trimmers." Saying which, Mr. Cheeryble rubbed his hands with infinite delight, and Mr. Trimmers, happening to pass the door that instant on his way out, shot out after him and caught him by the hand. "I owe you 1,000 thanks, Trimmers, 10,000 thanks. I take it very friendly of you, very friendly indeed," said Mr. Cheeryble, dragging him into a corner to get out of hearing. "How many children are there, and what has my brother Ned given Trimmers?" "There are 6 children," replied the gentleman, "and your brother has given us £20." "My brother Ned is a good fellow, and you're a good fellow too, Trimmers," said the old man, shaking him by both hands with trembling eagerness. "Put me down for another 20. Or stop a minute. We mustn't look ostentatious. Put me down £10, and Tim Lincolnwater £10. A cheque for £20 for Mr. Trimmers, Tim. God bless you, Trimmers, and come and dine with us some day this week. You'll always find a knife and fork, and we shall be delighted. Now, my dear sir, cheque from Mr. Lincolnwater, Tim. Smashed by a cask of sugar, and 6 poor children. Oh, dear, dear, dear!" Talking on in this strain as fast as he could to prevent any friendly remonstrances from the collector of the subscription on the large amount of his donation, Mr. Cheeryble led Nicholas, equally astonished and affected by what he had seen and heard in this short space, to the half-open door of another room. "Brother Ned," said Mr. Cheeryble, tapping with his knuckles and stooping to listen, "are you busy, my dear brother, or can you spare time for a word or two with me?" "Brother Charles, my dear fellow," replied a voice from the inside, so like in its tones to that which had just spoken that Nicholas started and almost thought it was the same. "Don't ask me such a question, but come in directly." They went in without further parley. What was the amazement of Nicholas when his conductor advanced and exchanged a warm greeting with another old gentleman, the very type and model of himself, the same face, the same figure, the same coat, waistcoat, and neckcloth, the same breeches and gaiters. Nay, there was the very same white hat hanging against the wall. As they shook each other by the hand, the face of each lighted up by beaming looks of affection, which would have been most delightful to behold in infants, and which in men so old was inexpressibly touching. Nicholas could observe that the last old gentleman was something stouter than his brother. This, and a slight additional shade of clumsiness in his gait and stature, formed the only perceptible difference between them. Nobody could have doubted their being twin brothers. "Brother Ned," said Nicholas's friend, closing the room door, "here is a young friend of mine whom we must assist.
we must make proper inquiries into his statements in justice to him as well as to ourselves, and if they are confirmed, as I feel assured they will be, we must assist him. We must assist him, brother Ned." "It is enough, my dear brother, that you say we should," returned the other. "When you say that, no further inquiries are needed. He shall be assisted. What are his necessities, and what does he require? Where is Tim Linkinwater? Let us have him here." Both the brothers, it may be here remarked, had a very emphatic and earnest delivery. Both had lost nearly the same teeth, which imparted the same peculiarity to their speech, and both spoke as if, besides possessing the utmost serenity of mind that the kindliest and most unsuspecting nature could bestow, they had, in collecting the plums from fortune's choicest pudding, retained a few for present use and kept them in their mouths. "Where is Tim Linkinwater?" said brother Ned. "Stop, stop, stop!" said brother Charles, taking the other aside. "I've a plan, my dear brother, I've a plan. Tim is getting old, and Tim has been a faithful servant, brother Ned, and I don't think pensioning Tim's mother and sister and buying a little tomb for the family when his poor brother died was a sufficient recompense for his faithful services." "No, no, no," replied the other. "Certainly not. Not half enough, not half." "If we could lighten Tim's duties," said the old gentleman, "and prevail upon him to go into the country now and then and sleep in the fresh air besides 2 or 3 times a week, which he could if he began business an hour later in the morning, old Tim Linkinwater would grow young again in time, and he's 3 good years our senior now. Oh, Tim Linkinwater young again, eh, brother Ned, eh? Why, I recollect old Tim Linkinwater quite a little boy, don't you? Ah, poor Tim, poor Tim!" And the fine old fellows laughed pleasantly together, each with a tear of regard for old Tim Linkinwater standing in his eye. "But hear this first, brother Ned," said the old man, hastily placing 2 chairs, one on each side of Nicholas. "I'll tell it you myself, brother Ned, because the young gentleman is modest and is a scholar, Ned, and I shouldn't feel it right that he should tell us his story over and over again as if he was a beggar or as if we doubted him. No, no, no. No, no, no," returned the other, nodding his head gravely. "Very right, my dear brother, very right." "He will tell me I'm wrong if I make a mistake," said Nicholas's friend, "but whether I do or not, he'll be very much affected, brother Ned, remembering the time when we were 2 friendless lads and earned our first shilling in this great city." The twins pressed each other's hands in silence, and in his own homely manner brother Charles related the particulars he had heard from Nicholas. The conversation which ensued was a long one, and when it was over, a secret conference of almost equal duration took place between brother Ned and Tim Linkinwater in another room. It is no disparagement to Nicholas to say that before he had been closeted with the 2 brothers 10 minutes, he could only wave his hand at every fresh expression of kindness and sympathy, and sob like a little child. At length brother Ned and Tim Linkinwater came back together, when Tim instantly walked up to Nicholas and whispered in his ear in a very brief sentence, for Tim was ordinarily a man of few words, that he had taken down the address in the Strand and would call upon him that evening at 8. Having done which, Tim wiped his spectacles and put them on, preparatory to hearing what more the brothers Cheeryble had got to say. "Tim," said brother Charles, "you understand that we have an intention of taking this young gentleman into the counting-house?" Brother Ned remarked that Tim was aware of that intention and quite approved of it, and Tim, having nodded and said he did, drew himself up and looked particularly fat and very important, after which there was a profound silence. "I'm not coming an hour later in the morning, you know," said Tim, breaking out all at once and looking very resolute. I'm not going to sleep in the fresh air. No, I'm not going to the country either. A pretty thing at this time of day, certainly. Damn your obstinacy, Tim Linkinwater, said Brother Charles, looking at him without the faintest spark of anger, and with a countenance radiant with attachment to the old clerk. Damn your obstinacy, Tim Linkinwater. What do you mean, sir? It's 44 year, said Tim, making a calculation in the air with his pen and drawing an imaginary line before he cast it up. 44 year, next May, since I first kept the books of Cheerable Brothers. I've opened the safe every morning, all that time, Sundays excepted, as the clock struck 9, and gone over the house every night at 10:30, except on foreign post nights, and then 20 minutes before 12, to see the doors fastened and the fires out. I've never slept out of the back attic one single night. There's the same mignonette box in the middle of the window, and the same 4 flower pots, 2 on each side, that I brought with me when I first came. There an't, I've said it again and again, and I'll maintain it, there an't such a square as this in the world. I know there an't, said Tim with sudden energy and looking sternly about him. Not one. For business or pleasure, in summer time or winter, I don't care which, there's nothing like it. There's not such a spring in England as the pump under the archway. There's not such a view in England as a view out of my window. I've seen it every morning before I shaved, and I ought to know something about it. I've slept in that room, added Tim, sinking his voice a little, for 44 year, and if it wasn't inconvenient and didn't interfere with business, I should request leave to die there. Damn you, Tim Linkinwater, how dare you talk about dying? Roared the twins by one impulse, and blowing their old noses violently. That's what I've got to say, Mr. Edwin and Mr. Charles, said Tim, squaring his shoulders again. This isn't the first time you've talked about superannuating me, but if you please, we'll make it the last and drop the subject for evermore. With these words, Tim Linkinwater stalked out and shut himself up in his glass case, with the air of a man who had had his say and was thoroughly resolved not to be put down. The brothers interchanged looks and coughed some half-dozen times without speaking. "He must be done something with, brother Ned," said the other warmly. "We must disregard his old scruples. They can't be tolerated or borne. He must be made a partner, brother Ned, and if he won't submit to it peaceably, we must have recourse to violence." "Quite right," replied brother Ned, nodding his head as a man thoroughly determined. "Quite right, my dear brother. If he won't listen to reason, we must do it against his will, and show him that we are determined to exert our authority. We must quarrel with him, brother Charles. We must, we certainly must have a quarrel with Tim Linkinwater," said the other. "But in the meantime, my dear brother, we are keeping our young friend, and the poor lady and her daughter will be anxious for his return. So let us say good-bye for the present, and there, take care of that box, my dear sir, and no, not a word now, but be careful of the crossings, and with any disjointed and unconnected words which would prevent Nicholas from pouring forth his thanks, the brothers hurried him out, shaking hands with him all the way, and affecting very unsuccessfully, they were poor hands at deception, to be wholly unconscious of the feelings that completely mastered him. Nicholas's heart was too full to allow of his turning into the street until he had recovered some composure. When he at last glided out of the dark doorway corner in which he had been compelled to halt, he caught a glimpse of the twins stealthily peeping in at one corner of the glass case, evidently undecided whether they should follow up their late attack without delay, or for the present postpone laying further siege to the inflexible Tim Linkinwater. To recount all the delight and wonder which the circumstances just detailed awakened at Miss La Creevy's, and all the things that were done, said, thought, expected, hoped, and prophesied in consequence, is beside the present course and purpose of these adventures. It is sufficient to state in brief that Mr. Timothy Linkinwater arrived punctual to his appointment, that, oddity as he was,
and jealous as he was bound to be of the proper exercise of his employer's most comprehensive liberality, he reported strongly and warmly in favour of Nicholas, and that next day he was appointed to the vacant stool in the counting-house of Cheeryble Brothers, with a present salary of £120 a year. "And I think, my dear brother," said Nicholas's first friend, "that if we were to let them that little cottage at Bow, which is empty, at something under the usual rent now, brother Ned?" "For nothing at all," said brother Ned. "We are rich, and should be ashamed to touch the rent under such circumstances as these. Where is Tim Linkinwater? For nothing at all, my dear brother, for nothing at all." "Perhaps it would be better to say something, brother Ned," suggested the other mildly. "It would help to preserve habits of frugality, you know, and remove any painful sense of overwhelming obligations. We might say £15 or £20, and if it was punctually paid, make it up to them in some other way. And I might secretly advance a small loan towards a little furniture, and you might secretly advance another small loan, brother Ned, and if we find them doing well, as we shall, there's no fear, no fear. We can change the loans into gifts. Carefully, brother Ned, and by degrees, and without pressing upon them too much. What do you say now, brother?" Brother Ned gave his hand upon it, and not only said it should be done, but had it done too, and, in one short week, Nicholas took possession of the stool, and Mrs. Nickleby and Kate took possession of the house, and all was hope, bustle, and light-heartedness. There surely never was such a week of discoveries and surprises as the first week of that cottage. Every night when Nicholas came home, something new had been found out. One day it was a grapevine, and another day it was a boiler, and another day it was the key of the front parlour closet at the bottom of the water-butt, and so on through 100 items. Then this room was embellished with a muslin curtain, and that room was rendered quite elegant by a window-blind, and such improvements were made as no one would have supposed possible. Then there was Miss La Creevy, who had come out in the omnibus to stop a day or two and help, and who was perpetually losing a very small brown-paper parcel of tin-tacks and a very large hammer, and running about with her sleeves tucked up at the wrists, and falling off pairs of steps and hurting herself very much, and Mrs. Nickleby, who talked incessantly and did something now and then, but not often, and Kate, who busied herself noiselessly everywhere and was pleased with everything, and Smike, who made the garden a perfect wonder to look upon, and Nicholas, who helped and encouraged them every one. All the peace and cheerfulness of home restored, with such new zest imparted to every frugal pleasure, and such delight to every hour of meeting, as misfortune and separation alone could give. In short, the poor Nicklebys were social and happy, while the rich Nickleby was alone and miserable. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 36. Private and confidential, relating to family matters, showing how Mr. Kenwigs underwent violent agitation and how Mrs. Kenwigs was as well as could be expected. It might have been 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was growing dark in the narrow streets near Golden Square, when Mr. Kenwigs sent out for a pair of the cheapest white kid gloves, those at 14 pence, and selecting the strongest, which happened to be the right-hand one, walked downstairs with an air of pomp and much excitement, and proceeded to muffle the knob of the street-door knocker therein. Having executed this task with great nicety, Mr. Kenwigs pulled the door to after him, and just stepped across the road to try the effect from the opposite side of the street. Satisfied that nothing could possibly look better in its way, Mr. Kenwigs then stepped back again, and calling through the keyhole to Morleena to open the door, vanished into the house and was seen no longer. Now, considered as an abstract circumstance, there was no more obvious cause or reason why Mr. Kenwigs should take the trouble of muffling this particular knocker than there would have been for his muffling the knocker of any nobleman or gentleman resident 10 miles off, because, for the greater convenience of the numerous lodgers, the street door always stood wide open, and the knocker was never used at all. The first floor, the second floor, and the third floor had each a bell of its own. As to the attics, no one ever called on them. If anybody wanted the parlours, they were close at hand, and all he had to do was to walk straight into them, while the kitchen had a separate entrance down the area steps. As a question of mere necessity and usefulness, therefore, this muffling of the knocker was thoroughly incomprehensible. But knockers may be muffled for other purposes than those of mere utilitarianism, as in the present instance was clearly shown. There are certain polite forms and ceremonies which must be observed in civilized life, or mankind relapse into their original barbarism. No genteel lady was ever yet confined, indeed no genteel confinement can possibly take place, without the accompanying symbol of a muffled knocker. Mrs. Kenwigs was a lady of some pretensions to gentility. Mrs. Kenwigs was confined. And therefore Mr. Kenwigs tied up the silent knocker on the premises in a white kid glove. "I'm not quite certain neither," said Mr. Kenwigs, arranging his shirt-collar, walking slowly upstairs, "whether, as it's a boy, I won't have it in the papers." Pondering upon the advisability of this step and the sensation it was likely to create in the neighbourhood, Mr. Kenwigs betook himself to the sitting-room, where various extremely diminutive articles of clothing were airing on a horse before the fire, and Mr. Lumby, the doctor, was dandling the baby. That is, the old baby, not the new one. "It's a fine boy, Mr. Kenwigs," said Mr. Lumby, the doctor. "You consider him a fine boy, do you, sir?" returned Mr. Kenwigs. "It's the finest boy I ever saw in all my life," said the doctor. "I never saw such a baby." It is a pleasant thing to reflect upon, and furnishes a complete answer to those who contend for the gradual degeneration of the human species, that every baby born into the world is a finer one than the last. "I never saw such a baby," said Mr. Lumby, the doctor. "Morleena was a fine baby," remarked Mr. Kenwigs, as if this were rather an attack by implication upon the family. "They were all fine babies," said Mr. Lumby, and Mr. Lumby went on nursing the baby with a thoughtful look. Whether he was considering under what head he could best charge the nursing in the bill was best known to himself. During this short conversation, Miss Morleena, as the eldest of the family and natural representative of her mother during her indisposition, had been hustling and slapping the 3 younger Miss Kenwigses without intermission, which considerate and affectionate conduct brought tears into the eyes of Mr. Kenwigs and caused him to declare that, in understanding and behaviour, that child was a woman. "She will be a treasure to the man she marries, sir," said Mr. Kenwigs, half aside. "I think she'll marry above her station, Mr. Lumby." "I shouldn't wonder at all," replied the doctor. "You never see her dance, sir, did you?" asked Mr. Kenwigs. The doctor shook his head. "Aye," said Mr. Kenwigs, as though he pitied him from his heart. "Then you don't know what she's capable of." All this time there had been a great whisking in and out of the other room. The door had been opened and shut very softly about 20 times a minute, for it was necessary to keep Mrs. Kenwigs quiet, and the baby had been exhibited to a score or 2 of deputations from a select body of female friends who had assembled in the passage and about the street door to discuss the event in all its bearings. Indeed, the excitement extended itself over the whole street, and groups of ladies might be seen standing at the doors, some in the interesting condition in which Mrs. Kenwigs had last appeared in public, relating their experiences of similar occurrences. Some few acquired great credit from having prophesied the day before yesterday exactly when it would come to pass. Others again related how they guessed what it was. Directly they saw Mr. Kenwigs turn pale and run up the street as hard as ever he could go. Some said one thing and some another, but all talked together and all agreed upon 2 points. First, that it was very meritorious and highly praiseworthy in Mrs. Kenwigs to do as she had done, and secondly, that there never was such a skilful and scientific doctor as that Dr. Lumby. In the midst of this general hubbub, Dr. Lumby sat in the first-floor front, as before related, nursing the deposed baby and talking to Mr. Kenwigs. He was a stout, bluff-looking gentleman with no shirt-collar to speak of and a beard that had been growing since yesterday morning, for Dr. Lumby was popular, and the neighbourhood was prolific, and there had been no less than 3 other knockers muffled, one after the other, within the last 48 hours. "Well, Mr. Kenwigs," said Dr. Lumby, "this makes 6. You'll have a fine family in time, sir."
"I think 6 is almost enough, sir," returned Mr. Kenwigs.
"Pooh, pooh," said the doctor. "Nonsense. Not half enough." With this the doctor laughed, but he didn't laugh half as much as a married friend of Mrs. Kenwigs's, who had just come in from the sick-chamber to report progress and take a small sip of brandy and water, and who seemed to consider it one of the best jokes ever launched upon society. "They're not altogether dependent upon good fortune neither," said Mr. Kenwigs, taking his second daughter on his knee. "They have expectations." "Oh, indeed," said Mr. Lumby the doctor.
"And very good ones too, I believe, haven't they?"
asked the married lady. "Why, ma'am," said Mr. Kenwigs, "it's not exactly for me to say what they may be or what they may not be. It's not for me to boast of any family with which I have the honour to be connected. At the same time, Mrs. Kenwigs is, I should say," said Mr. Kenwigs abruptly and raising his voice as he spoke, "that my children might come into a matter of £100 apiece, perhaps more, but certainly that."
"And a very pretty little fortune,"
said the married lady. "There are some relations of Mrs. Kenwigs's," said Mr. Kenwigs, taking a pinch of snuff from the doctor's box and then sneezing very hard, for he wasn't used to it, "that might leave their £100 apiece to 10 people, and yet not go begging when they had done it."
"Ah, I know what you mean,"
observed the married lady, nodding her head. "I made mention of no names, and I wish to make mention of no names," said Mr. Kenwigs with a portentous look. "Many of my friends have met a relation of Mrs. Kenwigs's in this very room, as would do honour to any company. That's all."
"I've met him,"
said the married lady with a glance towards Dr. Lumby. "It's naturally very gratifying to my feelings as a father to see such a man as that a-kissing and taking notice of my children," pursued Mr. Kenwigs. "It's naturally very gratifying to my feelings as a man to know that man. It will be naturally very gratifying to my feelings as a husband to make that man acquainted with this event." Having delivered his sentiments in this form of words, Mr. Kenwigs arranged his second daughter's flaxen tail and bade her be a good girl and mind what her sister Morleena said. "That girl grows more like her mother every day," said Mr. Lumby, suddenly stricken with an enthusiastic admiration of Morleena.
"There,"
rejoined the married lady.
"What I always say, what I always did say. She's the very picter of her."
Having thus directed the general attention to the young lady in question, the married lady embraced the opportunity of taking another sip of the brandy and water, and a pretty long sip too. "Yes, there's a likeness," said Mr. Kenwigs after some reflection. "But such a woman as Mrs. Kenwigs was afore she was married, good gracious, such a woman!" Mr. Lumby shook his head with great solemnity, as though to imply that he supposed she must have been rather a dazzler. "Talk of fairies!" cried Mr. Kenwigs. "I never see anybody so light to be alive, never. Such manners, too, so playful, and yet so sewerely proper. As for her figure, it isn't generally known," said Mr. Kenwigs, dropping his voice, "but her figure was such, at that time, that the sign of the Britannia over in the Holloway Road was painted from it."
"But only see what it is now," urged the married lady. "Does she look like the mother of 6?"
"Quite ridiculous!" cried the doctor.
She looks a deal more like her own daughter," said the married lady.
"So she does," assented Mr. Lumby. "A great deal more." Mr. Kenwigs was about to make some further observations, most probably in confirmation of this opinion, when another married lady, who had looked in to keep up Mrs. Kenwigs's spirits and to help clear off anything in the eating and drinking way that might be going about, put in her head to announce that she had just been down to answer the bell and that there was a gentleman at the door who wanted to see Mr. Kenwigs most particular. Shadowy visions of his distinguished relation flitted through the brain of Mr. Kenwigs as this message was delivered, and under their influence he dispatched Morleena to show the gentleman up straightway. "Why, I do declare," said Mr. Kenwigs, standing opposite the door so as to get the earliest glimpse of the visitor as he came upstairs, "it's Mr. Johnson. How do you find yourself, sir?" Nicholas shook hands, kissed his old pupils all round, entrusted a large parcel of toys to the guardianship of Morleena, bowed to the doctor and the married ladies, and inquired after Mrs. Kenwigs in a tone of interest, which went to the very heart and soul of the nurse, who had come in to warm some mysterious compound in a little saucepan over the fire. "I ought to make 100 apologies to you for calling at such a season," said Nicholas, "but I was not aware of it until I had rung the bell, and my time is so fully occupied now that I feared it might be some days before I could possibly come again." "No time like the present, sir," said Mr. Kenwigs. "The situation of Mrs. Kenwigs, sir, is no obstacle to a little conversation between you and me, I hope." "You are very good," said Nicholas. At this juncture proclamation was made by another married lady that the baby had begun to eat like anything, whereupon the two married ladies already mentioned rushed tumultuously into the bedroom to behold him in the act. "The fact is," resumed Nicholas, "that before I left the country, where I have been for some time past, I undertook to deliver a message to you." "Aye, aye?" said Mr. Kenwigs. "And I have been," added Nicholas, "already in town for some days without having an opportunity of doing so." "It's no matter, sir," said Mr. Kenwigs. "I dare say it's none the worse for keeping cold. Message from the country," said Mr. Kenwigs, ruminating. "That's curious. I don't know anybody in the country." "Miss Petowker?" suggested Nicholas. "Oh, from her, is it?" said Mr. Kenwigs. "Oh, dear, yes. Ah, Mrs. Kenwigs will be glad to hear from her. Henrietta Petowker, eh? Oh, how odd things come about now, that you should have met her in the country. Well!" Hearing this mention of their old friend's name, the four Miss Kenwigses gathered round Nicholas, open-eyed and mouthed, to hear more. Mr. Kenwigs looked a little curious too, but quite comfortable and unsuspecting. "The message relates to family matters," said Nicholas, hesitating. "Oh, never mind," said Kenwigs, glancing at Mr. Lumby, who, having rashly taken charge of little Lillyvick, found nobody disposed to relieve him of his precious burden. "All friends here." Nicholas hemmed once or twice and seemed to have some difficulty in proceeding. "At Portsmouth, Henrietta Petowker is," observed Mr. Kenwigs. "Yes," said Nicholas. "Mr. Lillyvick is there." Mr. Kenwigs turned pale, but he recovered and said, "That was an odd coincidence also." "The message is from him," said Nicholas. Mr. Kenwigs appeared to revive. He knew that his niece was in a delicate state and had no doubt sent word that they were to forward full particulars. Yes, that was very kind of him. So like him, too. "He desired me to give his kindest love," said Nicholas. "Very much obliged to him, I'm sure. Your great-uncle, Lillyvick, my dears," interposed Mr. Kenwigs, condescendingly explaining it to the children. "His kindest love," resumed Nicholas, "and to say that he had no time to write, but that he was married to Miss Petowker." Mr. Kenwigs started from his seat with a petrified stare, caught his second daughter by her flaxen tail, and covered his face with his pocket-handkerchief. Morleena fell, all stiff and rigid, into the baby's chair,
as she had seen her mother fall when she fainted away, and the two remaining little Kenwigses shrieked in affright. "My children! My defrauded, swindled infants!" cried Mr. Kenwigs, pulling so hard in his vehemence at the flaxen tail of his second daughter that he lifted her up on tiptoe and kept her for some seconds in that attitude. "Villain! Ass! Traitor!" "Drat the man!" cried the nurse, looking angrily around. "What does he mean by making that noise here?" "Silence, woman!" said Mr. Kenwigs fiercely. "I won't be silent," returned the nurse. "Be silent yourself, you wretch! Have you no regard for your baby?" "No," returned Mr. Kenwigs. "More shame for you," retorted the nurse. "Ugh! You unnatural monster!" "Let him die!" cried Mr. Kenwigs in the torrent of his wrath. "Let him die! He has no expectations, no property to come into. We want no babies here," said Mr. Kenwigs recklessly. "Take them away! Take them away to the fondling!" With these awful remarks, Mr. Kenwigs sat himself down in a chair and defied the nurse, who made the best of her way into the adjoining room and returned with a stream of matrons, declaring that Mr. Kenwigs had spoken blasphemy against his family and must be raving mad. Appearances were certainly not in Mr. Kenwigs's favour, for the exertion of speaking with so much vehemence, and yet in such a tone as should prevent his lamentations reaching the ears of Mrs. Kenwigs, had made him very black in the face. Besides which, the excitement of the occasion and an unwonted indulgence in various strong cordials to celebrate it had swollen and dilated his features to a most unusual extent. But Nicholas and the doctor, who had been passive at first, doubting very much whether Mr. Kenwigs could be in earnest, interfering to explain the immediate cause of his condition, the indignation of the matrons was changed to pity, and they implored him, with much feeling, to go quietly to bed. "The attention," said Mr. Kenwigs, looking round with a plaintive air, "the attention that I've shown to that man, the hasters he has eat, and the pints of ale he has drank in this house."
"It's very trying and very hard to bear, we know," said one of the married ladies. "But think of your dear darling wife." "Oh, yes, and what she's been undergoing of only this day," cried a great many voices. "There's a good man, do." "The presents that have been made to him," said Mr. Kenwigs, reverting to his calamity. "The pipes, the snuff-boxes, a pair of india-rubber goloshes that cost 6 and 6. "Ah, it won't bear thinking of indeed," cried the matrons generally, "but it'll all come home to him, never fear." Mr. Kenwigs looked darkly upon the ladies, as if he would prefer its all coming home to him, as there was nothing to be got by it. But he said nothing, and resting his head upon his hand, subsided into a kind of doze. Then the matrons again expatiated on the expediency of taking the good gentleman to bed, observing that he would be better to-morrow, and that they knew what was the wear and tear of some men's minds when their wives were taken, as Mrs. Kenwigs had been that day, and that it did him great credit, and there was nothing to be ashamed of in it. Far from it. They liked to see it. They did, for it showed a good heart. And one lady observed, as a case bearing upon the present, that her husband was often quite light-headed from anxiety on similar occasions, and that once, when her little Johnny was born, it was nearly a week before he came to himself again, during the whole of which time he did nothing but cry, "Is it a boy? Is it a boy?" in a manner which went to the hearts of all his hearers. At length Morleena, who quite forgot she had fainted when she found she was not noticed, announced that a chamber was ready for her afflicted parent, and Mr. Kenwigs, having partially smothered his 4 daughters in the closeness of his embrace, accepted the doctor's arm on one side and the support of Nicholas on the other, and was conducted upstairs to a bedroom which had been secured for the occasion. Having seen him sound asleep and heard him snore most satisfactorily, and having further presided over the distribution of the toys to the perfect contentment of all the little Kenwigses, Nicholas took his leave. The matrons dropped off one by one, with the exception of 6 or 8 particular friends who had determined to stop all night. The lights in the houses gradually disappeared. The last bulletin was issued that Mrs. Kenwigs was as well as could be expected, and the whole family were left to their repose. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 37. Nicholas finds further favour in the eyes of the brothers Cheeryble and Mr. Timothy Linkinwater. The brothers give a banquet on a great annual occasion. Nicholas, on returning home from it, receives a mysterious and important disclosure from the lips of Mrs. Nickleby. The square in which the counting-house of the brothers Cheeryble was situated, although it might not wholly realize the very sanguine expectations which a stranger would be disposed to form on hearing the fervent encomiums bestowed upon it by Tim Linkinwater, was nevertheless a sufficiently desirable nook in the heart of a busy town like London, and one which occupied a high place in the affectionate remembrances of several grave persons domiciled in the neighbourhood, whose recollections, however, dated from a much more recent period, and whose attachment to the spot was far less absorbing than were the recollections and attachment of the enthusiastic Tim. And let not those whose eyes have been accustomed to the aristocratic gravity of Grosvenor Square and Hanover Square, the dowager barrenness and frigidity of Fitzroy Square, or the gravel walks and garden seats of the squares of Russell and Euston, suppose that the affections of Tim Linkinwater, or the inferior lovers of this particular locality, had been awakened and kept alive by any refreshing associations with leaves, however dingy, or grass, however bare and thin. The city square has no enclosure save the lamp-post in the middle, and no grass but the weeds which spring up round its base. It is a quiet, little-frequented, retired spot, favourable to melancholy and contemplation, and appointments of long waiting, and up and down its every side the appointed saunters idly by the hour, together awakening the echoes with the monotonous sound of his footsteps on the smooth worn stones, and counting first the windows and then the very bricks of the tall silent houses that hem him round about. In winter-time the snow will linger there long after it has melted from the busy streets and highways. The summer's sun holds it in some respect, and while he darts his cheerful rays sparingly into the square, keeps his fiery heat and glare for noisier and less imposing precincts. It is so quiet that you can almost hear the ticking of your own watch when you stop to cool in its refreshing atmosphere. There is a distant hum of coaches, not of insects, but no other sound disturbs the stillness of the square. The ticket porter leans idly against the post at the corner, comfortably warm but not hot, although the day is broiling. His white apron flaps languidly in the air, his head gradually droops upon his breast, he takes very long winks with both eyes at once. Even he is unable to withstand the soporific influence of the place and is gradually falling asleep. But now he starts into full wakefulness, recoils a step or two, and gazes out before him with eager wildness in his eye. Is it a job, or a boy at marbles? Does he see a ghost or hear an organ? No, sight more unwonted still, there is a butterfly in the square, a real, live butterfly, astray from flowers and sweets and fluttering among the iron heads of the dusty area railings. But if there were not many matters immediately without the doors of Cheeryble Brothers to engage the attention or distract the thoughts of the young clerk, there were not a few within to interest and amuse him. There was scarcely an object in the place, animate or inanimate, which did not partake in some degree of the scrupulous method and punctuality of Mr. Timothy Linkinwater. Punctual as the counting-house dial, which he maintained to be the best timekeeper in London, next after the clock of some old, hidden, unknown church hard by, for Tim held the fabled goodness of that, at the Horse Guards, to be a pleasant fiction invented by jealous West Enders. The old clerk performed the minutest actions of the day and arranged the minutest articles in the little room in a precise and regular order which could not have been exceeded if it had actually been a real glass case fitted with the choicest curiosities. Paper, pens, ink, ruler, sealing wax, wafers, pounce-box, string-box, fire-box, Tim's hat, Tim's scrupulously folded gloves, Tim's other coat, looking precisely like a back view of himself as it hung against the wall, all had their accustomed inches of space. Except the clock, there was not such an accurate and unimpeachable instrument in existence as the little thermometer which hung behind the door. There was not a bird of such methodical and businesslike habits in all the world as the blind blackbird, who dreamed and dozed away his days in a large snug cage and had lost his voice from old age years before Tim first bought him. There was not such an eventful story in the whole range of anecdote as Tim could tell concerning the acquisition of that very bird. How, compassionating his starved and suffering condition, he had purchased him with the view of humanely terminating his wretched life. How he determined to wait 3 days and see whether the bird revived. How, before the half-time was out, the bird did revive, and how he went on reviving and picking up his appetite and good looks until he gradually became what you see him now, sir, Tim would say, glancing proudly at the cage. And with that Tim would utter a melodious chirrup and cry, "Dick!" And Dick, who for any sign of life he had previously given might have been a wooden or stuffed representation of a blackbird indifferently executed, would come to the side of the cage in 3 small jumps and, thrusting his bill between the bars, turn his sightless head towards his old master. And at that moment it would be very difficult to determine which of the two was the happier, the bird or Tim Linkinwater. Nor was this all. Everything gave back, besides, some reflection of the kindly spirit of the brothers. The warehousemen and porters were such sturdy, jolly fellows that it was a treat to see them. Among the shipping announcements and steam packet lists which decorated the counting-house wall were designs for almshouses, statements of charities, and plans for new hospitals. A blunderbuss and 2 swords hung above the chimney-piece for the terror of evil-doers, but the blunderbuss was rusty and shattered, and the swords were broken and edgeless. Elsewhere their open display in such a condition would have realized a smile, but there it seemed as though even violent and offensive weapons partook of the reigning influence and became emblems of mercy and forbearance. Such thoughts as these occurred to Nicholas very strongly on the morning when he first took possession of the vacant stool and looked about him more freely and at ease than he had before enjoyed an opportunity of doing. Perhaps they encouraged and stimulated him to exertion, for during the next 2 weeks all his spare hours, late at night and early in the morning, were incessantly devoted to acquiring the mysteries of book-keeping and some other forms of mercantile account. To these he applied himself with such steadiness and perseverance that, although he brought no greater amount of previous knowledge to the subject than certain dim recollections of 2 or 3 very long sums entered into a ciphering book at school and relieved for parental inspection by the effigy of a fat swan tastefully flourished by the writing-master's own hand, he found himself at the end of a fortnight in a condition to report his proficiency to Mr. Linkinwater, and to claim his promise that he, Nicholas Nickleby, should now be allowed to assist him in his graver labours. It was a sight to behold Tim Linkinwater slowly bring out a massive ledger and day-book, and, after turning them over and over and affectionately dusting their backs and sides, open the leaves here and there and cast his eyes, half mournfully, half proudly, upon the fair and unblotted entries. 44 year next May, said Tim. Many new ledgers since then. 44 year. Tim closed the book again. Come, come, said Nicholas. I am all impatience to begin. Tim Linkinwater shook his head with an air of mild reproof. Mr. Nickleby was not sufficiently impressed with the deep and awful nature of his undertaking. Suppose there should be any mistake, any scratching out? Young men are adventurous. It is extraordinary what they will rush upon sometimes, without even taking the precaution of sitting himself down upon his stool, but standing leisurely at the desk and with a smile upon his face, actually a smile. There was no mistake about it. Mr. Linkinwater often mentioned it afterwards. Nicholas dipped his pen into the inkstand before him and plunged into the books of Cheeryble Brothers. Tim Linkinwater turned pale, and tilting up his stool on the 2 legs nearest Nicholas, looked over his shoulder in breathless anxiety. Brother Charles and brother Ned entered the counting-house together, but Tim Linkinwater, without looking round, impatiently waved his hand as a caution that profound silence must be observed, and followed the nib of the inexperienced pen with strained and eager eyes. The brothers looked on with smiling faces, but Tim Linkinwater smiled not, nor moved for some minutes. At length he drew a long, slow breath, and still maintaining his position on the tilted stool, glanced at brother Charles, secretly pointed with the feather of his pen towards Nicholas, and nodded his head in a grave and resolute manner, plainly signifying, "He'll do." Brother Charles nodded again and exchanged a laughing look with brother Ned. But, just then, Nicholas stopped to refer to some other page, and Tim Linkinwater, unable to contain his satisfaction any longer, descended from his stool and caught him rapturously by the hand. "He has done it!" said Tim, looking round at his employers and shaking his head triumphantly. "His capital B's and D's are exactly like mine. He dots all his small i's and crosses every t as he writes it. There ain't such a young man as this in all London," said Tim, clapping Nicholas on the back. "Not one. Don't tell me. The city can't produce his equal. I challenge the city to do it." With this casting down of his gauntlet, Tim Linkinwater struck the desk such a blow with his clenched fist that the old blackbird tumbled off his perch with the start it gave him and actually uttered a feeble croak in the extremity of his astonishment. "Well said, Tim! Well said, Tim Linkinwater!" cried brother Charles, scarcely less pleased than Tim himself, and clapping his hands gently as he spoke. "I knew our young friend would take great pains, and I was quite certain he would succeed in no time. Didn't I say so, brother Ned?" "You did, my dear brother. Certainly, my dear brother, you said so, and you were quite right," replied Ned. "Quite right. Tim Linkinwater is excited, but he is justly excited, properly excited. Tim is a fine fellow. Tim Linkinwater, sir, you're a fine fellow." "Here's a pleasant thing to think of," said Tim, wholly regardless of this address to himself, and raising his spectacles from the ledger to the brothers. "Here's a pleasant thing. Do you suppose I haven't often thought of what would become of these books when I was gone? Do you suppose I haven't often thought that things might go on irregular and untidy here after I was taken away? But now," said Tim, extending his forefinger towards Nicholas, "now, when I've shown him a little more, I'm satisfied. The business will go on when I'm dead as well as it did when I was alive, just the same, and I shall have the satisfaction of knowing that there never were such books, never were such books, no, nor never will be such books as the books of Cheeryble Brothers." Having thus expressed his sentiments, Mr. Linkinwater gave vent to a short laugh, indicative of defiance to the cities of London and Westminster, and turning again to his desk, quietly carried 76 from the last column he had added up, and went on with his work. "Tim Linkinwater, sir," said brother Charles, "give me your hand, sir. This is your birthday. How dare you talk about anything else till you have been wished many happy returns of the day, Tim Linkinwater? God bless you, Tim. God bless you." "My dear brother," said the other, seizing Tim's disengaged fist, "Tim Linkinwater looks 10 years younger than he did on his last birthday." "Brother Ned, my dear boy," returned the other old fellow, "I believe that Tim Linkinwater was born 150 years old and is gradually coming down to 25, for he's younger every birthday than he was the year before." "So he is, brother Charles, so he is," replied brother Ned. "There's not a doubt about it. Remember, Tim," said brother Charles, "that we dine at 5:30 to-day instead of 2 o'clock. We always depart from our usual custom on this anniversary, as you very well know, Tim Linkinwater. Mr. Nickleby, my dear sir, you will make one. Tim Linkinwater, give me your snuff-box as a remembrance to brother Charles and myself of an attached and faithful rascal, and take that in exchange as a feeble mark of our respect and esteem, and don't open it until you go to bed, and never say another word upon the subject, or I'll kill the blackbird."
The dog! He should have had a golden cage 6 years ago, if it would have made him or his master a bit the happier. Now, brother Ned, my dear fellow, I'm ready. At 5:30, remember, Mr. Nickleby. Tim Linkinwater, sir. Take care of Mr. Nickleby at 5:30. Now, brother Ned." Chattering away thus, according to custom, to prevent the possibility of any thanks or acknowledgment being expressed on the other side, the twins trotted off arm in arm, having endowed Tim Linkinwater with a costly gold snuff-box, enclosing a bank-note worth more than its value 10 times told. At 5:15, punctual to the minute, arrived, according to annual usage, Tim Linkinwater's sister, and a great to-do there was between Tim Linkinwater's sister and the old housekeeper respecting Tim Linkinwater's sister's cap, which had been dispatched, per boy, from the house of the family where Tim Linkinwater's sister boarded, and had not yet come to hand, notwithstanding that it had been packed up in a bandbox, and the bandbox in a handkerchief, and the handkerchief tied on to the boy's arm, and notwithstanding, too, that the place of its consignment had been duly set forth, at full length, on the back of an old letter, and the boy enjoined, under pain of divers horrible penalties, the full extent of which the eye of man could not foresee, to deliver the same with all possible speed, and not to loiter by the way. Tim Linkinwater's sister lamented, the housekeeper condoled, and both kept thrusting their heads out of the second-floor window to see if the boy was coming, which would have been highly satisfactory and, upon the whole, tantamount to his being come, as the distance to the corner was not quite 5 yards, when, all of a sudden, and when he was least expected, the messenger carrying the bandbox with elaborate caution appeared in an exactly opposite direction, puffing and panting for breath, and flushed with recent exercise, as well he might be, for he had taken the air, in the first instance, behind a hackney coach that went to Camberwell, and had followed 2 punches afterwards, and had seen the stilts home to their own door. The cap was all safe, however. That was one comfort, and it was no use scolding him. That was another. So the boy went upon his way rejoicing, and Tim Linkinwater's sister presented herself to the company below stairs just 5 minutes after the half-hour had struck by Tim Linkinwater's own infallible clock. The company consisted of the brothers Cheeryble, Tim Linkinwater, a ruddy-faced, white-headed friend of Tim's who was a superannuated bank clerk, and Nicholas, who was presented to Tim Linkinwater's sister with much gravity and solemnity. The party being now completed, brother Ned rang for dinner, and, dinner being shortly afterwards announced, led Tim Linkinwater's sister into the next room, where it was set forth with great preparation. Then brother Ned took the head of the table, and brother Charles the foot, and Tim Linkinwater's sister sat on the left hand of brother Ned, and Tim Linkinwater himself on his right, and an ancient butler, of apoplectic appearance, and with very short legs, took up his position at the back of brother Ned's arm-chair, and, waving his right arm, preparatory to taking off the covers with a flourish, stood bolt upright and motionless. "For these and all other blessings, brother Charles," said Ned, "Lord, make us truly thankful, brother Ned," said Charles. Whereupon the apoplectic butler whisked off the top of the soup tureen and shot all at once into a state of violent activity. There was abundance of conversation and little fear of its ever flagging, for the good humour of the glorious old twins drew everybody out, and Tim Linkinwater's sister went off into a long and circumstantial account of Tim Linkinwater's infancy, immediately after the very first glass of champagne, taking care to premise that she was very much Tim's junior and had only become acquainted with the facts from their being preserved and handed down in the family. This history concluded, brother Ned related how that, exactly 35 years ago, Tim Linkinwater was suspected to have received a love-letter, and how that vague information had been brought to the counting-house of his having been seen walking down Cheapside with an uncommonly handsome spinster, at which there was a roar of laughter, and Tim Linkinwater, being charged with blushing and called upon to explain, denied that the accusation was true, and further that there would have been any harm in it if it had been, which last position occasioned the superannuated bank clerk to laugh tremendously, and to declare that it was the very best thing he had ever heard in his life, and that Tim Linkinwater might say a great many things before he said anything which would beat that. There was one little ceremony peculiar to the day, both the matter and manner of which made a very strong impression upon Nicholas.
The cloth having been removed and the decanters sent round for the first time, a profound silence succeeded, and in the cheerful faces of the brothers there appeared an expression not of absolute melancholy, but of quiet thoughtfulness, very unusual at a festive table. As Nicholas, struck by this sudden alteration, was wondering what it could portend, the brothers rose together, and the one at the top of the table leaning forward towards the other, and speaking in a low voice as if he were addressing him individually, said, "Brother Charles, my dear fellow, there is another association connected with this day which must never be forgotten, and never can be forgotten by you and me. This day, which brought into the world a most faithful and excellent and exemplary fellow, took from it the kindest and very best of parents, the very best of parents to us both. I wish that she could have seen us in our prosperity, and shared it, and had the happiness of knowing how dearly we loved her in it, as we did when we were two poor boys. But that was not to be. My dear brother, the memory of our mother." Good Lord, thought Nicholas, and there are scores of people of their own station, knowing all this, and 20,000 times more, who wouldn't ask these men to dinner because they eat with their knives and never went to school. But there was no time to moralize, for the joviality again became very brisk, and the decanter of port being nearly out, Brother Ned pulled the bell, which was instantly answered by the apoplectic butler. "David," said Brother Ned. "Sir," replied the butler. "A magnum of the double diamond, David, to drink the health of Mr. Linkinwater." Instantly, by a feat of dexterity which was the admiration of all the company and had been annually for some years past, the apoplectic butler, bringing his left hand from behind the small of his back, produced the bottle with the corkscrew already inserted, uncorked it at a jerk, and placed the magnum and the cork before his master with the dignity of conscious cleverness. "Ah!" said Brother Ned, first examining the cork and afterwards filling his glass, while the old butler looked complacently and amiably on, as if it were all his own property, but the company were quite welcome to make free with it. "This looks well, David." "It ought to, sir," replied David. "You'd be troubled to find such a glass of wine as is our double diamond, and that Mr. Linkinwater knows very well. That was laid down when Mr. Linkinwater first come. That wine was, gentlemen—" "Nay, David, nay," interposed Brother Charles. "I wrote the entry in the cellar book myself, sir, if you please," said David in the tone of a man quite confident in the strength of his facts. "Mr. Linkinwater had only been here 20 years, sir, when that pipe of double diamond was laid down." "David is quite right, Brother Charles," said Ned. "Are the people here, David?" "Outside the door, sir," replied the butler. "Show them in, David, show 'em in." At this bidding, the older butler placed before his master a small tray of clean glasses, and opening the door admitted the jolly porters and warehousemen whom Nicholas had seen below. They were 4 in all, and as they came in, bowing and grinning and blushing, the housekeeper and cook and housemaid brought up the rear. "7," said Brother Ned, filling a corresponding number of glasses with the double diamond, "and David 8. There! Now you're all of you to drink the health of your best friend, Mr. Timothy Linkinwater, and wish him health and long life and many happy returns of this day.
both for his own sake and that of your old masters, who consider him an inestimable treasure. Tim Linkinwater, sir, your health. Devil take you, Tim Linkinwater, sir. God bless you." With this singular contradiction of terms, Brother Ned gave Tim Linkinwater a slap on the back which made him look, for the moment, almost as apoplectic as the butler, and tossed off the contents of his glass in a twinkling. The toast was scarcely drunk, with all honour to Tim Linkinwater, when the sturdiest and jolliest subordinate elbowed himself a little in advance of his fellows, and exhibiting a very hot and flushed countenance, pulled a single lock of grey hair in the middle of his forehead as a respectful salute to the company, and delivered himself as follows, rubbing the palms of his hands very hard on a blue cotton handkerchief as he did so. "We're allowed to take a liberty once a year, gentlemen, and if you please, we'll take it now. There being no time like the present, and no two birds in the hand worth one in the bush, as is well known, leastways in contrary sense, which the meaning is the same." A pause, the butler unconvinced. "What we mean to say is that there never was," looking at the butler, "such," looking at the cook, "noble, excellent," looking everywhere and seeing nobody, "free, generous-spirited masters as them as has treated us so handsome this day. And here's thanking of 'em for all their goodness as is so constancy a diffusing of itself over everywhere, and wishing they may live long and die happy." When the foregoing speech was over, as it might have been much more elegant and much less to the purpose, the whole body of subordinates under command of the apoplectic butler gave 3 soft cheers, which to that gentleman's great indignation were not very regular, inasmuch as the women persisted in giving an immense number of little shrill hurrahs among themselves in utter disregard of the time. This done, they withdrew. Shortly afterwards, Tim Linkinwater's sister withdrew. In reasonable time after that, the sitting was broken up for tea and coffee and a round game of cards. At 10:30, late hours for the square, there appeared a little tray of sandwiches and a bowl of bishop, which bishop, coming on the top of the double diamond and the other excitements, had such an effect upon Tim Linkinwater that he drew Nicholas aside and gave him to understand confidentially that it was quite true about the uncommonly handsome spinster, and she was to the full as good-looking as she had been described, more so, indeed, but that she was in too much of a hurry to change her condition, and consequently, while Tim was courting her and thinking of changing his, got married to somebody else. "After all, I dare say it was my fault," said Tim. "I'll show you a print I've got upstairs one of these days. It cost me 25 shillings. I bought it soon after we were cool to each other. Don't mention it, but it's the most extraordinary accidental likeness you ever saw. Her very portrait, sir." By this time it was past 11 o'clock, and Tim Linkinwater's sister declaring that she ought to have been home a full hour ago, a coach was procured, into which she was handed with great ceremony by Brother Ned, while Brother Charles imparted the fullest directions to the coachman, and besides paying the man a shilling over and above his fare, in order that he might take the utmost care of the lady, all but choked him with a glass of spirits of uncommon strength, and then nearly knocked all the breath out of his body in his energetic endeavours to knock it in again. At length the coach rumbled off, and Tim Linkinwater's sister being now fairly on her way home, Nicholas and Tim Linkinwater's friend took their leaves together, and left old Tim and the worthy brothers to their repose. As Nicholas had some distance to walk, it was considerably past midnight by the time he reached home, where he found his mother and Smike sitting up to receive him. It was long after their usual hour of retiring, and they had expected him, at the very latest, 2 hours ago. But the time had not hung heavily on their hands, for Mrs. Nickleby had entertained Smike with a genealogical account of her family by the mother's side, comprising biographical sketches of the principal members, and Smike had sat wondering what it was all about, and whether it was learnt from a book, or said out of Mrs. Nickleby's own head, so that they got on together very pleasantly. Nicholas could not go to bed without expatiating on the excellences and munificence of the brothers Cheeryble, and relating the great success which had attended his efforts that day. But before he had said a dozen words,
Mrs. Nickleby, with many sly winks and nods, observed that she was sure Mr. Smike must be quite tired out and that she positively must insist on his not sitting up a minute longer.
"A most biddable creature he is, to be sure,"
said Mrs. Nickleby, when Smike had wished them good night and left the room.
"I know you'll excuse me, Nicholas, my dear, but I don't like to do this before a third person. Indeed, before a young man it would not be quite proper, though really, after all, I don't know what harm there is in it, except that, to be sure, it's not a very becoming thing, though some people say it is very much so, and really I don't know why it should not be. If it's well got up, and the borders are small-plaited, of course a good deal depends upon that."
With which preface, Mrs. Nickleby took her nightcap from between the leaves of a very large prayer-book, where it had been folded up small, and proceeded to tie it on, talking away in her usual discursive manner all the time.
"People may say what they like," observed Mrs. Nickleby, "but there's a great deal of comfort in a nightcap, as I'm sure you would confess, Nicholas, my dear, if you would only have strings to yours and wear it like a Christian instead of sticking it upon the very top of your head like a blue-coat boy. You needn't think it an unmanly or quizzical thing to be particular about your nightcap, for I've often heard your poor dear papa and the Reverend Mr. What's-his-name, who used to read prayers in that old church with the curious little steeple that the weathercock was blown off the week before you were born, I've often heard them say that the young men at college are uncommonly particular about their nightcaps, and that the Oxford nightcaps are quite celebrated for their strength and goodness, so much so indeed that the young men never dream of going to bed without 'em, and I believe it's admitted on all hands that they know what's good and don't coddle themselves."
Nicholas laughed, and entering no further into the subject of this lengthened harangue, reverted to the pleasant tone of the little birthday party. And as Mrs. Nickleby instantly became very curious respecting it, and made a great number of inquiries touching what they had had for dinner, and how it was put on the table, and whether it was overdone or underdone, and who was there, and what the Mr. Cheerybles said, and what Nicholas said, and what the Mr. Cheerybles said when he said that, Nicholas described the festivities at full length, and also the occurrences of the morning. "Late as it is," said Nicholas, "I am almost selfish enough to wish that Kate had been up to hear all this. I was all impatience as I came along to tell her."
"Why, Kate," said Mrs. Nickleby, putting her feet upon the fender and drawing her chair close to it as if settling herself for a long talk, "Kate has been in bed, a couple of hours, and I'm very glad. Nicholas, my dear, that I prevailed upon her not to sit up, for I wished very much to have an opportunity of saying a few words to you. I am naturally anxious about it, and of course it's a very delightful and consoling thing to have a grown-up son that one can put confidence in and advise with. Indeed, I don't know any use there would be in having sons at all unless people could put confidence in them."
Nicholas stopped in the middle of a sleepy yawn as his mother began to speak, and looked at her with fixed attention.
"There was a lady in our neighbourhood," said Mrs. Nickleby. "Speaking of sons puts me in mind of it. A lady in our neighbourhood when we lived near Dawlish. I think her name was Rogers. Indeed, I'm sure it was, if it wasn't Murphy, which is the only doubt I have."
"Is it about her, mother, that you wished to speak to me?" said Nicholas quietly.
"About her?" cried Mrs. Nickleby. "Good gracious, Nicholas, my dear, how can you be so ridiculous? But that was always the way with your poor dear papa, just his way, always wandering, never able to fix his thoughts on any one subject for 2 minutes together. I think I see him now," said Mrs. Nickleby, wiping her eyes, "looking at me while I was talking to him about his affairs, just as if his ideas were in a state of perfect conglomeration. Anybody who had come in upon us suddenly would have supposed I was confusing and distracting him instead of making things plainer. Upon my word, they would."
"I'm very sorry, mother, that I should inherit this unfortunate slowness of apprehension," said Nicholas kindly, "but I'll do my best to understand you if you'll only go straight on. Indeed I will."
"Your poor pa," said Mrs. Nickleby, pondering, "he never knew till it was too late what I would have had him do."
This was undoubtedly the case, inasmuch as the deceased Mr. Nickleby had not arrived at the knowledge. Then he died. Neither had Mrs. Nickleby herself, which is, in some sort, an explanation of the circumstances.
"However," said Mrs. Nickleby, drying her tears, "this has nothing to do, certainly nothing whatever to do, with the gentleman in the next house."
"I should suppose that the gentleman in the next house has as little to do with us," returned Nicholas.
"There can be no doubt,"
said Mrs. Nickleby, "that he is a gentleman and has the manners of a gentleman and the appearance of a gentleman, although he does wear smalls and grey worsted stockings. That may be eccentricity, or he may be proud of his legs. I don't see why he shouldn't be. The Prince Regent was proud of his legs, and so was Daniel Lambert, who was also a fat man. He was proud of his legs. So was Miss Biffin. She was... No," added Mrs. Nickleby, correcting herself, "I think she had only toes. But the principle is the same." Nicholas looked on, quite amazed at the introduction of this new theme, which seemed just what Mrs. Nickleby had expected him to be. "You may well be surprised, Nicholas, my dear," she said. "I am sure I was. It came upon me like a flash of fire and almost froze my blood. The bottom of his garden joins the bottom of ours, and of course I had several times seen him sitting among the scarlet beans in his little arbour, or working at his little hotbeds. I used to think he stared rather, but I didn't take any particular notice of that, as we were newcomers, and he might be curious to see what we were like. But when he began to throw his cucumbers over our wall—"
"To throw his cucumbers over our wall?" repeated Nicholas in great astonishment.
"Yes, Nicholas, my dear," replied Mrs. Nickleby in a very serious tone, "his cucumbers over our wall, and vegetable marrows likewise."
"Confound his impudence!" said Nicholas, firing immediately. "What does he mean by that?"
"I don't think he means it impertinently at all," replied Mrs. Nickleby.
"What?" said Nicholas. "Cucumbers and vegetable marrows flying at the heads of the family as they walk in their own garden, and not meant impertinently? Why, mother—" Nicholas stopped short, for there was an indescribable expression of placid triumph, mingled with modest confusion, lingering between the borders of Mrs. Nickleby's nightcap, which arrested his attention suddenly.
"He must be a very weak and foolish and inconsiderate man," said Mrs. Nickleby. "Blameable indeed. At least I suppose other people would consider him so. Of course I can't be expected to express any opinion on that point, especially after always defending your poor dear papa when other people blamed him for making proposals to me, and to be sure there can be no doubt that he has taken a very singular way of showing it. Still, at the same time, his attentions are, that is, as far as it goes, and to a certain extent, of course, a flattering sort of thing, and although I should never dream of marrying again with a dear girl like Kate still unsettled in life—"
"Surely, mother, such an idea never entered your brain for an instant," said Nicholas.
"Bless my heart, Nicholas, my dear," returned his mother in a peevish tone, "isn't that precisely what I am saying? If you would only let me speak. Of course, I never gave it a second thought, and I am surprised and astonished that you should suppose me capable of such a thing. All I say is, what step is the best to take, so as to reject these advances civilly and delicately, and without hurting his feelings too much and driving him to despair or anything of that kind. My goodness me!" exclaimed Mrs. Nickleby with a half-simper. "Suppose he was to go doing anything rash to himself. Could I ever be happy again, Nicholas?"
Despite his vexation and concern, Nicholas could scarcely help smiling as he rejoined, "Now, do you think, mother, that such a result would be likely to ensue from the most cruel repulse?"
"Upon my word, my dear, I don't know," returned Mrs. Nickleby. "Really, I don't know. I'm sure there was a case in the day before yesterday's paper, extracted from one of the French newspapers, about a journeyman shoemaker who was jealous of a young girl in an adjoining village because she wouldn't shut herself up in an airtight 3 pair of stairs and charcoal herself to death with him, and who went and hid himself in a wood with a sharp-pointed knife and rushed out as she was passing by with a few friends and killed himself first and then all the friends and then her. Killed all the friends first and then herself and then himself, which is quite frightful to think of, somehow or other," added Mrs. Nickleby after a momentary pause. "They always are journeyman shoemakers who do these things in France, according to the papers. I don't know how it is. Something in the leather, I suppose."
"But this man, who is not a shoemaker, what has he done, mother? What has he said?" inquired Nicholas, fretted almost beyond endurance, but looking nearly as resigned and patient as Mrs. Nickleby herself. "You know, there is no language of vegetables which converts a cucumber into a formal declaration of attachment."
"My dear,"
replied Mrs. Nickleby, tossing her head and looking at the ashes in the grate,
"he has done and said all sorts of things."
"Is there no mistake on your part?" asked Nicholas.
"Mistake!"
cried Mrs. Nickleby.
"Lord, Nicholas, my dear, do you suppose I don't know when a man's in earnest?"
"Well, well," muttered Nicholas.
"Every time I go to the window," said Mrs. Nickleby. "He kisses one hand and lays the other upon his heart. Of course it's very foolish of him to do so. I dare say you'll say it's very wrong, but he does it very respectfully indeed, and very tenderly, extremely tenderly. So far he deserves the greatest credit. There can be no doubt about that. Then there are the presents, which come pouring over the wall every day, and very fine they certainly are, very fine. We had one of the cucumbers at dinner yesterday, and think of pickling the rest for next winter. And last evening," added Mrs. Nickleby with increased confusion, "he called gently over the wall as I was walking in the garden and proposed marriage and an elopement. His voice is as clear as a bell or a musical glass, very like a musical glass indeed, but of course I didn't listen to it. And the question is, Nicholas, my dear, what am I to do?"
"Does Kate know of this?"
asked Nicholas. "I have not said a word about it yet,"
answered his mother. "Then, for heaven's sake," rejoined Nicholas, rising, "do not, for it would make her very unhappy. And with regard to what you should do, my dear mother, do what your good sense and feeling and respect for my father's memory would prompt. There are 1,000 ways in which you can show your dislike of these preposterous and doting attentions. If you act as decidedly as you ought, and they are still continued, and to your annoyance, I can speedily put a stop to them. But I should not interfere in a matter so ridiculous, and attach importance to it, until you have vindicated yourself. Most women can do that, but especially one of your age and condition, in circumstances like these, which are unworthy of a serious thought. I would not shame you by seeming to take them to heart, or treat them earnestly for an instant. Absurd old idiot!" So saying, Nicholas kissed his mother and bade her good night, and they retired to their respective chambers. To do Mrs. Nickleby justice, her attachment to her children would have prevented her seriously contemplating a second marriage, even if she could have so far conquered her recollections of her late husband as to have any strong inclinations that way. But although there was no evil and little real selfishness in Mrs. Nickleby's heart, she had a weak head and a vain one, and there was something so flattering in being sought, and vainly sought, in marriage at this time of day, that she could not dismiss the passion of the unknown gentleman quite so summarily or lightly as Nicholas appeared to deem becoming. As to its being preposterous and doting and ridiculous, thought Mrs. Nickleby, communing with herself in her own room, I don't see that at all. It's hopeless on his part, certainly, but why he should be an absurd old idiot, I confess I don't see. He is not to be supposed to know it's hopeless. Poor fellow! He is to be pitied, I think. Having made these reflections, Mrs. Nickleby looked in her little dressing-glass, and walking backward a few steps from it, tried to remember who it was who used to say that when Nicholas was 21 he would have more the appearance of her brother than her son. Not being able to call the authority to mind, she extinguished her candle and drew up the window-blind to admit the light of morning, which had by this time begun to dawn.
"It's a bad light to distinguish objects in," murmured Mrs. Nickleby, peering into the garden, "and my eyes are not very good. I was short-sighted from a child, but upon my word I think there's another large vegetable marrow sticking at this moment on the broken glass bottles at the top of the wall."
End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 38 comprises certain particulars arising out of a visit of condolence, which may prove important hereafter. Smike unexpectedly encounters a very old friend who invites him to his house and will take no denial. Quite unconscious of the demonstrations of their amorous neighbour or their effects upon the susceptible bosom of her mamma, Kate Nickleby had by this time begun to enjoy a settled feeling of tranquillity and happiness, to which even in occasional and transitory glimpses she had long been a stranger. Living under the same roof with the beloved brother from whom she had been so suddenly and hardly separated, with a mind at ease and free from any persecutions which could call a blush into her cheek or a pang into her heart, she seemed to have passed into a new state of being. Her former cheerfulness was restored, her step regained its elasticity and lightness, the colour which had forsaken her cheek visited it once again, and Kate Nickleby looked more beautiful than ever. Such was the result to which Miss La Creevy's ruminations and observations led her, when the cottage had been, as she emphatically said, thoroughly got to rights, from the chimney-pots to the street-door scraper, and the busy little woman had at length a moment's time to think about its inmates.
"Which I declare I haven't had since I first came down here," said Miss La Creevy, "for I have thought of nothing but hammers, nails, screwdrivers, and gimlets, morning, noon, and night."
"You never bestowed one thought upon yourself, I believe," returned Kate, smiling.
"Upon my word, my dear, when there are so many pleasanter things to think of, I should be a goose if I did," said Miss La Creevy. "By the by, I have thought of somebody too. Do you know that I observe a great change in one of this family? A very extraordinary change."
"In whom?" asked Kate anxiously. "Not in—"
"Not in your brother, my dear," returned Miss La Creevy,
anticipating the close of the sentence,
"for he is always the same affectionate, good-natured, clever creature, with a spice of the— I won't say who in him when there's any occasion, that he was when I first knew you. No, Smike, as he will be called, poor fellow, for he won't hear of a Mr. before his name is greatly altered, even in this short time."
"How?" asked Kate. "Not in health?"
No, perhaps not in health exactly," said Miss La Creevy, pausing to consider, "although he is a worn and feeble creature, and has that in his face which would wring my heart to see in yours. No, not in health."
"How then?"
"I scarcely know," said the miniature painter, "but I've watched him, and he has brought the tears into my eyes many times. It is not a very difficult matter to do that, certainly, for I am easily melted. Still, I think these came with good cause and reason. I am sure that since he has been here, he has grown, from some strong cause, more conscious of his weak intellect. He feels it more. It gives him greater pain to know that he wanders sometimes and cannot understand very simple things. I have watched him, when you have not been by, my dear, sit brooding by himself, with such a look of pain as I could scarcely bear to see, and then get up and leave the room, so sorrowfully and in such dejection that I cannot tell you how it has hurt me. Not 3 weeks ago he was a light-hearted, busy creature, overjoyed to be in a bustle and as happy as the day was long. Now he is another being, the same willing, harmless, faithful, loving creature, but the same and nothing else."
"Surely this will all pass off," said Kate. "Poor fellow!"
"I hope,"
returned her little friend, with a gravity very unusual in her,
"it may. I hope, for the sake of that poor lad, it may. However," said Miss La Creevy, relapsing into the cheerful chattering tone which was habitual to her, "I have said my say, and a very long say it is, and a very wrong say too, I shouldn't wonder at all. I shall cheer him up to-night at all events, for if he is to be my squire all the way to the Strand, I shall talk on and on and on and never leave off till I have roused him into a laugh at something. So the sooner he goes, the better for him, and the sooner I go, the better for me, I'm sure, or else I shall have my maid gallivanting with somebody who may rob the house, though what there is to take away, besides tables and chairs, I don't know, except the miniatures, and he is a clever thief who can dispose of them to any great advantage, for I can't, I know, and that's the honest truth." So saying, little Miss La Creevy hid her face in a very flat bonnet and herself in a very big shawl, and fixing herself tightly into the latter by means of a large pin, declared that the omnibus might come as soon as it pleased, for she was quite ready. But there was still Mrs. Nickleby to take leave of, and long before that good lady had concluded some reminiscences bearing upon and appropriate to the occasion, the omnibus arrived,
This put Miss La Creevy in a great bustle, in consequence whereof, as she secretly rewarded the servant girl with 18 pence behind the street door, she pulled out of her reticule 10 penn'orth of halfpence, which rolled into all possible corners of the passage and occupied some considerable time in the picking up. This ceremony had, of course, to be succeeded by a second kissing of Kate and Mrs. Nickleby, and a gathering together of the little basket and the brown paper parcel, during which proceedings the omnibus, as Miss La Creevy protested, swore so dreadfully that it was quite awful to hear it. At length and at last it made a feint of going away, and then Miss La Creevy darted out and darted in, apologizing with great volubility to all the passengers and declaring that she wouldn't purposely have kept them waiting on any account whatever. While she was looking about for a convenient seat, the conductor pushed Smike in and cried that it was all right, though it wasn't, and away went the huge vehicle with the noise of 6 brewers' drays at least. Leaving it to pursue its journey at the pleasure of the conductor aforementioned, who lounged gracefully on his little shelf behind, smoking an odoriferous cigar, and leaving it to stop, or to go on, or gallop, or crawl, as that gentleman deemed expedient and advisable, this narrative may embrace the opportunity of ascertaining the condition of Sir Mulberry Hawk, and to what extent he had, by this time, recovered from the injuries consequent on being flung violently from his cabriolet under the circumstances already detailed. With a shattered limb, a body severely bruised, a face disfigured by half-healed scars, and pallid from the exhaustion of recent pain and fever, Sir Mulberry Hawk lay stretched upon his back on the couch to which he was doomed to be a prisoner for some weeks yet to come. Mr. Pike and Mr. Pluck sat drinking hard in the next room, now and then varying the monotonous murmurs of their conversation with a half-smothered laugh, while the young lord, the only member of the party who was not thoroughly irredeemable and who really had a kind heart, sat beside his mentor with a cigar in his mouth and read to him by the light of a lamp such scraps of intelligence from a paper of the day as were most likely to yield him interest or amusement.
"Curse those hounds!" said the invalid, turning his head impatiently towards the adjoining room. "Will nothing stop their infernal throats?" Messrs. Pike and Pluck heard the exclamation and stopped immediately, winking to each other as they did so and filling their glasses to the brim as some recompense for the deprivation of speech. "Damn!" muttered the sick man between his teeth and writhing impatiently in his bed. "Isn't this mattress hard enough, and the room dull enough, and pain bad enough, but they must torture me? What's the time?"
8:30, replied his friend.
"Here, draw the table nearer, and let us have the cards again," said Sir Mulberry. "More piquet? Come."
It was curious to see how eagerly the sick man, debarred from any change of position save the mere turning of his head from side to side, watched every motion of his friend in the progress of the game, and with what eagerness and interest he played, and yet how warily and coolly. His address and skill were more than 20 times a match for his adversary, who could make little head against them, even when fortune favoured him with good cards, which was not often the case. Sir Mulberry won every game, and when his companion threw down the cards and refused to play any longer, thrust forth his wasted arm and caught up the stakes with a boastful oath, and the same hoarse laugh, though considerably lowered in tone, that had resounded in Ralph Nickleby's dining-room months before. While he was thus occupied, his man appeared to announce that Mr. Ralph Nickleby was below and wished to know how he was to-night.
"Better,"
said Sir Mulberry impatiently.
"Mr. Nickleby wishes to know, sir."
"I tell you, better,"
replied Sir Mulberry, striking his hand upon the table. The man hesitated for a moment or two and then said that Mr. Nickleby had requested permission to see Sir Mulberry Hawk if it was not inconvenient.
"It is inconvenient. I can't see him. I can't see anybody," said his master, more violently than before. "You know that, you blockhead."
"I am very sorry, sir," returned the man, "but Mr. Nickleby pressed so much, sir." The fact was that Ralph Nickleby had bribed the man, who, being anxious to earn his money with a view to future favours, held the door in his hand and ventured to linger still.
"Did he say whether he had any business to speak about?"
inquired Sir Mulberry after a little impatient consideration.
"No, sir.
He said he wished to see you, sir, particularly Mr. Nickleby said, sir."
"Tell him to come up here,"
cried Sir Mulberry, calling the man back as he passed his hand over his disfigured face.
"Move that lamp and put it on the stand behind me. Wheel that table away and place a chair there, further off. Leave it so."
The man obeyed these directions as if he quite comprehended the motive with which they were dictated, and left the room. Lord Frederick Verisopht, remarking that he would look in presently, strolled into the adjoining apartment and closed the folding door behind him. Then was heard a subdued footstep on the stairs, and Ralph Nickleby, hat in hand, crept softly into the room with his body bent forward as if in profound respect, and his eyes fixed upon the face of his worthy client.
"Well, Nickleby,"
said Sir Mulberry, motioning him to the chair by the couch side, and waving his hand in assumed carelessness,
"I have had a bad accident, you see."
"I see," rejoined Ralph with the same steady gaze.
"Bad indeed. I should not have known you, Sir Mulberry. Dear, dear, this is bad."
Ralph's manner was one of profound humility and respect, and the low tone of voice was that which the gentlest consideration for a sick man would have taught a visitor to assume. But the expression of his face, Sir Mulberry's being averted, was an extraordinary contrast, and as he stood in his usual attitude, calmly looking on the prostrate form before him, all that part of his features which was not cast into shadow by his protruding and contracted brows wore the impress of a sarcastic smile.
"Sit down,"
said Sir Mulberry, turning towards him as though by a violent effort.
"Am I a sight that you stand gazing there?"
As he turned his face, Ralph recoiled a step or two, and making as though he were irresistibly impelled to express astonishment, but was determined not to do so, sat down with well-acted confusion.
"I have inquired at the door, Sir Mulberry, every day," said Ralph. "Twice a day, indeed at first, and to-night, presuming upon old acquaintance and past transactions by which we have mutually benefited in some degree, I could not resist soliciting admission to your chamber. Have you suffered much?" said Ralph, bending forward and allowing the same harsh smile to gather upon his face as the other closed his eyes.
More than enough to please me, and less than enough to please some broken-down hacks that you and I know of, and who lay their ruin between us, I dare say," returned Sir Mulberry, tossing his arm restlessly upon the coverlet.
Ralph shrugged his shoulders in deprecation of the intense irritation with which this had been said, for there was an aggravating, cold distinctness in his speech and manner which so grated on the sick man that he could scarcely endure it.
"And what is it in these past transactions that brought you here to-night?"
asked Sir Mulberry.
"Nothing," replied Ralph. "There are some bills of my lord's which need renewal, but let them be till you are well. I came," said Ralph, speaking more slowly and with harsher emphasis, "I came to say how grieved I am that any relative of mine, although disowned by me, should have inflicted such punishment on you as—"
"Punishment?" interposed Sir Mulberry.
"I know it has been a severe one,"
said Ralph, wilfully mistaking the meaning of the interruption,
"and that has made me the more anxious to tell you that I disown this vagabond, that I acknowledge him as no kin of mine, and that I leave him to take his deserts from you and every man besides. You may wring his neck if you please. I shall not interfere." "This story that they tell me here has got abroad, then, has it?" asked Sir Mulberry, clenching his hands and teeth. "Noised in all directions," replied Ralph. "Every club and gaming-room has rung with it. There's been a good song made about it, as I am told," said Ralph, looking eagerly at his questioner. "I have not heard it myself, not being in the way of such things, but I have been told it's even printed for private circulation. But that's all over town, of course."
"It's a lie,"
said Sir Mulberry. "I tell you, it's all a lie. The mare took fright. They say he frightened her," observed Ralph in the same unmoved and quiet manner. "Some say he frightened you, but that's a lie, I know. I have said that boldly, a score of times. I am a peaceable man, but I can't hear folks tell that of you. No, no." When Sir Mulberry found coherent words to utter, Ralph bent forward with his hand to his ear and a face as calm as if its every line of sternness had been cast in iron. "When I am off this cursed bed," said the invalid, actually striking at his broken leg in the ecstasy of his passion, "I'll have such revenge as never man had yet. By God, I will! Accident favouring him, he has marked me for a week or two, but I'll put a mark on him that he shall carry to his grave. I'll slit his nose and ears, flog him, maim him for life. I'll do more than that. I'll drag that pattern of chastity, that pink of prudery, the delicate sister through—" It might have been that even Ralph's cold blood tingled in his cheeks at that moment. It might have been that Sir Mulberry remembered that, knave and usurer as he was, he must in some early time of infancy have twined his arm about her father's neck. He stopped, and menacing with his hand, confirmed the unuttered threat with a tremendous oath. "It is a galling thing," said Ralph, after a short term of silence, during which he had eyed the sufferer keenly, "to think that the man about town, the rake, the roué, the rook of 20 seasons should be brought to this pass by a mere boy." Sir Mulberry darted a wrathful look at him, but Ralph's eyes were bent upon the ground, and his face wore no other expression than one of thoughtfulness. "A raw, slight stripling," continued Ralph, "against a man whose very weight might crush him, to say nothing of his skill in— I am right, I think?" said Ralph, raising his eyes. "You were a patron of the ring once, were you not?" The sick man made an impatient gesture, which Ralph chose to consider as one of acquiescence. "Ha!" he said. "I thought so. That was before I knew you, but I was pretty sure I couldn't be mistaken. He is light and active, I suppose, but those were slight advantages compared with yours. Luck. Luck, these hang-dog outcasts have it." "He'll need the most he has when I am well again," said Sir Mulberry Hawk. "Let him fly where he will." "Oh," returned Ralph quickly, "he doesn't dream of that. He is here, good sir, waiting your pleasure. Here in London, walking the streets at noonday, carrying it off jauntily. Looking for you, I swear," said Ralph, his face darkening, and his own hatred getting the upper hand of him, for the first time, as this gay picture of Nicholas presented itself. "If we were only citizens of a country where it could be safely done, I'd give good money to have him stabbed to the heart and rolled into the kennel for the dogs to tear." As Ralph, somewhat to the surprise of his old client, vented this little piece of sound family feeling and took up his hat preparatory to departing, Lord Frederick Verisopht looked in. "Why, what in the devil's name, Hawk, have you and Nickleby been talking about?" said the young man. "I never heard such an insufferable riot. Croak, 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 bow, wow, wow. What has it all been about?" "Sir Mulberry has been angry, my lord," said Ralph, looking towards the couch. "Not about money, I hope? Nothing has gone wrong in business, has it, Nickleby?" "No, my lord, no," returned Ralph. "On that point we always agree. Sir Mulberry has been calling to mind the cause of—" There was neither necessity nor opportunity for Ralph to proceed, for Sir Mulberry took up the theme and vented his threats and oaths against Nicholas almost as ferociously as before. Ralph, who was no common observer, was surprised to see that as this tirade proceeded, the manner of Lord Frederick Verisopht, who at the commencement had been twirling his whiskers with a most dandified and listless air, underwent a complete alteration. He was still more surprised when Sir Mulberry, ceasing to speak, the young lord angrily and almost unaffectedly requested never to have the subject renewed in his presence. Mind that, Hawk," he added with unusual energy. "I never will be a party to, or permit, if I can help it, a cowardly attack upon this young fellow." "Cowardly?" interrupted his friend. "Yes," said the other, turning full upon him. "If you had told him who you were, if you had given him your card and found out afterwards that his station or character prevented your fighting him, it would have been bad enough then. Upon my soul, it would have been bad enough then. As it is, you did wrong. I did wrong too, not to interfere, and I am sorry for it. What happened to you afterwards was as much the consequence of accident as design, and more your fault than his, and it shall not, within my knowledge, be cruelly visited upon him. It shall not, indeed." With this emphatic repetition of his concluding words, the young lord turned upon his heel. But before he had reached the adjoining room, he turned back again and said with even greater vehemence than he had displayed before, "I do believe now, upon my honour I do believe, that the sister is as virtuous and modest a young lady as she is a handsome one. And of the brother I say this, that he acted as her brother should, and in a manly and spirited manner, and I only wish with all my heart and soul that any one of us came out of this matter half as well as he does." So saying, Lord Frederick Verisopht walked out of the room, leaving Ralph Nickleby and Sir Mulberry in most unpleasant astonishment. "Is this your pupil?" asked Ralph softly. "Or has he come fresh from some country parson?" "Green fools take these fits sometimes," replied Sir Mulberry Hawk, biting his lip and pointing to the door. "Leave him to me." Ralph exchanged a familiar look with his old acquaintance, for they had suddenly grown confidential again in this alarming surprise, and took his way home thoughtfully and slowly. While these things were being said and done, and long before they were concluded, the omnibus had disgorged Miss La Creevy and her escort, and they had arrived at her own door. Now, the good nature of the little miniature painter would by no means allow of Smike's walking back again until he had been previously refreshed with just a sip of something comfortable and a mixed biscuit or so. And Smike, entertaining no objection either to the sip of something comfortable or the mixed biscuit, but considering on the contrary that they would be a very pleasant preparation for a walk to Bow, it fell out that he delayed much longer than he originally intended, and that it was some half-hour after dusk when he set forth on his journey home. There was no likelihood of his losing his way, for it lay quite straight before him, and he had walked into town with Nicholas and back alone almost every day. So Miss La Creevy and he shook hands with mutual confidence, and, being charged with more kind remembrances to Mrs. and Miss Nickleby, Smike started off. At the foot of Ludgate Hill, he turned a little out of the road to satisfy his curiosity by having a look at Newgate. After staring up at the sombre walls on the opposite side of the way with great care and dread for some minutes, he turned back again into the old track and walked briskly through the city, stopping now and then to gaze in at the window of some particularly attractive shop, then running for a little way, then stopping again, and so on, as any other country lad might do. He had been gazing for a long time through a jeweller's window, wishing he could take some of the beautiful trinkets home as a present, and imagining what delight they would afford if he could, when the clocks struck 8:15. Roused by the sound, he hurried on at a very quick pace, and was crossing the corner of a by-street when he felt himself violently brought to, with a jerk so sudden that he was obliged to cling to a lamp-post to save himself from falling. At the same moment a small boy clung tight round his legs, and a shrill cry of "He is here, father! Hooray!" vibrated in his ears. Smike knew that voice too well. He cast his despairing eyes downward towards the form from which it had proceeded, and, shuddering from head to foot, looked round. Mr. Squeers had hooked him in the coat-collar with the handle of his umbrella, and was hanging on at the other end with all his might and main. The cry of triumph proceeded from Master Wackford, who, regardless of all kicks and struggles, clung to him with the tenacity of a bulldog. One glance showed him this, and in that one glance the terrified creature became utterly powerless and unable to utter a sound.
Here's a go!" cried Mr. Squeers, gradually coming hand over hand down the umbrella and only unhooking it when he had got tight hold of the victim's collar. "Here's a delicious go! Wackford, my boy, call up one of them coaches." "A coach, father?" cried little Wackford. "Yes, a coach, sir," replied Squeers, feasting his eyes upon the countenance of Smike. "Damn the expense! Let's have him in a coach."
"What's he been a-doing of?" asked a labourer with a hod of bricks, against whom and a fellow labourer Mr. Squeers had backed on the first jerk of the umbrella.
"Everything," replied Mr. Squeers, looking fixedly at his old pupil in a sort of rapturous trance. "Everything. Running away, sir, joining in bloodthirsty attacks upon his master. There's nothing that's bad that he hasn't done. Oh, what a delicious go is this here, good Lord!" The man looked from Squeers to Smike, but such mental faculties as the poor fellow possessed had utterly deserted him. The coach came up, Master Wackford entered, Squeers pushed in his prize, and following close at his heels, pulled up the glasses. The coachman mounted his box and drove slowly off, leaving the two bricklayers and an old apple woman and a town-made little boy returning from an evening school, who had been the only witness of the scene, to meditate upon it at their leisure. Mr. Squeers sat himself down on the opposite seat to the unfortunate Smike, and, planting his hands firmly on his knees, looked at him for some 5 minutes, when, seeming to recover from his trance, he uttered a loud laugh and slapped his old pupil's face several times, taking the right and left sides alternately. "It isn't a dream," said Squeers. "That's real flesh and blood. I know the feel of it." And being quite assured of his good fortune by these experiments, Mr. Squeers administered a few boxes on the ear, lest the entertainments should seem to partake of sameness, and laughed louder and longer at every one. "Your mother will be fit to jump out of her skin, my boy, when she hears of this," said Squeers to his son. "Oh, won't she though, father?" replied Master Wackford. "To think," said Squeers, "that you and me should be turning out of a street and come upon him at the very nick, and that I should have him tight at only one cast of the umbrella, as if I had hooked him with a grappling iron. Didn't I catch hold of his leg neither, father?" said little Wackford. "You did, like a good 'un, my boy," said Mr. Squeers, patting his son's head. "And you shall have the best button-over jacket and waistcoat that the next new boy brings down as a reward of merit. Mind that. You always keep on in the same path and do them things that you see your father do, and when you die you'll go right slap to heaven, and no questions asked." Improving the occasion in these words, Mr. Squeers patted his son's head again, and then patted Smike's, but harder, and inquired in a bantering tone how he found himself by this time.
"I must go home,"
replied Smike, looking wildly round. "To be sure you must. You're about right there," replied Mr. Squeers. "You'll go home very soon, you will. You'll find yourself at the peaceful village of Dothboys in Yorkshire in something under a week's time, my young friend, and the next time you get away from there, I give you leave to keep away. Where's the clothes you run off in, you ungrateful robber?" said Mr. Squeers in a severe voice. Smike glanced at the neat attire which the care of Nicholas had provided for him, and wrung his hands. "Do you know that I could hang you up outside of the Old Bailey for making away with them articles of property?" said Squeers. "Do you know that it's a hanging matter? And I ain't quite certain whether it ain't an anatomy one besides, to walk off with upwards of the value of £5 from a dwelling-house. Eh? Do you know that? What do you suppose was the worth of them clothes you had? Do you know that Wellington boot you wore cost 28 shillings when it was a pair, and the shoe 7 and 6?
But you came to the right shop for mercy when you came to me, and thank your stars that it is me as is got to serve you with the article."
Anybody not in Mr. Squeers's confidence would have supposed that he was quite out of the article in question, instead of having a large stock on hand ready for all comers. Nor would the opinion of sceptical persons have undergone much alteration when he followed up the remark by poking Smike in the chest with the ferrule of his umbrella, and dealing a smart shower of blows with the ribs of the same instrument upon his head and shoulders.
"I never threshed a boy in a hackney coach before," said Mr. Squeers when he stopped to rest. "There's inconveniency in it, but the novelty gives it a sort of relish too."
Poor Smike! He warded off the blows as well as he could, and now shrunk into a corner of the coach, with his head resting on his hands and his elbows on his knees. He was stunned and stupefied, and had no more idea that any act of his would enable him to escape from the all-powerful Squeers, now that he had no friend to speak to or to advise with, than he had had in all the weary years of his Yorkshire life which preceded the arrival of Nicholas. The journey seemed endless. Street after street was entered and left behind, and still they went jolting on. At last Mr. Squeers began to thrust his head out of the window every half-minute, and to bawl a variety of directions to the coachman, and after passing with some difficulty through several mean streets, which the appearance of the houses and the bad state of the road denoted to have been recently built, Mr. Squeers suddenly tugged at the check-string with all his might, and cried, "Stop!" "What are you pulling a man's arm off for?" said the coachman, looking angrily down.
"That's the house," replied Squeers. "The second of them 4 little houses, 1 story high with the green shutters. There's brass plate on the door with the name of Snawley."
"Couldn't you say that without wrenching a man's limbs off his body?" inquired the coachman.
"No," bawled Mr. Squeers. "Say another word, and I'll summons you for having a broken window. Stop!"
Obedient to this direction, the coach stopped at Mr. Snawley's door. Mr. Snawley may be remembered as the sleek and sanctified gentleman who confided 2 sons-in-law to the parental care of Mr. Squeers, as narrated in the 4th chapter of this history. Mr. Snawley's house was on the extreme borders of some new settlements adjoining Somers Town, and Mr. Squeers had taken lodgings therein for a short time, as his stay was longer than usual, and the Saracen, having experience of Master Wackford's appetite, had declined to receive him on any terms than as a full-grown customer.
"Here we are,"
said Squeers, hurrying Smike into the little parlour where Mr. Snawley and his wife were taking a lobster supper.
"Here's the vagrant, the felon, the rebel, the monster of unthankfulness."
"What?
"The boy that ran away?"
cried Snawley, resting his knife and fork upright on the table and opening his eyes to their full width.
"The very boy,"
said Squeers, putting his fist close to Smike's nose, and drawing it away again, and repeating the process several times with a vicious aspect.
"If there wasn't a lady present, I'd fetch him such a... Never mind. I'll owe it him."
And here Mr. Squeers related how, and in what manner, and when and where he had picked up the runaway.
"It's clear that there has been a providence in it, sir,"
said Mr. Snawley, casting down his eyes with an air of humility and elevating his fork with a bit of lobster on the top of it towards the ceiling.
"Providence is against him, no doubt,"
replied Mr. Squeers, scratching his nose.
"Of course, that was to be expected. Anybody might have known that." "Hard-heartedness and evil-doing will never prosper, sir,"
said Mr. Snawley.
"Never was such a thing known,"
rejoined Squeers, taking a little roll of notes from his pocket-book to see that they were all safe.
"I have been, Mr. Snawley," said Mr. Squeers when he had satisfied himself upon this point, "I have been that chap's benefactor, feeder, teacher, and clother. I have been that chap's classical, commercial, mathematical, philosophical, and trigonomical friend. My son, my only son, Wackford, has been his brother. Mrs. Squeers has been his mother, grandmother, aunt, and I may say uncle too, all in one. She never cottoned to anybody, except them two engaging and delightful boys of yours, and she cottoned to this chap. What's my return? What's come of my milk of human kindness? It turns into curds and whey when I look at him. Well it may, sir, said Mrs. Snawley. Oh, well it may, sir. Where has she been all this time? Inquired Snawley. Has she been living with... Ah, sir, interposed Squeers, confronting him again. Have you been a-living with that there devilish Nickleby, sir? But no threats or cuffs could elicit from Smike one word of reply to this question, for he had internally resolved that he would rather perish in the wretched prison to which he was again about to be consigned than utter one syllable which could involve his first and true friend. He had already called to mind the strict injunctions of secrecy as to his past life, which Nicholas had laid upon him when they travelled from Yorkshire, and a confused and perplexed idea that his benefactor might have committed some terrible crime in bringing him away, which would render him liable to heavy punishment if detected, had contributed in some degree to reduce him to his present state of apathy and terror. Such were the thoughts, if to visions so imperfect and undefined as those which wandered through his enfeebled brain the term can be applied, which were present to the mind of Smike, and rendered him deaf alike to intimidation and persuasion. Finding every effort useless, Mr. Squeers conducted him to a little back room upstairs, where he was to pass the night, and taking the precaution of removing his shoes and coat and waistcoat, and also of locking the door on the outside, lest he should muster up sufficient energy to make an attempt at escape, that worthy gentleman left him to his meditations. What those meditations were, and how the poor creature's heart sunk within him when he thought, when did he for a moment cease to think, of his late home and the dear friends and familiar faces with which it was associated, cannot be told. To prepare the mind for such a heavy sleep, its growth must be stopped by rigour and cruelty in childhood. There must be years of misery and suffering, lightened by no ray of hope. The chords of the heart, which beat a quick response to the voice of gentleness and affection, must have rusted and broken in their secret places, and bear the lingering echo of no old word of love or kindness. Gloomy indeed must have been the short day, and dull the long, long twilight preceding such a night of intellect as his. There were voices which would have roused him, even then, but their welcome tones could not penetrate there, and he crept to bed the same listless, hopeless, blighted creature that Nicholas had first found him at the Yorkshire school. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 39, in which another old friend encounters Smike, very opportunely and to some purpose. The night, fraught with so much bitterness to one poor soul, had given place to a bright and cloudless summer morning, when a north country mail coach traversed, with cheerful noise, the yet silent streets of Islington, and, giving brisk note of its approach with the lively winding of the guard's horn, clattered onward to its halting-place hard by the post-office. The only outside passenger was a burly, honest-looking countryman on the box, who, with his eyes fixed upon the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, appeared so wrapped in admiring wonder as to be quite insensible to all the bustle of getting out the bags and parcels, until one of the coach windows being let sharply down, he looked round and encountered a pretty female face which was just then thrust out. "See there, lass!" bawled the countryman, pointing towards the object of his admiration. "There be Paul's Church. Egod, he be a sizable un, he be." "Goodness, John, I shouldn't have thought it could have been half the size. What a monster!"
"Monster! You'd about read there, I reckon, Mrs. Brodie," said the countryman good-humouredly, as he came slowly down in his huge top-coat. "And what dost thee tak yon place to be, noo? Thot'n o'er the wa'. Ye'd never come near it gin you thride for 12 months. It's na but a post office." "The need to charge for double lathers. A post office! What dost thee think of that? Ecod, if that's only a post office, I'd like to see where the Lord Mayor of London lives." So saying, John Brody, for he it was, opened the coach door, and tapping Mrs. Brody, late Miss Price, on the cheek as he looked in, burst into a boisterous fit of laughter. "Well," said John, "dang my buttons if she bean't asleep again."
"She's been asleep all night, and was all yesterday, except for a minute or two now and then," replied John Brody's choice, "and I was very sorry when she woke, for she's been so cross." The subject of these remarks was a slumbering figure, so muffled in shawl and cloak that it would have been a matter of impossibility to guess at its sex but for a brown beaver bonnet and green veil which ornamented the head, and which, having been crushed and flattened for 250 miles in that particular angle of the vehicle from which the lady's snores now proceeded, presented an appearance sufficiently ludicrous to have moved less risible muscles than those of John Brody's ruddy face. "Hallo!" cried John, twitching one end of the dragged veil. "Come wacken up, will 'ee?" After several burrowings into the old corner and many exclamations of impatience and fatigue, the figure struggled into a sitting posture, and there, under a mass of crumpled beaver and surrounded by a semicircle of blue curl-papers, were the delicate features of Miss Fanny Squeers. "Oh, 'Tilda!"
cried Miss Squeers.
"How you've been kicking of me through this blessed night!"
"Well, I do like that," replied her friend, laughing, "when you have had nearly the whole coach to yourself."
"Don't deny it, 'Tilda,"
said Miss Squeers impressively,
"because you have. And it's no use to go attempting to say you haven't. You mightn't have known it in your sleep, 'Tilda, but I haven't closed my eyes for a single wink, and so I think I am to be believed."
With which reply Miss Squeers adjusted the bonnet and veil, which nothing but supernatural interference and an utter suspension of nature's laws could have reduced to any shape or form, and evidently flattering herself that it looked uncommonly neat, brushed off the sandwich crumbs and bits of biscuit which had accumulated in her lap, and availing herself of John Brody's proffered arm, descended from the coach. "No," said John, when a hackney coach had been called and the ladies and the luggage hurried in. "Gang to the Sarah's Head, mun." "To the where?" cried the coachman.
"Look, Mr. Brody," interrupted Miss Squeers, "the idea! Saracen's Head."
"Surely," said John, "I knowed it was summit about Sarah's son's head. Dost thou know that?" "Oh, I know that," replied the coachman gruffly as he banged the door.
"'Tilda, dear, really," remonstrated Miss Squeers, "we shall be taken for I don't know what."
"Let them tak us as they find us," said John Brody. "We daren't come to London to do nowt but joy ourselves, do we?"
"I hope not, Mr. Brody,"
replied Miss Squeers, looking singularly dismal. "Well, then," said John, "it's no matter. I've only been a married man 4 days, account of poor old feather deeing and putting it off. Here be a wedding party, bride and bridesmaid and the groom, if a mun daren't enjoy himself noo when naughty, eh? Drat it all, that's what I want to know." So in order that he might begin to enjoy himself at once and lose no time, Mr. Brody gave his wife a hearty kiss, and succeeded in wresting another from Miss Squeers, after a maidenly resistance of scratching and struggling on the part of that young lady, which was not quite over when they reached the Saracen's Head. Here the party straightway retired to rest.
the refreshment of sleep being necessary after so long a journey. And here they met again about noon to a substantial breakfast, spread by direction of Mr. John Browdie in a small private room upstairs, commanding an uninterrupted view of the stables. To have seen Miss Squeers now, divested of the brown beaver, the green veil, and the blue curl-papers, and arrayed in all the virgin splendour of a white frock and spencer, with a white muslin bonnet and an imitative damask rose in full bloom on the inside thereof, her luxuriant crop of hair arranged in curls so tight that it was impossible they could come out by any accident, and her bonnet-cap trimmed with little damask roses, which might be supposed to be so many promising scions of the big rose. To have seen all this, and to have seen the broad damask belt, matching both the family rose and the little roses, which encircled her slender waist, and by a happy ingenuity took off from the shortness of the spencer behind, to have beheld all this, and to have taken further into account the coral bracelets, rather short of beads and with a very visible black string, which clasped her wrists, and the coral necklace which rested on her neck, supporting, outside her frock, a lonely cornelian heart, typical of her own disengaged affections, to have contemplated all these mute but expressive appeals to the purest feelings of our nature might have thawed the frost of age and added new and inextinguishable fuel to the fire of youth. The waiter was touched. Waiter as he was, he had human passions and feelings, and he looked very hard at Miss Squeers as he handed the muffins.
"Is my pa in, do you know?"
asked Miss Squeers with dignity. "Beg your pardon, miss?"
"My pa," repeated Miss Squeers. "Is he in?"
"In where, miss?"
"In here. In the house," replied Miss Squeers. "My pa, Mr. Wackford Squeers. He's stopping here. Is he at home?"
"I didn't know there was any gentleman of that name in the house, miss," replied the waiter. "There may be, in the coffee-room."
"Maybe."
Very pretty this indeed. Here was Miss Squeers, who had been depending all the way to London upon showing her friends how much at home she would be, and how much respectful notice her name and connections would excite, told that her father might be there.
"As if he was a feller,"
observed Miss Squeers with emphatic indignation. "He'd better inquire, mun," said John Browdie, "and hond up another pigeon pie, will he? Dang the chap!" muttered John, looking into the empty dish as the waiter retired. "Does he ca' this a pie? 3 young pigeons, and a trifling matter of steak, and a crust so light that you don't know when it's in your mouth and when it's gane. I wonder how many pies goes to a breakfast." After a short interval which John Browdie employed upon the ham and a cold round of beef, the waiter returned with another pie, and the information that Mr. Squeers was not stopping in the house, but that he came there every day, and that directly he arrived he should be shown upstairs. With this he retired, and he had not retired 2 minutes when he returned with Mr. Squeers and his hopeful son.
"Why, who'd have thought this?"
said Mr. Squeers when he had saluted the party and received some private family intelligence from his daughter.
"Who indeed, pa?" replied that young lady spitefully. "For you see, 'Tilda is married at last."
"And I ston threat for a sight o' London schoolmeasther," said John, vigorously attacking the pie.
"One of them things that young men do when they get married," returned Squeers, "and as runs through with their money like nothing at all. How much better wouldn't it be now to save it up for the education of any little boys, for instance? They come on you," said Mr. Squeers in a moralizing way, "before you're aware of it. Mine did upon me." "Will he pick a bit?" said John. "I won't myself," returned Squeers, "but if you'll just let little Wackford tuck into something fat, I'll be obliged to you. Give it him in his fingers, as the waiter charges it on, and there's a lot of profit on this sort of victuals without that. If you hear the waiter coming, sir, shove it in your pocket and look out of the window, do you hear?" "I'm awake, father," replied the dutiful Wackford. "Well," said Squeers, turning to his daughter, "it's your turn to be married next. You must make haste." "Oh, I'm in no hurry," said Miss Squeers very sharply. "No, Fanny?"
cried her old friend with some archness.
No, 'Tilda,
replied Miss Squeers, shaking her head vehemently.
I can wait.
So can the young men, it seems, Fanny,
observed Mrs. Brody.
They aren't drawed into it by me, 'Tilda,
retorted Miss Squeers.
No,
returned her friend.
That's exceedingly true.
The sarcastic tone of this reply might have provoked a rather acrimonious retort from Miss Squeers, who, besides being of a constitutionally vicious temper, aggravated just now by travel and recent jolting, was somewhat irritated by old recollections and the failure of her own designs upon Mr. Brody. And the acrimonious retort might have led to a great many other retorts, which might have led to heaven knows what, if the subject of conversation had not been, at that precise moment, accidentally changed by Mr. Squeers himself.
What do you think? Said that gentleman. Who do you suppose we have laid hands on, Wackford and me? Pa, not Mr.
Miss Squeers was unable to finish the sentence, but Mrs. Brody did it for her and added,
Nickleby? No, said Squeers, but next door to him, though. You can't mean Smike?
cried Miss Squeers, clapping her hands.
Yes, I can, though,
rejoined her father.
I've got him, hard and fast.
What? exclaimed John Brody, pushing away his plate. Got that poor dommed scoundrel? Where?
Why, in the top back room at my lodging, replied Squeers, with him on one side and the key on the other.
At thy lodging? Thee'st gotten him at thy lodging? Oh, the schoolmeaster again, all England. Give us thee hond, mun. I'm darned, but I must shack thee by the hond for that. Gotten him at thy lodging?
Yes,
replied Squeers, staggering in his chair under the congratulatory blow on the chest which the stout Yorkshireman dealt him.
Thank ye. Don't do it again. You mean it kindly, I know, but it hurts rather. Yes, there he is. That's not so bad, is it?
Bad? repeated John Brody. It's enough to scare a mun to hear tell on.
I thought it would surprise you a bit, said Squeers, rubbing his hands. It was pretty neatly done, and pretty quick too.
Who were it? inquired John, sitting down close to him. Tell us all about it, mun. Come, quick. Although he could not keep pace with John Brody's impatience, Mr. Squeers related the lucky chance by which Smike had fallen into his hands as quickly as he could, and, except when he was interrupted by the admiring remarks of his auditors, paused not in the recital until he had brought it to an end.
For fear he should give me the slip by any chance, observed Squeers when he had finished, looking very cunning, I've taken 3 outsides for to-morrow morning, for Wackford and him and me, and have arranged to leave the accounts and the new boys to the agents, don't you see? So it's very lucky you come to-day, or you'd have missed us. And as it is, unless you come and tea with me to-night, we shan't see anything more of you before we go away.
Daren't say another word, returned the Yorkshireman, shaking him by the hand. We'd come if it were 20 mile.
No? Would you, though?
returned Mr. Squeers, who had not expected quite such a ready acceptance of his invitation, or he would have considered twice before he gave it. John Brody's only reply was another squeeze of the hand and an assurance that they would not begin to see London till to-morrow, so that they might be at Mr. Snawley's at 6 o'clock without fail, and after some further conversation Mr. Squeers and his son departed. During the remainder of the day Mr. Brody was in a very odd and excitable state, bursting occasionally into an explosion of laughter, and then taking up his hat and running into the coach-yard to have it out by himself. He was very restless too, constantly walking in and out, and snapping his fingers, and dancing scraps of uncouth country dances, and, in short, conducting himself in such a very extraordinary manner that Miss Squeers opined he was going mad, and begging her dear 'Tilda not to distress herself, communicated her suspicions in so many words. Mrs. Browdie, however, without discovering any great alarm, observed that she had seen him so once before, and that although he was almost sure to be ill after it, it would not be anything very serious, and therefore he was better left alone. The result proved her to be perfectly correct, for, while they were all sitting in Mr. Snawley's parlour that night, and just as it was beginning to get dusk, John Browdie was taken so ill, and seized with such an alarming dizziness in the head, that the whole company were thrown into the utmost consternation. His good lady, indeed, was the only person present who retained presence of mind enough to observe that if he were allowed to lie down on Mr. Squeers's bed for an hour or so, and left entirely to himself, he would be sure to recover again almost as quickly as he had been taken ill. Nobody could refuse to try the effect of so reasonable a proposal before sending for a surgeon. Accordingly, John was supported upstairs with great difficulty, being a monstrous weight, and regularly tumbling down 2 steps every time they hoisted him up 3, and, being laid on the bed, was left in charge of his wife, who, after a short interval, reappeared in the parlour with the gratifying intelligence that he had fallen fast asleep. Now, the fact was that at that particular moment John Browdie was sitting on the bed with the reddest face ever seen, cramming the corner of the pillow into his mouth to prevent his roaring out loud with laughter. He had no sooner succeeded in suppressing this emotion than he slipped off his shoes, and creeping to the adjoining room where the prisoner was confined, turned the key, which was on the outside, and darting in, covered Smike's mouth with his huge hand before he could utter a sound.
"Odds bobs! Dost thee not know me, mun?" whispered the Yorkshireman to the bewildered lad. "Browdie, chap as met thee ef the schoolmeasther was banged."
Yes, yes, cried Smike. Oh, help me!
"Help thee?"
replied John, stopping his mouth again the instant he had said this much.
"Thee didn't need help, if thee warn't a silly youngster as ever drawed breath. What did he come here for, then?"
He brought me. Oh, he brought me,
cried Smike.
"Brout thee?" replied John. "Why didn't he punch his head, or lay theeself down and kick and squeal out for the police? I'd ha' licked a dozen such as him when I was young as thee, but thee be'est a poor broken-down chap," said John sadly, "and God forgive me for bragging our Jan or his weakest creatures."
Smike opened his mouth to speak, but John Browdie stopped him.
"Stand still,"
said the Yorkshireman,
"and don't speak a morsel or talk till I tell 'ee."
With this caution, John Browdie shook his head significantly, and drawing a screwdriver from his pocket, took off the box of the lock in a very deliberate and workmanlike manner, and laid it, together with the implement, on the floor.
"See thot?" said John. "Thot be thy doing. Noo, could a wa?"
Smike looked vacantly at him, as if unable to comprehend his meaning.
"I say, could a wa?" repeated John hastily. "Dost thee know where thee liv'st? Thee dost? Weel, are yon thy clothes or schoolmeasther's?"
"Mine," replied Smike, as the Yorkshireman hurried him to the adjoining room and pointed out a pair of shoes and a coat which were lying on a chair.
"On wi' 'em,"
said John, forcing the wrong arm into the wrong sleeve and winding the tails of the coat round the fugitive's neck.
"Noo, follow me, and when thee gets outside door, turn to the right, and thee won't see thee pass."
But, he'll hear me. Shut the door,"
replied Smike, trembling from head to foot.
"Then don't shut it at all,"
retorted John Browdie.
"Dang it, thee bean't afeard of schoolmeasther's takken cold, I hope?"
No,"
said Smike, his teeth chattering in his head.
"But he brought me back before, and will again. He will indeed."
"He wull, replied John impatiently. "He wean't. Look'ee, I want to do this neighbourly like, and let them think thee's gotten awa o' theeself.
But if he comes out of that parlour a while as he clearing off, he mun have mercy on his own bones, for I wean't. If he finds it out soon after, I'll put un on a wrong scent, I warrant thee. But if thee keeps the good heart, thee'll be at home afore they know thee'st gotten off. Come."
Smike, who comprehended just enough of this to know it was intended as encouragement, prepared to follow with tottering steps, when John whispered in his ear,
"Thee'lt just tell young Mister that I'm spliced to Tilly Price, and to be heerd on at the Saracen by Luther, and that I bean't jealous of un. Dang it, I'm like to bust when I think of that neat. God, I think I see un now, a powdering awa at the thin bread and butter."
It was rather a ticklish recollection for John just then, for he was within an ace of breaking out into a loud guffaw. Restraining himself, however, just in time by a great effort, he glided downstairs, hauling Smike behind him, and placing himself close to the parlour door to confront the first person that might come out, signed to him to make off. Having got so far, Smike needed no second bidding. Opening the house door gently, and casting a look of mingled gratitude and terror at his deliverer, he took the direction which had been indicated to him, and sped away like the wind. The Yorkshireman remained on his post for a few minutes, but, finding that there was no pause in the conversation inside, crept back again unheard, and stood listening over the stair-rail for a full hour. Everything remaining perfectly quiet, he got into Mr. Squeers's bed once more, and drawing the clothes over his head, laughed till he was nearly smothered. If there could only have been somebody by to see how the bedclothes shook, and to see the Yorkshireman's great red face and round head appear above the sheets every now and then like some jovial monster coming to the surface to breathe, and once more dive down convulsed with the laughter which came bursting forth afresh, that somebody would have been scarcely less amused than John Browdie himself. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. The Life and Adventures of Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens. Chapter 40, in which Nicholas falls in love. He employs a mediator whose proceedings are crowned with unexpected success, excepting in one solitary particular. Once more out of the clutches of his old persecutor, it needed no fresh stimulation to call forth the utmost energy and exertion that Smike was capable of summoning to his aid. Without pausing for a moment to reflect upon the course he was taking, or the probability of its leading him homewards or the reverse, he fled away with surprising swiftness and constancy of purpose, borne upon such wings as only fear can wear, and impelled by imaginary shouts and the well-remembered voice of Squeers, who, with a host of pursuers, seemed to the poor fellow's disordered senses to press hard upon his track. Now left at a greater distance in the rear, and now gaining faster and faster upon him as the alternations of hope and terror agitated him by turns. Long after he had become assured that these sounds were but the creation of his excited brain, he still held on, at a pace which even weakness and exhaustion could scarcely retard. It was not until the darkness and quiet of a country road recalled him to a sense of external objects, and the starry sky above warned him of the rapid flight of time, that, covered with dust and panting for breath, he stopped to listen and look about him. All was still and silent. A glare of light in the distance, casting a warm glow upon the sky, marked where the huge city lay. Solitary fields, divided by hedges and ditches, through many of which he had crashed and scrambled in his flight, skirted the road, both by the way he had come and upon the opposite side. It was late now. They could scarcely trace him by such paths as he had taken, and if he could hope to regain his own dwelling, it must surely be at such a time as that, and under cover of the darkness. This by degrees became pretty plain even to the mind of Smike. He had at first entertained some vague and childish idea of travelling into the country for 10 or a dozen miles, and then returning homewards by a wide circuit, which should keep him clear of London. So great was his apprehension of traversing the streets alone, lest he should again encounter his dreaded enemy. But, yielding to the conviction which these thoughts inspired, he turned back, and taking the open road, though not without many fears and misgivings, made for London again, with scarcely less speed of foot than that with which he had left the temporary abode of Mr. Squeers. By the time he re-entered it, at the western extremity, the greater part of the shops were closed. Of the throngs of people who had been tempted abroad after the heat of the day, but few remained in the streets, and they were lounging home. But of these he asked his way from time to time, and by dint of repeated inquiries he at length reached the dwelling of Newman Noggs. All that evening Newman had been hunting and searching in byways and corners for the very person who now knocked at his door, while Nicholas had been pursuing the same inquiry in other directions. He was sitting with a melancholy air at his poor supper when Smike's timorous and uncertain knock reached his ears. Alive to every sound in his anxious and expectant state, Newman hurried downstairs, and, uttering a cry of joyful surprise, dragged the welcome visitor into the passage and up the stairs, and said not a word until he had him safe in his own garret and the door was shut behind him, when he mixed a great mugful of gin and water, and holding it to Smike's mouth, as one might hold a bowl of medicine to the lips of a refractory child, commanded him to drain it to the last drop. Newman looked uncommonly blank when he found that Smike did little more than put his lips to the precious mixture. He was in the act of raising the mug to his own mouth with a deep sigh of compassion for his poor friend's weakness, when Smike, beginning to relate the adventures which had befallen him, arrested him half-way, and he stood listening with the mug in his hand. It was odd enough to see the change that came over Newman as Smike proceeded. At first he stood, rubbing his lips with the back of his hand as a preparatory ceremony towards composing himself for a draught. Then, at the mention of Squeers, he took the mug under his arm, and opening his eyes very wide, looked on in the utmost astonishment. When Smike came to the assault upon himself in the hackney coach, he hastily deposited the mug upon the table and limped up and down the room in a state of the greatest excitement, stopping himself with a jerk every now and then as if to listen more attentively. When John Browdie came to be spoken of, he dropped by slow and gradual degrees into a chair, and rubbing his hands upon his knees quicker and quicker as the story reached its climax, burst at last into a laugh composed of one long sonorous ha-ha, having given vent to which, his countenance immediately fell again as he inquired with the utmost anxiety whether it was probable that John Browdie and Squeers had come to blows.
"No, I think not," replied Smike. "I don't think he could have missed me till I had got quite away."
Newman scratched his head with a shout of great disappointment, and once more lifting up the mug, applied himself to the contents, smiling meanwhile over the rim with a grim and ghastly smile at Smike. "You shall stay here," said Newman. "You're tired, fagged. I'll tell them you come back. They've been half mad about you, Mr. Nicholas."
"God bless him!"
cried Smike. "Amen," returned Newman.
"He hasn't had a minute's rest or peace. No more has the old lady, nor Miss Nickleby."
No, no. Has she thought about me?" said Smike. "Has she, though? Oh, has she? Has she? Don't tell me so, if she has not."
"She has," cried Newman. "She's as noble-hearted as she is beautiful."
"Yes, yes," cried Smike. "Well said."
"So mild and gentle," said Newman.
"Yes, yes," cried Smike with increasing eagerness.
"And yet with such a true and gallant spirit," pursued Newman.
He was going on in his enthusiasm when, chancing to look at his companion, he saw that he had covered his face with his hands and that tears were stealing out between his fingers. A moment before, the boy's eyes were sparkling with unwonted fire, and every feature had been lighted up with an excitement which made him appear, for the moment, quite a different being. "Well, well," muttered Newman, as if he were a little puzzled, "it has touched me more than once to think such a nature should have been exposed to such trials. This poor fellow! Yes, yes, he feels that too. It softens him, makes him think of his former misery. Ah, that's it. Yes, that's... It was by no means clear from the tone of these broken reflections that Newman Noggs considered them as explaining at all satisfactorily the emotion which had suggested them. He sat in a musing attitude for some time, regarding Smike occasionally with an anxious and doubtful glance which sufficiently showed that he was not very remotely connected with his thoughts. At length he repeated his proposition that Smike should remain where he was for that night, and that he, Noggs, should straightway repair to the cottage to relieve the suspense of the family. But as Smike would not hear of this, pleading his anxiety to see his friends again, they eventually sallied forth together, and the night being by this time far advanced, and Smike being, besides, so footsore that he could hardly crawl along, it was within an hour of sunrise when they reached their destination. At the first sound of their voices outside the house, Nicholas, who had passed in a sleepless night, devising schemes for the recovery of his lost charge, started from his bed and joyfully admitted them. There was so much noisy conversation and congratulation and indignation that the remainder of the family were soon awakened, and Smike received a warm and cordial welcome not only from Kate but from Mrs. Nickleby also, who assured him of her future favour and regard, and was so obliging as to relate, for his entertainment and that of the assembled circle, a most remarkable account extracted from some work, the name of which she had never known, of a miraculous escape from some prison, but what one she couldn't remember, effected by an officer whose name she had forgotten, confined for some crime which she didn't clearly recollect. At first Nicholas was disposed to give his uncle credit for some portion of this bold attempt, which had so nearly proved successful, to carry off Smike. But on more mature consideration he was inclined to think that the full merit of it rested with Mr. Squeers. Determined to ascertain, if he could, through John Brody, how the case really stood, he betook himself to his daily occupation, meditating as he went on a great variety of schemes for the punishment of the Yorkshire schoolmaster, all of which had their foundation in the strictest principles of retributive justice, and had but the one drawback of being wholly impracticable. "A fine morning, Mr. Linkinwater," said Nicholas, entering the office. "Ah!" replied Tim. "Talk of the country, indeed! What do you think of this now for a day? A London day, eh?" "It's a little clearer out of town," said Nicholas. "Clearer?" echoed Tim Linkinwater. "You should see it from my bedroom window." "You should see it from mine," replied Nicholas with a smile. "Pooh, pooh!" said Tim Linkinwater. "Don't tell me. Country!" Bow was quite a rustic place to Tim. "Nonsense! What can you get in the country but new-laid eggs and flowers? I can buy new-laid eggs in Leadenhall Market any morning before breakfast, and as to flowers, it's worth a run upstairs to smell my mignonette, or to see the double wallflower in the back attic window at number 6 in the court." "There's a double wallflower at number 6 in the court, is there?" said Nicholas. "Yes, there is," replied Tim, "and planted in a cracked jug without a spout. There were hyacinths there this last spring, blossoming in... But you laugh at that, of course." "At what?" "At their blossoming in old blacking bottles," said Tim. "Not I, indeed," returned Nicholas. Tim looked wistfully at him for a moment, as if he were encouraged by the tone of this reply to be more communicative on the subject, and sticking behind his ear a pen that he had been making, and shutting up his knife with a smart click, said, "They belong to a sickly, bedridden, hump-backed boy, and seem to be the only pleasure, Mr. Nickleby, of his sad existence. How many years is it," said Tim, pondering, "since I first noticed him? Quite a little child,
dragging himself about on a pair of tiny crutches? Well, not many. But though they would appear nothing, if I thought of other things, they seem a long, long time when I think of him. It is a sad thing," said Tim, breaking off, "to see a little deformed child sitting apart from other children who are active and merry, watching the games he is denied the power to share in. He made my heart ache very often." "It is a good heart," said Nicholas, "that disentangles itself from the close avocations of every day to heed such things. You were saying?" "That the flowers belonged to this poor boy," said Tim. "That's all. When it is fine weather and he can crawl out of bed, he draws a chair close to the window and sits there, looking at them and arranging them all day long. He used to nod at first, and then we came to speak. Formerly, when I called to him of a morning and asked him how he was, he would smile and say, 'Better.' But now he shakes his head and only bends more closely over his old plants. It must be dull to watch the dark house tops and the flying clouds for so many months, but he is very patient." "Is there nobody in the house to cheer or help him?" asked Nicholas. "His father lives there, I believe," replied Tim, "and other people too, but no one seems to care much for the poor sickly cripple. I have asked him very often if I can do nothing for him. His answer is always the same, 'Nothing.' His voice is growing weak of late, but I can see that he makes the old reply. He can't leave his bed now, so they have moved it close beside the window, and there he lies all day, now looking at the sky and now at his flowers, which he still makes shift to trim and water with his own thin hands. At night, when he sees my candle, he draws back his curtain and leaves it so till I am in bed. It seems such company to him to know that I am there, that I often sit at my window for an hour or more, that he may see I am still awake, and sometimes I get up in the night to look at the dull melancholy light in his little room and wonder whether he is awake or sleeping. The night will not be long coming," said Tim, "when he will sleep and never wake again on earth. We have never so much as shaken hands in all our lives, and yet I shall miss him like an old friend. Are there any country flowers that can interest me like these, do you think? Or do you suppose that the withering of 100 kinds of the choicest flowers that blow, called by the hardest Latin names that were ever invented, would give me one fraction of the pain that I shall feel when these old jugs and bottles are swept away as lumber? Country!" cried Tim with a contemptuous emphasis. "Don't you know that I couldn't have such a court under my bedroom window anywhere but in London?" With which inquiry Tim turned his back, and pretending to be absorbed in his accounts, took an opportunity of hastily wiping his eyes when he supposed Nicholas was looking another way. Whether it was that Tim's accounts were more than usually intricate that morning, or whether it was that his habitual serenity had been a little disturbed by these recollections, it so happened that when Nicholas returned from executing some commission and inquired whether Mr. Charles Cheeryble was alone in his room, Tim promptly, and without the smallest hesitation, replied in the affirmative, although somebody had passed into the room not 10 minutes before, and Tim took especial and particular pride in preventing any intrusion on either of the brothers when they were engaged with any visitor whatever. "I'll take this letter to him at once," said Nicholas, "if that's the case." And with that he walked to the room and knocked at the door. No answer. Another knock, and still no answer. "He can't be here," thought Nicholas. "I'll lay it on his table." So Nicholas opened the door and walked in, and very quickly he turned to walk out again when he saw, to his great astonishment and discomfiture, a young lady upon her knees at Mr. Cheeryble's feet, and Mr. Cheeryble beseeching her to rise, and entreating a third person who had the appearance of the young lady's female attendant to add her persuasions to his to induce her to do so. Nicholas stammered out an awkward apology and was precipitately retiring when the young lady, turning her head a little, presented to his view
the features of the lovely girl whom he had seen at the register office on his first visit long before. Glancing from her to the attendant, he recognized the same clumsy servant who had accompanied her then, and between his admiration of the young lady's beauty and the confusion and surprise of this unexpected recognition, he stood stock still, in such a bewildered state of surprise and embarrassment that, for the moment, he was quite bereft of the power either to speak or move. "My dear ma'am, my dear young lady!" cried brother Charles in violent agitation. "Pray don't! Not another word! I beseech and entreat you! I implore you! I beg of you to rise! We are not alone!" As he spoke, he raised the young lady, who staggered to a chair and swooned away. "She has fainted, sir," said Nicholas, darting eagerly forward. "Poor dear, poor dear!" cried brother Charles. "Where is my brother Ned? Ned, my dear brother, come here, pray!" "Brother Charles, my dear fellow," replied his brother, hurrying into the room. "What is the what? Hush, hush! Not a word for your life, brother Ned," returned the other. "Ring for the housekeeper, my dear brother. Call Tim Linkinwater. Here, Tim Linkinwater, sir. Mr. Nickleby, my dear sir, leave the room, I beg and beseech of you." "I think she is better now," said Nicholas, who had been watching the patient so eagerly that he had not heard the request. "Poor bird!" cried brother Charles, gently taking her hand in his and laying her head upon his arm. "Brother Ned, my dear fellow, you will be surprised, I know, to witness this in business hours, but—" Here he was again reminded of the presence of Nicholas, and shaking him by the hand, earnestly requested him to leave the room and to send Tim Linkinwater without an instant's delay. Nicholas immediately withdrew, and on his way to the counting-house met both the old housekeeper and Tim Linkinwater jostling each other in the passage and hurrying to the scene of action with extraordinary speed. Without waiting to hear his message, Tim Linkinwater darted into the room, and presently afterwards Nicholas heard the door shut and locked on the inside. He had abundance of time to ruminate on this discovery, for Tim Linkinwater was absent during the greater part of an hour, during the whole of which time Nicholas thought of nothing but the young lady and her exceeding beauty, and what could possibly have brought her there, and why they made such a mystery of it. The more he thought of all this, the more it perplexed him, and the more anxious he became to know who and what she was. "I should have known her among 10,000," thought Nicholas. And with that he walked up and down the room, and recalling her face and figure, of which he had a peculiarly vivid remembrance, discarded all other subjects of reflection and dwelt upon that alone. At length Tim Linkinwater came back, provokingly cool, and with papers in his hand and a pen in his mouth, as if nothing had happened. "Is she quite recovered?" said Nicholas impetuously. "Who?" returned Tim Linkinwater. "Who?" repeated Nicholas. "The young lady." "What do you make, Mr. Nickleby," said Tim, taking his pen out of his mouth, "what do you make of 427 times 3,238? "Nay," returned Nicholas, "what do you make of my question first? I asked you—" "About the young lady," said Tim Linkinwater, putting on his spectacles. "To be sure. Yes. Oh, she's very well." "Very well, is she?" returned Nicholas. "Very well," replied Mr. Linkinwater gravely. "Will she be able to go home to-day?" asked Nicholas. "She's gone," said Tim. "Gone?" "Yes." "I hope she has not far to go," said Nicholas, looking earnestly at the other. "Aye," replied the immovable Tim, "I hope she hasn't." Nicholas hazarded one or two further remarks, but it was evident that Tim Linkinwater had his own reasons for evading the subject, and that he was determined to afford no further information respecting the fair unknown, who had awakened so much curiosity in the breast of his young friend. Nothing daunted by this repulse, Nicholas returned to the charge next day, emboldened by the circumstance of Mr. Linkinwater being in a very talkative and communicative mood. But directly he resumed the theme, Tim relapsed into a state of most provoking taciturnity, and from answering in monosyllables came to returning no answers at all, save such as were to be inferred from several grave nods and shrugs, which only served to whet that appetite for intelligence in Nicholas, which had already attained a most unreasonable height. Foiled in these attempts, he was fain to content himself with watching for the young lady's next visit, but here again he was disappointed. Day after day passed, and she did not return. He looked eagerly at the superscription of all the notes and letters, but there was not one among them which he could fancy to be in her handwriting. On 2 or 3 occasions he was employed on business which took him to a distance and had formerly been transacted by Tim Linkinwater. Nicholas could not help suspecting that, for some reason or other, he was sent out of the way on purpose, and that the young lady was there in his absence. Nothing transpired, however, to confirm this suspicion, and Tim could not be entrapped into any confession or admission tending to support it in the smallest degree. Mystery and disappointment are not absolutely indispensable to the growth of love, but they are, very often, its powerful auxiliaries. Out of sight, out of mind, is well enough as a proverb applicable to cases of friendship, though absence is not always necessary to hollowness of heart, even between friends, and truth and honesty, like precious stones, are perhaps most easily imitated at a distance when the counterfeits often pass for real. Love, however, is very materially assisted by a warm and active imagination, which has a long memory and will thrive for a considerable time on very slight and sparing food. Thus it is that it often attains its most luxuriant growth in separation and under circumstances of the utmost difficulty. And thus it was that Nicholas, thinking of nothing but the unknown young lady, from day to day and from hour to hour, began at last to think that he was very desperately in love with her, and that never was such an ill-used and persecuted lover as he. Still, though he loved and languished after the most orthodox models, and was only deterred from making a confidant of Kate by the slight considerations of having never, in all his life, spoken to the object of his passion, and having never set eyes upon her except on 2 occasions, and both of which she had come and gone like a flash of lightning, or, as Nicholas himself said, in the numerous conversations he held with himself, like a vision of youth and beauty much too bright to last, his ardour and devotion remained without its reward. The young lady appeared no more, so there was a great deal of love wasted, enough indeed to have set up 6 young gentlemen, as times go, with the utmost decency, and nobody was a bit the wiser for it, not even Nicholas himself, who, on the contrary, became more dull, sentimental, and lackadaisical every day. While matters were in this state, the failure of a correspondent of the brothers Cheeryble in Germany imposed upon Tim Linkinwater and Nicholas the necessity of going through some very long and complicated accounts, extending over a considerable space of time. To get through them with the greater dispatch, Tim Linkinwater proposed that they should remain at the counting-house for a week or so until 10 o'clock at night. To this, as nothing damped the zeal of Nicholas in the service of his kind patrons, not even romance, which has seldom business habits, he cheerfully assented. On the very first night of these later hours, at 9 exactly, there came, not the young lady herself, but her servant, who, being closeted with brother Charles for some time, went away, and returned next night at the same hour, and on the next, and on the next again. These repeated visits inflamed the curiosity of Nicholas to the very highest pitch. Tantalized and excited beyond all bearing, and unable to fathom the mystery without neglecting his duty, he confided the whole secret to Newman Noggs, imploring him to be on the watch next night, to follow the girl home, to set on foot such inquiries relative to the name, condition, and history of her mistress as he could without exciting suspicion, and to report the result to him with the least possible delay. Beyond all measure proud of this commission, Newman Noggs took up his post in the square on the following evening a full hour before the needful time, and planting himself behind the pump and pulling his hat over his eyes, began his watch with an elaborate appearance of mystery, admirably calculated to excite the suspicion of all beholders. Indeed, divers servant girls who came to draw water, and sundry little boys who stopped to drink of the ladle, were almost scared out of their senses by the apparition of Newman Noggs looking stealthily round the pump, with nothing of him visible but his face, and that wearing the expression of a meditative ogre. Punctual to her time, the messenger came again, and, after an interview of rather longer duration than usual, departed. Newman had made 2 appointments with Nicholas, one for the next evening, conditional on his success, and one the next night following, which was to be kept under all circumstances. The first night he was not at the place of meeting, a certain tavern about half-way between the City and Golden Square, but on the second night he was there before Nicholas, and received him with open arms. "It's all right," whispered Newman. "Sit down. Sit down. Here's the dear young man, and let me tell you all about it." Nicholas needed no second invitation, and eagerly inquired what was the news. "There's a great deal of news," said Newman, in a flutter of exultation. "It's all right. Don't be anxious. I don't know where to begin. Never mind that. Keep up your spirits. It's all right." "Well?" said Nicholas eagerly. "Yes, yes," replied Newman. "That's it." "What's it?" said Nicholas. "The name, the name, my dear fellow." "The name's Bobster," replied Newman. "Bobster?" repeated Nicholas indignantly. "That's the name," said Newman. "I remember it by lobster." "Bobster?" repeated Nicholas more emphatically than before. "That must be the servant's name." "No, it ain't," said Newman, shaking his head with great positiveness. "Miss Cecilia Bobster." "Cecilia, eh?" returned Nicholas, muttering the 2 names together, over and over again, in every variety of tone to try the effect. "Well, Cecilia is a pretty name." "Very. And a pretty creature too," said Newman. "Who?" said Nicholas. "Miss Bobster." "Why, where have you seen her?" demanded Nicholas. "Never mind, my dear boy," retorted Noggs, clapping him on the shoulder. "I have seen her. You shall see her. I've managed it all." "My dear Newman," cried Nicholas, grasping his hand, "are you serious?" "I am," replied Newman. "I mean it all. Every word. You shall see her to-morrow night. She consents to hear you speak for yourself. I persuaded her. She is all affability, goodness, sweetness, and beauty." "I know she is. I know she must be, Newman," said Nicholas, wringing his hand. "You are right," returned Newman. "Where does she live?" cried Nicholas. "What have you learnt of her history? Has she a father, mother, any brothers, sisters? What did she say? How came you to see her? Was she not very surprised? Did you say how passionately I have longed to speak to her? Did you tell her where I had seen her? Did you tell her how and when and where and how long and how often I have thought of that sweet face which came upon me in my bitterest distress like a glimpse of some better world? Did you, Newman? Did you?" Poor Noggs literally gasped for breath as this flood of questions rushed upon him, and moved spasmodically in his chair at every fresh inquiry, staring at Nicholas meanwhile with a most ludicrous expression of perplexity. "No," said Newman, "I didn't tell her that." "Didn't tell her which?" asked Nicholas. "About the glimpse of the better world," said Newman. "I didn't tell her who you were either, or where you seen her. I said you loved her to distraction." "That's true, Newman," replied Nicholas with his characteristic vehemence. "Heaven knows I do." "I said, too, that you had admired her for a long time in secret," said Newman. "Yes, yes. What did she say to that?" asked Nicholas. "Blushed," said Newman. "To be sure. Of course she would," said Nicholas approvingly. Newman then went on to say that the young lady was an only child, that her mother was dead, that she resided with her father, and that she had been induced to allow her lover a secret interview at the intercession of her servant, who had great influence with her. He further related how it required much moving and great eloquence to bring the young lady to this pass, how it was expressly understood that she merely afforded Nicholas an opportunity of declaring his passion, and how she by no means pledged herself to be favourably impressed with his attentions. The mystery of her visits to the brothers Cheeryble remained wholly unexplained, for Newman had not alluded to them, either in his preliminary conversations with the servant or his subsequent interview with the mistress, merely remarking that he had been instructed to watch the girl home and plead his young friend's cause, and not saying how far he had followed her or from what point. But Newman hinted that from what had befallen from the confidante, he had been led to suspect that the young lady led a very miserable and unhappy life, under the strict control of her only parent, who was of a violent and brutal temper, a circumstance which he thought might in some degree account both for her having sought the protection and friendship of the brothers and her suffering herself to be prevailed upon to grant the promised interview. The last he held to be a very logical deduction from the premises, inasmuch as it was but natural to suppose that a young lady whose present condition was so unenviable would be more than commonly desirous to change it. It appeared on further questioning, for it was only by a very long and arduous process that all this could be got out of Newman Noggs, that Newman, in explanation of his shabby appearance, had represented himself as being, for certain wise and indispensable purposes, connected with that intrigue in disguise, and, being questioned how he had come to exceed his commission so far as to procure an interview, he responded that the lady appearing willing to grant it, he considered himself bound, both in duty and gallantry, to avail himself of such a golden means of enabling Nicholas to prosecute his addresses. After these and all possible questions had been asked and answered 20 times over, they parted, undertaking to meet on the following night at 10:30 for the purpose of fulfilling the appointment, which was for 11 o'clock. Things come about very strangely, thought Nicholas as he walked home. I never contemplated anything of this kind, never dreamt of the possibility of it. To know something of the life of one in whom I felt such interest, to see her in the street, to pass the house in which she lived, to meet her sometimes in her walks, to hope that a day might come when I might be in a condition to tell her of my love, this was the utmost extent of my thoughts. Now, however, but I should be a fool indeed to repine at my own good fortune. Still, Nicholas was dissatisfied, and there was more in the dissatisfaction than mere revulsion of feeling. He was angry with the young lady for being so easily won, because, reasoned Nicholas, it is not as if she knew it was I, but it might have been anybody, which was certainly not pleasant. The next moment he was angry with himself for entertaining such thoughts, arguing that nothing but goodness could dwell in such a temple, and that the behaviour of the brothers sufficiently showed the estimation in which they held her. "The fact is, she's a mystery altogether," said Nicholas. This was not more satisfactory than his previous course of reflection, and only drove him out upon a new sea of speculation and conjecture, where he tossed and tumbled in great discomfort of mind until the clock struck 10 and the hour of meeting drew nigh. Nicholas had dressed himself with great care, and even Newman Noggs had trimmed himself up a little, his coat presenting the phenomenon of 2 consecutive buttons, and the supplementary pins being inserted at tolerably regular intervals. He wore his hat, too, in the newest taste, with a pocket-handkerchief in the crown and a twisted end of it straggling out behind after the fashion of a pigtail, though he could scarcely lay claim to the ingenuity of inventing this latter decoration, inasmuch he was utterly unconscious of it, being in a nervous and excited condition which rendered him quite insensible to everything but the great object of the expedition. They traversed the streets in profound silence, and after walking at a round pace for some distance, arrived in one of a gloomy appearance and very little frequented, near the Edgware Road. "Number 12," said Newman. "Oh," replied Nicholas, looking about him. "Good street," said Newman. "Yes," returned Nicholas. "Rather dull." Newman made no answer to this remark, but, halting abruptly, planted Nicholas with his back to some area railings and gave him to understand that he was to wait there, without moving hand or foot, until it was satisfactorily ascertained that the coast was clear. This done, Noggs limped away with great alacrity, looking over his shoulder every instant to make quite certain that Nicholas was obeying his directions, and, ascending the steps of a house some 6 doors off, was lost to view. After a short delay, he reappeared, and limping back again, halted midway and beckoned Nicholas to follow him. "Well?" said Nicholas, advancing towards him on tiptoe. "All right," replied Newman in high glee. "All ready. Nobody at home. Couldn't be better. With this fortifying assurance, he stole past the street door, on which Nicholas caught a glimpse of a brass plate with Bobster in very large letters, and, stopping at the area gate, which was open, signed to his young friend to descend. "What the devil!" cried Nicholas, drawing back. "Are we to sneak into the kitchen as if we came after the forks?" "Hush!" replied Newman. "Old Bobster, ferocious Turk. He'll kill 'em all. Box the young lady's ears. He does, often." "What!" cried Nicholas in high wrath. "Do you mean to tell me that any man would dare to box the ears of such a—" He had no time to sing the praises of his mistress just then, for Newman gave him a gentle push which had nearly precipitated him to the bottom of the area steps. Thinking it best to take the hint in good part, Nicholas descended without further remonstrance, but with a countenance bespeaking anything rather than the hope and rapture of a passionate lover. Newman followed. He would have followed head first, but for the timely assistance of Nicholas, and, taking his hand, led him through a stone passage, profoundly dark, into a back kitchen or cellar, of the blackest and most pitchy obscurity, where they stopped. "Well," said Nicholas in a discontented whisper, "this is not all, I suppose, is it?" "No, no," rejoined Noggs. "They'll be here directly. It's all right." "I am glad to hear it," said Nicholas. "I shouldn't have thought it, I confess." They exchanged no further words, and there Nicholas stood, listening to the loud breathing of Newman Noggs, and imagining that his nose seemed to glow like a red-hot coal even in the midst of the darkness which enshrouded them. Suddenly the sound of cautious footsteps attracted his ear, and directly afterwards a female voice inquired if the gentleman was there. "Yes," replied Nicholas, turning towards the corner from which the voice proceeded. "Who is that?"
"Only me, sir,"
replied the voice.
"Now, if you please, ma'am."
A gleam of light shone into the place, and presently the servant girl appeared, bearing a light, and followed by her young mistress, who seemed to be overwhelmed by modesty and confusion. At sight of the young lady, Nicholas started and changed colour. His heart beat violently, and he stood rooted to the spot. At that instant, and almost simultaneously with her arrival and that of the candle, there was heard a loud and furious knocking at the street door, which caused Newman Noggs to jump up with great agility from a beer-barrel on which he had been seated astride, and to exclaim abruptly and with a face of ashy paleness, "Bobster! Oh, by the Lord!" The young lady shrieked. The attendant wrung her hands. Nicholas gazed from one to the other in apparent stupefaction, and Newman hurried to and fro, thrusting his hands into all his pockets successively and drawing out the linings of every one in the excess of his irresolution. It was but a moment, but the confusion crowded into that one moment no imagination can exaggerate.
"Leave the house, for heaven's sake! We have done wrong. We deserve it all,"
cried the young lady.
"Leave the house, or I am ruined and undone for ever."
Will you hear me say but one word?" cried Nicholas. "Only one. I will not detain you. You will hear me say one word in explanation of this mischance." But Nicholas might as well have spoken to the wind, for the young lady, with distracted looks, hurried up the stairs. He would have followed her, but Newman, twisting his hand in his coat-collar, dragged him towards the passage by which they had entered. "Let me go, Newman, in the devil's name!" cried Nicholas. "I must speak to her. I will not leave this house without—"
"Reputation, character,
"Violence, consider," said Newman, clinging round him with both arms and hurrying him away.
"Let them open the door.
We'll go, as we came, directly it's shut.
Come, this way, here."
Overpowered by the remonstrances of Newman, and the tears and prayers of the girl, and the tremendous knocking above, which had never ceased, Nicholas allowed himself to be hurried off, and, precisely as Mr. Bobster made his entrance by the street door, he and Noggs made their exit by the area gate. They hurried away through several streets without stopping or speaking. At last they halted and confronted each other with blank and rueful faces.
"Never mind,"
said Newman, gasping for breath.
"Don't be cast down. It's all right. More fortunate next time. It couldn't be helped. I did my part."
"Excellently,"
replied Nicholas, taking his hand. "Excellently, and like the true and zealous friend you are. Only, mind, I am not disappointed, Newman, and feel just as much indebted to you. Only it was the wrong lady."
"Eh?" cried Newman Noggs. "Taken in by the servant?"
Newman, said Nicholas, laying his hand upon his shoulder, it was the wrong servant too. Newman's under jaw dropped, and he gazed at Nicholas with his sound eye fixed fast and motionless in his head. "Don't take it to heart," said Nicholas. "It's of no consequence. You see, I don't care about it. You followed the wrong person. That's all." That was all. Whether Newman Noggs had looked round the pump in a slanting direction so long that his sight became impaired, or whether, finding that there was time to spare, he had recruited himself with a few drops of something stronger than the pump could yield, by whatsoever means it had come to pass, this was his mistake, and Nicholas went home to brood upon it, and to meditate upon the charms of the unknown young lady, now as far beyond his reach as ever. Chapter 40.